Yo, yo, yo. Yo, yo, yo. It's gonna be a long fucking day. It's gonna be a good day. It's gonna be a long fucking day. The fuck? There we go. I like fuck with my SEOs more. Cool. Oh, man. I don't know if anyone's in here with me, but what up if you are. What's oil doing? Nasdaq's flat. Nasdaq 100's up though. Oil up 1.4. Okay. That right there is more turnover than this had all day yesterday. 0.1 is more than it had all day yesterday. Yesterday it was like 0.08. Potential cup and handle forming on Tblt. Hope that stays under $2. If it doesn't, just snag some. Looks like I gotta get my dog at the door. You are not going upstairs. No, back up, back up. You do not belong upstairs. You're nothing up there. Not right now. We have a little gap up on SPY. I knew that I was gonna hit 800. Son of a bitch.
Yo, what up? I know it's like 4:50 in the morning, but I saw shit popping off. So I figured, fuck it. Dude dipped on me. Lame. Dave is just going fucking off right now. What up, what up? Sorry I'm not so like lively right this second. I'm just like, I really didn't sleep and then fucking, oh, you're out of here anyway. Alright, cool. Fuck, I was gonna buy a rival today too. Son of a bitch. These lights are going down like a smidge. Fucking blinding. Good enough. I'm surprised to see another cup here. All set. E-home. This is gonna have a. I bet you this eventually has a merger with DSS. Yeah, they're gonna merge. I could fucking almost guarantee it. Whoa, man, that's a good crack.
on last month.
Sorry if anyone's in here. I'm just like looking at shit in my brokerage. Ooh. Yo, what up? Honestly, yeah, this is like the top mover, and like ever since it opened, that's like when all the excitement was. There's like 2 or 3 that are still going. This being one of them. If you're in any of the ones that are actually like running, I'll pull it up. I have no problem with that, but like mine are just kind of like a little up. You know what I mean? Nothing crazy. Do you guys have anything that's like moving, or is it just kind of like dealer's choice right now? Because if it's like dealer's choice, this is the one that's up the most. And I have a friend that's in it. I'm not currently in it, but I have a friend that's like really heavy in this. So that's why I'm watching this one. Nile has like run in the past. Like it's gone on some like nice runs. So just watch out. Like that might be like a decent scalp. Not financial advice. FFIE. I hit a 60 and a 40 last week. % scalp. That was pretty nice. AEI I think is going to make a merger agreement with DSS. So heads up on that. DSS is a little bit bigger than them. They already have like a partnership like active right now. Yo, you're not in any plays that are like going off right now. Okay. Dave is about to go off again. At least it looks like it. Let it go. Well, you can stop at 100? Yep. Or $1, I should say. handle yourself out of there. That would be clutch as fuck. Oh shit, I have someone in here with me. What up? Hey yo. I'm on way too early right now. I just saw stuff starting to run and I was like, you know what? I might as well hop on. Microsoft missed on earnings, I'm pretty sure. On both the top and the bottom. I don't understand that. But hey. I'm not trading it right now, so it is what it is. Whoever just joined, let me know if you're in anything that's like running. What up, John? Word. Z is in this, I believe. I think that he's deep into Dave. That sounds funny. But he's like really deep into Dave, I believe. And that's why I'm charting this. He's not even in here, but still gotta look out for the homies, you know what I'm saying? That's why I laughed, dude. Honestly, if one single person puts in more screen time than I do, I want to shake their hand. Because this shit is wicked. I saw that as soon as I was like fucking shooting off the screen. Yeah, I'm always looking out. I look out for people that look out for me, you feel? Cause like, if something crazy happened, I'd be fucking blowing his phone up. Yeah, I mean, especially, like, when it's, like, somebody that's, like, in your stream, like, every day. You know what I mean? Like, you're in here a lot. If you told me that you were, like, deep into something, and, like, I saw it running, I'm just gonna naturally just pick it up, for sure. Well, not, like, pick it up as in, like, buy it, but, like, I would start covering it. Microsoft missed on both the top and the bottom, but they're up fucking almost 4%. That's insane. Fucking insane. Not when there's money to be made, dude. I tried. There's money to be made. It's like I can't. It's like literally impossible for me to make my brain stop. My brain just doesn't stop. But, like, as I messaged you, dude, like, if somebody is putting out more content than I am, I want to shake their hand. And I don't mean a business, because a business could be, like, more than one person. I'm talking about an individual creator. If they are making more content than I am, like, they deserve to have their hand shook. And I will admit defeat. However, I would argue that some of the larger streamers also have like teams that are posting as well. John, we're past that point, bud. Doing what I would like to do would be me streaming only, no short videos. And literally only from open to close. That would be like what I like to do. What I'm doing right now is like labor intensive, and I'm like, it's taking a toll on my health for sure. which is it's not good, but like I have momentum in the algorithms, so like I finally have momentum in the algorithm, so I just gotta keep ripping. I mean, like, don't get me wrong, I love the trade. I'm good at it. Like, I'm good at charting. Like, I love the trade. But I would definitely cut down on hours. Like, as soon as I monetize, I'm definitely gonna cut down on hours. Straight up. I might still make short videos because apparently you get more money through short videos. But I can't put in these kind of hours forever. I'll lose it. Especially today. Today I just hopped on because everything just started to rip as soon as 4 o'clock hit. And I was like, oh my god. Like, what is going to happen? Like, and I didn't want to miss anything, so I just fucking hopped on. Yeah, but I'm gonna have to argue that like a little bit. When I was just watching other people, right? Like, it was a lot easier. With this, I'm like constantly worrying about like the algorithms. Like, it's like the algorithms are like really, really, really fucked up. Like, they're fucked up. And like I'm constantly trying to mess with my SEO to make it better. Like, but here, I'll go over the metrics with you. I mean, I might as well. We have nothing better to do, right? Alright, so YouTube. So I have 153% more subs this month than the previous 28 days. And I have 231 subs this month. Which is about like 85 in like the last week. Give or take. So like I'm climbing at a steady level and it's growing. It's growing. So like the more subs that I'm picking up, the easier the algorithm becomes. Exactly. It's that, and I didn't realize that they stopped allowing you to SEO stuff, because there is such thing called SEO stuffing, where basically you just throw like a bunch of keywords in your titles, and that's what I was doing. I was just loading the bitch up with like the titles like of what I planned on covering and what I thought would like, you know, move. But apparently they penalize you for that, and there's a certain way that you have to be like listing your stuff now. So I did change that, and then you have to have your keywords match up with words in your bio that match up with like your title as well. It's dude, it's so screwed up. It's so screwed up. It's complex. It shouldn't be this complex. Like, I have watch hours blown out of the water. Right here, let me go ahead. I actually want to find it for my own knowledge. I know that I have the watch hours blown out though. Alright, so like the required is 4,000 for watch hours, and I have 5,472. So I have that smoked. The only thing I'm missing is 668 subs. Yeah, so you can only imagine, like, the shit that I'm going through. It's a painful mess. Now, Go EV is coming up on this VWAP. Wait. Yo, if this pops the VWAP to the upside, look where the EMAs are. That could actually run. That looks like a handle. Or a cup. But... Cup? Are we gonna handle right here? That'd be interesting. I mean, that'd be sweet because I'm in it. I'm pretty deep in it, to be quite honest. But here's the problem, John. Is I've been building it for fucking 5 months. So, like, I'm running out of savings. Okay, alright. So here's my deal. I could trade and support myself. 100%. Like, there's no... I'm not even concerned about that, but we're at a point now where the value of things is so low that I no longer want to take things out of my portfolio. I would rather just go ahead and buy value and then just, like, fucking forget about it. You know what I mean? So it's like, I have bills. And I've been doing this for 5 months. So just, like, I gotta get some like real traction. Like the last 2 nights I haven't even slept. I just did update videos to try to get more subs. So like any kind of shares, any kind of like shout outs, like I would, you don't even know how much I would like. I'd be grateful for that because like any marketing is like the marketing I need right now. And it's so hard to market when I'm like on live with everyone because like everyone's trying to like talk to me and like I'm sitting there like on my phone like trying to like share this to there and try to do this to there. It's just like I can't do that. That's why these people that pop out of nowhere with like 20-some thousand subs, it's like, no, you bought those. You definitely bought those. Because like it would just be impossible. I think that they have it like monopolized, to be quite honest. Like say that I have, you know, tinfoil hat on, whatever, you know what I mean? Do you want to know my problem, John? My problem is that like I don't like too many other YouTubers. Because a lot of them don't show you the DD as they're doing DD. Like, notice how, like, when I do my DD, right, I do it on live stream. That way you guys can call me out if I'm off. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of other streamers don't do that. Like, I caught TMI last week. I called him out. The day of the GME I just almost said dividend. The day of the dividend, right? 30 minutes before the market closed, he posted a video about how BlackRock lost $17 billion in March. In March. Like, bro. Like, you're gonna post that? Like, and keep in mind, they're like the 3rd largest holder of GameStop shares. You're gonna go ahead and post that the day that almost like everybody in this whole movement has been waiting for. You're gonna post it 30 minutes before close? Like, bro, you have 65,000 subs. You can't be fucking fudding like that. So, like, that's my issues. I don't like a lot of creators. Like, I like Trey. I used to like STV until he started to, you know, like, charge people to be a part of his, you know, his, like, Discord or whatever. Johnny Love steals all my plays and posts them all over Twitter, saying that he called them out. But I have like time-stamped fucking notes of like my plays that I fucking mention. So it's just funny that like he'll like post that shit. But like he has like 37,000 subscribers or some shit. So like people go to his channel. It's just like he definitely has somebody in here that watches my shit and calls it out. I'm telling you. But there's nobody that like is gonna pop up and not do a slow grind build unless they're institutionally backed or they are just rich like already. Because like in order to become like super big super quick, you would have to have a lot of money to start as far as marketing goes, as far as, you know, like a media team, as far as like a just like a PR team. You know what I mean? Like you would have to have like a decent size like team set up already, like with a graphics designer and all that shit. Like I think all the major ones are now like they're either privately doing that or they're in, but like the TMI I think is an institution because of the whole GME thing. I don't know about who, because who did that whole GMVD pump and then it like was up one day and then crashed. Sorry, I have a fucking hangnail. Johnny Love he's full of trash. He would pull up charts and then be like, yeah, if you got in here and got out here, you would have made X%. It's like, yeah, okay, Monday morning quarterback. Like, I don't know. The best pure trader that I've seen on here has been Trey and Short the VIX. Those are the two best pure traders that I've seen. That genuinely impressed me. Other than that, either I haven't watched them, or I think that they're full of shit. I mean, yeah, it's become like... Oh, man. It's become like just a world full of like corporate... I'm not going to accept, because I think I have an idea that could actually kind of cripple this whole system. I shouldn't really say that out loud, but if somebody were to offer me the right amount of money, I probably still would say no. I mean, like, if somebody came and flashed like $1 billion in my face, I mean, like, I would like take that $1 billion and then like walk the gray line of the contract the entire time and try to like tip you guys off. Somebody could rewind this and hear that. But no, like, if I became big enough, I would go ahead and I would just kind of like try to create a monopoly on the ads, because that's what I think they're doing, bro. I think that they have a monopoly on Google Ads, and it suppresses like lower ranking channels like myself compared to larger channels. And that's the issue. So like I'll get compliments all day long, like, you know, like, oh yeah, you're the hardest working man on YouTube, blah 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 blah. It's like I have 400 subs, so like it's kind of like a kick in the dick. It's like I appreciate the compliment, don't get me wrong, but it's definitely a kick in the dick, because it's like, yeah, I work harder than everybody else, but I'm not even getting paid. That's exactly. And notice how Google, right? Notice how Google missed on they missed on their earnings, but their ads beat. Notice that. Because people are buying Google ads in order to go ahead and advertise on fucking YouTube. That's what's happening. And once I start getting YouTube money, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna like try my best to create a monopoly via ads. Because like I told you before, like with your momentum, right, as you're building, you're gonna be able to grow like more, I guess, more frequently. You're just gonna be showing like up on the algorithm more if you're putting out more content. And then if I have more subs, I'm also gonna be, you know, put out before everybody else. So if I'm then stacking the ads in my favor, then I could create a somewhat of a monopoly like they have right now. So that's what I might have to do. Like when Johnny Love went ahead and started calling out my plays that would like specifically like mention during like live stream, that like anybody could go ahead and rewind and watch and see that I like made the like I said what I said. When he did it twice, I was like, no, now it's personal. Like, first I just wanted to come here and just, like, have, like, a, you know, just a chill channel and, like, make some money, you know, just snipe this, snipe that, you know what I mean? But now it's, like, now I want to, like, take over. And that's probably not a healthy mindset, but that's where I'm at. EDIT could become a short squeeze very, very quickly today, guys. Just heads up on it. By lure, what do you mean exactly? And please explain, because my dog wants something and I gotta get it for her real quick. 1 second. So, like, what lure, though? You said it's the lure that makes it, like... No. I think it actually makes my trading a little bit... So, it has its ups and its downs. So, having my own channel has its ups and its downs, and I'll tell you why. Sometimes I don't get as good of a snipe because I'm in the middle of responding to somebody. Like, sometimes I'll miss, like, a perfect entry and just be off, like, a little bit, but it's only off a little bit, you know what I mean? But for right now, I mean, I'm not making money off YouTube, so it's, like, it kind of sucks. However, once I do get to that point and I'm making money off of YouTube, then I won't really care about, you know, sniping perfect. Like, as long as I'm like in the right ballpark, you know, it is what it is. Yeah, and as I grow, see, that's the whole thing. It's like, as I grow and as I get more subs, then I'm gonna get more money as well. And then I could go ahead and I could drive myself even further and get even more subs if I keep advertising on top of that. So it's like, it's just do I think I can make more from YouTube for trading? It depends how generous the people were that were in my channel. Because, like, alright, so on Friday, and I don't know who else is in here, but on Friday, right, Kyle was in here saying that he was going to go ahead and pay for myself and 3 other people to go to Vegas, right? Now, I made $7,000 off that trade, right, and I still have $3,500 on Tblt. I pulled half my profit yesterday, just because I don't know how retail's going to take the data at 7 o'clock. because of the dilution. So I took half my profit. Now it's just house money. Actually now it's pretty much just house money, to be quite honest. Like I took like more than like half my profit. Like I'm chilling. And I still have a decent holding on TBLT, right? But now I have like some dry pow to fly through. Okay, yeah, all right. Then if you were here, then you know. So now I have some dry pow to fly through. And then last night I made a series actually. I made a totally new playlist. I don't know if you caught that. Basically full of value plays that are high growth. At least I think that they're high growth value plays that I want to keep loading up on for retirement, like for a retirement portfolio. I'm like staring at them right now. And they're all high growth. Even my downside protection is high growth, as fucked up as that is. See, alright, so John, you and I have to have a talk real quick. So on TBLT, right? Look at the all-time high. And there was a reverse split, and then there was a split, but the split afterwards had less shares than the prior amount. So in all reality, that should be a higher number. And then you have to account for inflation as well. But even if you trim that down, it's like, that's still like $6,000. I don't know, something really, really fucked up is going on with it. They're doing something. Like, something is going on with TBLT, I think. Like, here, is this corporate? Yeah. Alright, so. Look how close in dates they are, right? So this was the reverse split. And then they split into that. So they split into less shares. A week later. Or 2 weeks later, whatever the fuck it was. 3 weeks later. So they split into less shares. And then now they have 2 times their float doing FTDs starting on the 2nd. However, they have a quiet period that ends on the 1st. So, it's a free play to me at this point in time. So I just like, do I ride it out? Do I like... I don't know how I'm going to play that one. What up, Angry? Wait, whoa, wait. Oh, I like VTGN. I don't have that many, but I like it. I actually have positions in it. They also, do you know what the cap size is, and what broker are you using? If you, I mean, like, I don't want to ask personal questions, you know what I mean? But like at the same time, I feel like that like is important because I'll tell people that like throughout the day, like, hey, you know, this is capped. Like, I don't know if you're gonna stick with me throughout the entire market. It'd be cool. It'd be lit if you did because I'm live until literally 8 o'clock at night. But like, I'll tell people that all day long. Yeah, bro, I don't fuck around. I like when I say that I'm putting out more content than everybody on YouTube except for Bloomberg, I'm not joking. It's sick. It's not sustainable. All right, and I know it's not sustainable, but it is what it is. But yeah, what broker are you using? Oh, okay. All right. So UK, all right, a little bit different over there. That's fine. So 8 o'clock here would be pretty late there. But I will be on throughout the entire day for sure. For fucking sure. Oh. Okay. Random question, Angry. How did you find my channel? Out of curiosity. Just because, like, I'm trying to work on my SEO filters and things of that nature. Did you just type something in, or, like, were you just, like, clicking around? One second, dog at the door. Now the other one wants to go out. But yeah, Angry, if you could tell me how you... Okay, it was from a stock, not sure which one, probably. Okay, I mean, I've been posting about both, so that makes sense. My TBLT video has probably the, like one of the best responses. Although my VTGN video has a lot too. Like, both are getting a lot of attention very, very quickly. That's another perk that I like about being like streaming, is I could see what people are searching, and I pay a lot more attention to that. Also, if you guys go to Google Trends, that has been an excellent tool for me. Like, I'll tell you right now exactly what's trending. Hold on a second. Like, I have that shit, like, this shit saved. All I have to do is click, like, refresh. And it'll tell me, it should tell me within the hour of what was searched. Past hour, topic, stock. Search. Sava, Raytheon. Raytheon has earnings today. Sava's getting a lot of searches. It's in related topics as well. I don't know if they have earnings today, though. If they have earnings, then I would kind of wipe it. They're down 40%. Do they get bad news? Or did they miss on earnings or something? Criminal probe linked to Alzheimer's. Oh. Wow. Okay, that makes sense. Now remember though, I believe that they're heavily shorted, if I'm not mistaken. Yo, when that spins around, it might be a low risk fucking play. Fuck, I kind of wish that I knew. That looks like a short and double bottom. Everything's kind of going up a little bit. VIX is elevated from yesterday. Bitcoin's kind of flat. So is ETH. God damn, that makes that fucking play really hard. Like, is it at the bottom or is it gonna come down and double bottom? Or is it gonna drop in open hours as well, where I could grab an option? Fuck. Because these are gonna be like so cheap. I don't know. Man, I like to play reversions a lot. Wrong fucking thing. There we go. I almost think it might act as support. However, that's why I sold half my position yesterday. Because I don't know how people are going to react to it. They might just sell off because they don't know like any better. Like, people have not been reacting to news good at all. Like, MMAT here. Let me show you a perfect example. MMAT dropped, like, some kind of SEC document, but it wasn't even that bad. Right? It wasn't even that bad. Look at that drop. $1.90. What was it at? It topped out at almost $2. And it closed that day at 116. And then, since then, they've actually gotten a fucking patent for battery technology. Go figure. I don't know. So, I think that it might act as support in a way, but I made so much on the play that I didn't want to not take any profit and then like hate myself later on. If that makes any sense. What I should have done is I should have sold it and then bought, like, I should sold the whole thing and then I should just bought warrants straight up. That's what I should have done, but I didn't. I don't know what I was thinking. I wasn't thinking anything, I guess. I have no idea. Jeremy, I have no idea. Yeah, Dave is on a space mission, Mike. Yeah, but not if the profit could have been much higher. Like, right now I'm hating myself because I could have... I mean, you know, honestly, it's only $100. $200. Like, it is what it is. It's nothing. It's safer than if we opened and it dropped, like, I don't know, $1 in pre-market. That would have fucking sucked. However, I don't know how retail's gonna take this news. I just don't. They haven't been taking news good lately at all. Like, even good news has been bad news. Like TTOO, they got FDA approval. People acted like it was bad news. Dave can go on a space mission. Let's actually look at their Vortex. Hold on a second. I'll look at the Dave Vortex. What the fuck? No analysts are covering it right now. Utilization isn't there. That's one thing that scares me. And the utilization just is not there. I mean, it could certainly still rip. Don't, like, please do not get that twisted. But I could probably think of like 5. I could think more. I could probably think of like 10 short squeeze candidates that are better than Dave right now, off the top of my head, like that. And it's like, it's actually like really easy to find that. Just so you guys know, like you go to this short extremes and look at the upside potential, and then run it against the estimated short. So you'd want to run it off this. Here, wait, let's do... Alright, so this is 50%. Okay, but that's not positive. Alright, right here, look at this. What's Groupon? What's that trading at right now? What's can somebody tell me what Groupon's trading at? I don't really want to feel like... I don't feel like clicking on it. But their upside potential is 107%. Their short on the float is 40%. Like, that is that's a low market cap, too. That actually might be a fucking play. It's a $10. See, like, where we've actually, like, alright, so $10 is not that much money, right? But, like, if something is $1, it's so much easier to turn $1 into $2 than $10 into $20, if that makes sense. It's just a whole percentage aspect. So, what we've been doing lately is we've been going ahead and we've been crushing these fucking, like, I don't even know what to call them, like, low cap, low float, like, just like gems. And just hammering them. Like, there was an 8 trading session period, like a week ago, 2 weeks ago, where we had 10 tickers go over 100%. See, I'm not a fan of Veru. Carvana, look at Carvana. That would be kind of like in direct competition, though, with my other play. What is this? Because this has more on the flow, a little bit less upside, but it's energy. Like, that's something to pay attention to, in my opinion. But I mean, like, my opinion means jack shit to a lot of people. So, like, what I do is I look for, like, these, like, low caps and upward EPSs, or not upward target prices. So Veru has that, but I don't like Veru. I think it came into the market at a very, very weird time. Alright, what is this? What is ICPT trading at? ICPT. See, I would want something like a little bit cheaper. Like, we could do this all day long. Real estate. I love real estate. Perfect. How much is this? See, like, this is a fucking banger, in my opinion. 100% utilization. I'm gonna go ahead and throw it on my list. Like, but it's this easy to find potential short squeezes. And then I would like go in further on their charts and like actually, okay, this was looking very, very juicy as well, Microvision, but they're up now, so I don't know. MVIS. I want something that's been beaten down like price change wise, but has some upside, like Beam. I've been talking about Beam for like the last fucking like month. They have 20% on their float. They're still down. They have risen quite like a large amount, but their upside potential is still 113%. Weber. LEV. That might be a big one. I think they're like $7 or something. Maybe 4. I forget. I might actually already have them on my list. But it's this easy to find short squeezes. It's literally that fucking easy to find potential short squeezes, and I don't understand how people have like a problem doing that. What is going on here? All right, hold on 1 second. I'm just gonna leave this up for a second. My dog's crying next to me. I don't know what she wants. Here, I'll actually pull up Dave because you were talking about it. One sec. Alright, what's up, baby? What can I do for you, honey? Look, I hear you, buddy. I'm gonna get the door in a second. Almost done, guys. Almost done. That's my bike. Good boy. Dude, let you chill out, buddy. This is hot. My bad. They get fresh food, so it's like, it takes a minute. Look at Dave. I sit down and bang. Gap up. It's gonna fill that gap, though. Well, see, with options, though, it could be even more intense with options sometimes. If people know how to do them. You know what I mean? Like, in order to, like, leverage your money the right way, and this is not financial advice at all. In order to get the max effect, it gets very, very dangerous. Because, in essence, what you're doing is you're rolling up and expanding and getting more, but at, like, a slightly higher strike price. and then as it's ripping up, you sell it like right before it pulls back. You wait for the pullback, and as soon as it pulls back, then you buy the next strike up or something like that, and you just keep expanding your position. You can make a lot of money that way, but you can also lose a lot of money that way. So when you do that, though, like, so I get what you're saying about buying up the float. But when you do it with options, you're making the market maker buy the float instead with less money. Does that make sense? Because you're using that leverage. Yeah, so it's a lot riskier. Like, a lot riskier. Like, in order to have the most gamma that you're going to apply, you would have to have, like, the shortest expiration date, which would also give you the most theta that you'd have to eat. And then you'd also have to be at, like at the money options or, like, 1-up in order to force, like, the most amount of gamma. And I just feel like I have to, like, stand up for options because, like, a lot of people, like they talk shit on options sometimes. And I'm not saying that you are. I'm just saying, like, some people talk shit on options, but that's because they don't know the dynamics of them. I'd like to, that's my pure opinion. It's just, like, they don't know the full dynamics. So, like, I try to stand up for options and, like, kind of, like, I don't know, explain exactly what they do, because a lot of people don't understand the full, like, the wide range. Now, if you get people that are, like, here, I bet you I could pull something up on here. If you get people that are down here, look at the amount of gamma that they're applying compared to somebody up here. So somebody at the 3.5s, right? Well, that's in the money now. So, all right. I mean, we'll just pretend that this isn't here, okay? Like pretend like you're not seeing the price tag. Say that somebody has a 3.5, right? They're applying 1.13 gamma compared to somebody that's buying a 10, and the 10 is only applying 0.017. There's a lot more gamma pressure to the upside on Go EV today as well. Just throwing that out there. My positions are looking pretty nice today, to be quite honest. Not all of them, but some, like most of them. I wanted to make new positions today, but I don't know if I'm going to get a chance because like the market just might fucking like spaz out. But then I feel like if Apple has a good earnings call, then it'll just go even higher. So it's like, fuck. My opportunity was yesterday. I should have done something yesterday, but I didn't. It's okay though. I mean, I'm not gonna be a Monday morning quarterback on it. Like, it is what it is. Well, they are under. Well, an individual that used to work there, like, it was proven that he was doing something fraudulent. Yes. Again, former employee. So I think that news was put out there to scare people away from the stock. I think it could actually be a short squeeze play. Like as like high dollar of a market cap as they are. I actually did a video on it. Hold on a second. Let's see if they still have the same short data. 100% utilization, 23% short interest, and they just called out the SEC. Like, Coinbase might become a short squeeze. Throwing that out there. 1 second. Now my other dog has to go out. Come, baby. Let's go. Quick. Got it. Good girl. But yeah, that could have been like news to tank the price in order for like institutions to hop back in. Guys, watch the warrants on PGY today. Not financial advice. Watch the warrants on PGY. They're exercisable at 11.50. It's already over 11.50. It's trading at fucking 17 something. Throwing that out there. Now, warrants are a totally different monster. It's just a totally different derivative. But if you know how to trade warrants, you could do very, very well on them. Coinbase actually did, like, I want to go ahead and I want to say that Coinbase actually did do something smart. And what I mean by that is like, by calling out the SEC on what is a security and what isn't a security, right? It protects them from a future lawsuit. So I was saying previous to them doing that if XRP lost the if they lost against the SEC, then they'd probably face like the largest like class action lawsuit that like of my lifetime at least. But because they pushed it like at the SEC, now that lawsuit would go towards the SEC and it takes it away from them. So in my eyes, that was actually pretty smart. I don't think you're going to, but like I just showed you where it's 100% utilization, bro, and 23% short interest. And if the bottom is in, which I firmly believe that the bottom's in. I don't know if everyone else thinks that the bottom's in. I think the bottom came in on 622 to be exact. So that would be... So this is a witching day. Okay. The third... the third Friday in June is always a witching day. And then T+2 off of that, right, would bring it to the 22nd because this was Juneteenth. Anyway, so that's Juneteenth. So then that would be T+2 off of the witching day. I believe that is the day that the bottom came in. And since then, we've been supporting the market by like biofarm runners and just random runners just across the board. Now, again, I could be wrong. I mean, there's always that chance that I could be wrong too. You know what I mean? But so far, I've been on point. Watch this company, guys. This company is really fucking weird, okay? And they've like an ungodly low turnover rate as well. I want to show you guys this company. So first of all, look how low the market cap is. Less than 50% of the companies for sale. Oh wait, what is that? Wait, hold on a second. I didn't see this. Oh, okay, yeah. Alright. All they need to do is a share recall. But anyways, they named the CEO as an Amazon executive that helped grow the business over in Europe. And it's just like Amazon, only for like Turkey and that area. Look at the fundamentals. Okay, so enterprise value, positive. Book value per share, positive. Do they have any debt? I forget if they had debt. Yeah, they had, so less debt than they previously had, though. Or projected to have less debt than they had. And they are they're projected to bring in more revenue. And they brought in more revenue last year than they did the year before. And then as far as holders go, look at this shit. So, one of the co-founders, I believe it is, owns 50.52% of the company. So she cannot have a hostile takeover done on her. There's no hostile takeover like possible there. Okay? Oh, well, I thought I was gonna get DMCA'd on that. Well, actually, you know what? Honestly, I don't even get fucking paid. So it is what it is. Anyways, T Rowe's in it. Let's see here. Capital Research, BlackRock, Millennium, Metzler, Citadel, Wells Fargo, Morgan Stanley, Barclays, State Street, Pensera, Geode. They're all in it. And look at this. It's refusing to show me the fucking short data. It did this yesterday, too. It wouldn't show me fucking short data, which doesn't make any sense. However, they released it yesterday. The days to cover are fucking 5.29, and that's because the turnover rate is as low as it is. But the short interest is only 2. However, I bet you that the utilization is probably 100. And it won't show me fail to delivers or anything. It's just a very, very weird company. I've like I don't know. I've like set up like different ways of screening stocks to like find like potential movers. And it's led me into a few of these actually. But then they end up being like big plays. So I don't know. And then if you look at the volume, I have to go let my dog in. If you look at the volume, like it's not that far away where we're just spiked like that. June 30th, right? Yeah, June 30th. Almost. What's that? Is that what 28 days ago? Just watch out on it. I mean, I bought into it yesterday. So disclaimer, I'm long. I am already long. I wonder if we're going to get a run back on BBIG or MULN. Like, out of nowhere. Just because of how much they dropped. Like, I wonder if we're going to get a retrace. Because if we do, that could cause enough momentum where we could see a bunch of these go. Also, guys, keep in mind, okay, I don't know if you guys saw my video. I did do a video where I found on Chicken Soup's S4 where in order to do the split or the merger, Redbox's like special shareholder meeting is on August 9th. So basically we have until August 9th, pretty much, until we gotta they gotta figure this shit out. 72.88% short interest. I'm in the warrants on that one. So, again, disclaimer there. Ooh, what are we doing here at the 200? Alright, one second, let me get her. I'm just so sick of being held down by BBIG and MULN. If we're being honest. Like, I've been hemorrhaging those two. Those might be the... Yeah, I think... No, you know what? I have some warrants that, like, I just buy because, like, they're, like, pennies on the dollar. And I just, like, stack up on them if they're, like, heavily... If it's, like, a heavily backed SPAC that's, like, pre-target. So, like, other than those, then MULN and BBIG are the only positions I'm, like, down on. Right at the current time. So, like, it's just kind of, like, itching at me to, like, fucking, like, make some money on them. I think BBIG is so hilariously undervalued that, like, when people see the true value of it, like, I don't think people are gonna understand what kind of opportunity there is. And that's not financial advice. But, like, they're gonna be like, holy shit, I could have bought it at, 80 cents. You know what I mean? No, well, see, the thing is like, most creators, like, most YouTube creators won't admit when they're wrong or when they fuck up, right? That's not me. I don't do that. Like, I literally say this every day. I will call a spade a spade. Like, I don't... My channel's cool because it's, like, you could agree to disagree, which is, like, now, like, frowned upon nowadays, it seems like. So you could do that in my channel. Also, I just say it how it is, and I don't really give a fuck about people's feelings. Like, I care about money. Like, when I'm at my desk, I care about money. I don't care about people's feelings. Like, I do to a certain degree. Like, like, it's, and, like, I'm not, like, a sociopath. You know what I mean? Like, but at the same time, I mean, like, I'm not gonna, like, lie to someone in order to make them feel better about something. If that makes sense. Like, I will just call it how I see it, whether or not they like it. And sometimes that pushes away potential subs. I'll be honest. Sometimes that pushes them away. But honestly, in the long run, I wouldn't want them anyway. In the long run, they would just be a problem. Fuck Johnny Love. Oh, Jeremy, I officially tagged TMI in that, because I couldn't figure out how to tag him, but I actually figured out how to tag him in my bio. So I tagged him in the bio of that, like, where I called him out about giving out the fake DD. I was like, yo, you owe 65,000 people an apology. Now, I did that, like, late last night. I wonder if I'll get a response today. Probably not, but... I just try to hold people accountable. Like, they say transparency, but then go ahead and push off the CAT system. Like, so much for your fucking transparency that you were just pushing, like, 5 minutes ago. Yeah, but it doesn't matter, dude. Like, you have 65,000 people, right? On the day of the GME dividend, right? With 30 minutes left to go in the open market, you don't drop a video that's going to taint the third largest holder of that security. And he immediately, because people commented on that video immediately. And they said, this is wrong, blah, 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 this is wrong. I just made a video and called him out and said, he should have immediately made a video and said, I'm sorry, that was a mistake done by so-and-so, and owned it, rather than not, you know, not bring it up. Because that was some fucking straight horse shit. I don't know. Fuck fake creators. That's all I have to say. Like they're, man. They're like afraid to hurt people's feelings, and like, if you speak your mind and it's like on a different agenda than theirs, then you'll get booted. Like, I don't know. I just haven't had a good experiences, like, especially as of recently. Like, I've gotten really bad vibes. Exactly. Bro, I make mistakes all the fucking time, John. Like, alright, so, Redbox, right? I'll even show it to you guys right here on this. I don't even care. Alright, so, I did a Redbox video to... Okay, so this video right here. In the video, I say August 7th. Because that would be 5 calendar days from the 2nd, okay? However, it said 5 business days when I reread it. So I just I corrected the title, and then I corrected it in the bio, and I said, hey guys, I'm really, really sorry about that, blah, 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 blah. So, like, I owned it. You know what I mean? And I corrected the title. I don't care, like, I don't care if somebody fucks up and then, like, owns it, but I care if people try to swipe it under the rug without, you know, taking, like, ownership of their fuck up. That's it. Like, that's a no-fly zone for me. Yeah, but after dozens of people call you out for it, John, it becomes, you know, white or black. It's a you did or you didn't, and the fact is that he did, and he was notified of it by dozens of people. He was notified of it by dozens of people before I even got to him, and it was a half hour after he posted it, and then after a half hour, I posted a video, and I said, dude, like, are you selling out too? You know what I mean? Like, I know that as soon as I go ahead and I post something, right, and I get, like, comments, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to get notifications on my phone, even if I put it on silent. Sorry about the dogs. Yeah, exactly. I said the right day. So I said 5 days off the 2nd, but it was Bella, be quiet, babe. I said the calendar days instead of the business days. So that's how I screwed up. But I owned it. I just was too late. Honestly, it was like 4 a.m, and I didn't feel like making another video, so I just labeled it correctly and apologized to everyone in the bio. But I showed it on the screen. I showed the actual S4. Because all of my DD that I do is done on live stream. Or if I'm off stream, I'll actually just go ahead and go through every single source individually. That way, like, somebody can't say that my DD is, like bogus. I just feel like it's safer that way. See, I did that, but he didn't. I don't know. I think that he's like a hedgy. He's got hedgy backing now. Like, it is what it is. Matt is doing, Benzinga interviews, were we not just like 3 months ago talking about how Benzinga is like the worst thing, along with like Market Watch and I mean especially the Wall Street Journal, but like, bro, like you're gonna immediately go right to doing that kind of stuff. Like that's as obvious as it gets. I mean, I don't know. There's just so many sellouts right now. So many sellouts. The only thing that I would do is I would monopolize, because the advertisement is monopolized right now. I would monopolize it on top of them, like they're monopolizing, just so they could feel the same shit that I'm going through right now, because I'm spiteful like that. That's probably like the only thing that I would do. I say probably because I don't know. Like I don't have that type of power. Like if I see a way where like everybody could benefit, because I want the best for everybody. Like if I see a way where everybody could benefit and it's not illegal, like I would use my audience for that purpose, as long as it benefited, you know, the greater good per se. No, I did not. Did I delete it? I might have just deleted it, actually. I had it up on one of these things. Yeah, I just deleted it. It was actually like over here. I might have deleted it like today. At some point. I think I deleted it when I brought down my, because I run an XRP chart over the like overnight. And I think that when I changed my XRP chart out, I think I took it down then. Revlon 76.83. Revlon could pop. Just so everyone's aware, Revlon could go. Also, this company is mainly owned by Forbes, the CEO of Forbes, and then there's RCH. If one of these three, whether it's Forbes, the company, as well as the CEO, or the CEO first and then the rest of the company, or just RCH, if they do a share recall, it's going to force a short squeeze. Like 99% on Revlon. Like, think about all of those shorts that would have to cover. And then you would have, like, the upwards price pressure, or the upwards momentum as well. Like, from people FOMOing in. Now, especially during open hours. Because people can go ahead and they can just fucking, like, FOMO like a motherfucker. Right into options. And then they have to delta hedge. And delta hedging is something that they don't want to do. I bet you that they would want, like, it to have, like, a squeeze, or, you know, if there were to be a squeeze, I have to say, they would want it in after hours because it would be cheaper to cover. Like, it would be, like, a lot cheaper. It would be, like, 100 times, like, cheaper, give or take. Later, brother. Who's gonna fill a spot now? Now I need somebody else to talk to, or else I'm gonna sit here and, like, I'm gonna be, like, talking to myself and sound like a fucking weirdo. Like, what up? Like, there's, like, another, like, 7 people in here. Like, what is up? Are you new? I do have a, what's called? I do have a, like, a minute timer, if anybody subs. We gotta come up with a good name. Gotta come up with a good name. I might just start calling her like Goldilocks or something. I don't know. Oh, man. This company right here could very well merge with DSS. I know that a lot of you guys don't know what DSS is. It's basically a company that's like set to like potentially take over the world. It's fucked up. They operate in so many different fields of like low overhead, and it's multiple different businesses. It's set up like a BBIG type format. I have a full breakdown video of them in my uploads. If you guys want, it takes 15 minutes to break down the entire company. But it's there if you guys want to check it out. I uploaded it like 3 days ago. I uploaded like an update video on it, but I just refer to the longer video because there's just that much shit in it. I'm still liking Goldilocks better. Still liking Goldilocks. VTGN has been getting like a lot of searches. Like I'm getting like a lot of hits on my VTGN videos. And it's only fucking what, like 15 cents right now? 15.78. Just throwing that out there. If this is your first time in here, please like, sub, and share if you guys don't mind. Especially subbing and sharing, or liking, okay? It costs you guys nothing. Zero. Zilch. And, like, I've been streaming since, like, fucking 4 this morning. And I'm gonna stream all the way until 8 p.m. Like, hook your boy up. Pretty please. I'm on the grind here for, what's it called? I'm on the grind for monetization. Notice how as soon as I bring that up, somebody leaves. It's hilarious. Oh, I love that. Every single time. As soon as I ask for something like that, they leave. Instead. It's like, why are you leaving? Like, at least stay and hang out. I don't know. That's funny to me. When Mullen CEO went on risk, he had... Sorry. He had tons of followers. So he actually matched with me, or not matched. He connected with me on LinkedIn. So I told him, I was like, listen, like, hey, like, I have a smaller YouTube channel that's rapidly growing. Like my month over month, it's like I'm up like 153%, like month over month on subs, and I have like 213 this month or 214. So like I'm growing at like a very rapid pace. But I told him that I was a rapidly growing company or stream. And I was like, would you come on and do an interview and kind of clear up like the Series D shares? Because the Series D shares, I just want to throw out there, are completely different than the other ones. And I'm okay with the Series D shares and the warrants that were associated with that, but the other dilution I was not okay with. But I wanted to give him a space to talk about it. You know what I mean? But instead, that motherfucker left me on red. Yeah, I'm not... Nile was actually moving in pre-market today, but I'm not fucking with Nile at all. One of my boys is, but like, well, he has been. I don't know if he still is. Hold on one second. My dad just wanted to make sure I was up for work. Yeah, thanks. Cool. Like, don't get me wrong, like, I really do believe in Mullen. I'm going to be real about the problems, okay? Instead of focusing on, like, complete vehicles, we should focus on mass-producing batteries and licensing the batteries out, because that would get us to profitability much faster than any other fucking way that they could run the business. Like, I'm telling you, it's low overhead, less risk, straight cash. Okay? So that's one thing that I think is bullshit. Now, the second thing is that by the time they do get to mass production, there's companies like ADN, and then, where is it? I have it written down because it's on my sheet. Or GWH, excuse me. So there's companies like ADN and GWH, which do not have any lithium whatsoever in their fucking batteries. Like, the GWH runs off salt water, iron, and that's it. And that's backed by Japan and Bill Gates. And then ADN just got like I said, an $823 million contract from Greece, and their market cap is like 122 million or 140 million or some bullshit like that. Here, we'll click on it. 133 or 134 million, approximately. So, like, I would rather than pump out fucking solid state batteries before they get outdated. Because by the time that, you know, like we're looking, we're going to get, like, reports from ADN. We're going to get reports from fucking, you know, whatever company, GWH. And that's what makes me nervous. That's what really makes me nervous. That's the only thing that makes me nervous on Mullen. It's a little bit frustrating because, like, as a business owner, it's like, bro, I see your fucking problem and I know exactly how you could fix it. Why aren't you fixing it? Like, all they have to do is just ramp up production of the battery. That's it. And they could become profitable within probably, like, 6 months. As fucked up as that is. As long as they secured licensing deals, I mean, that's fine. Everybody has their own opinion, bro. That's the best part about my channel, I feel like. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion. So, the thing about Mullen is that, like, the CEO's fucking around. They're diluting. However, I think that I think that they're going to do some type of, like, reverse merger type situation. So, alright. Tinfoil hat time, everyone. Real quick. Tinfoil hat time. Alright. I'm sure that everybody remembers that Mullen sent the vans to a telecom company in the southeast. Right? Now, this is the only company that would make sense with the Series D shares. And be a Fortune 500 company. So they're in Atlanta, so southeast U.S. They have one of the largest fleets in the U.S. And I forget their ranking on Fortune 500. Cox Enterprises F500 rank. Profits 55, stockholders equity 69, assets 134, and total revenues, it's they're towards the back. They're at 466, but profits, they're at fucking 55. That's a huge spread. Like, you would think that they would be a little bit tighter. So that, I mean, that's a good margin in my opinion. But I'm not the one steering that ship. Polestar? That's PSNY, right? You want that to hit 1150, and then the warrant, because the warrants on that exercise at 1150. I've already looked it up because I was considering playing it. Once the stock hits 1150, I'd want to be in the warrants personally. But that I'm a high risk, high reward type of trader. That's not going to be for everyone. It's definitely not going to be for everyone. Oops. On YouTube pops. Okay. What do you know what battery Polestar's using? You don't know how to buy warrants? Alright, so usually they just end in W or like .ws. So like I made a killer trade like a couple months ago on DWAC, let's say. Also, I'm thinking about taking a position in what is it? That one acquisition company, PGY. See, that's WW. PGY WW. Now you have to be on a professional brokerage. You like a Webull will not take it, but my E-Trade will. And I also have to have the high, like I believe the highest derivatives clearance as well. But this is supposed to be within $11.50 of that, essentially. So, in theory, it's undervalued already, like right out of the gate. It moves in like a weighted manner. It's really, really odd. But so I hit a DWAC trade though, right? DWAC got halted. It was like right when like the news dropped on it. I went to go take a position in DWAC, and DWAC halted. So I was like, do they have warrants? Because I trade derivatives. So I typed in DWAC W. Nobody was trading them. I got in at $1.10, and I ran that bitch up to $40 the next day. And if you don't believe me, I'm going to go ahead. I will go ahead and show you, because fuck it. I didn't top tick because I was afraid that I was being greedy. I just didn't want to feel greedy. Like I didn't want to like lose that. Like a lot of people were selling in here like the same day, but I just knew that it was going to keep running, being what it was. And I ended up selling over here like around $40 ish somewhere. I just felt like I definitely didn't top tick. I definitely didn't top tick. I mean, that's okay. You know what I mean? It is what it is. Profit's profit. I mean, that's still like 36,000 times what I put into. What was that? Yeah, 3,600 times the amount that I put into it. Oops. But if you're gonna want to like learn how to trade warrants, you're gonna want to like read up on them, because my definition of a warrant might be a little bit off. And I definitely don't want you to fuck up because I gave a bad definition. Look at this diving now. Alright. The dogs need me for something real quick again. Joshimi robot. This is completely out of topic. When I get a minute, can I please? Yes. Give me 1 second. That sucks. You missed DWAC. See, right now I would rather be in the warrants anyway. I'd still keep playing DWAC W instead of DWAC. Give me 1 second though. He's hopping all over me. You wanna go outside, dude? What's up? Alright, what are we looking at? XRTX. Okay, XRTX. Okay, so first of all, I'm only in a few FDA plays because I hate dealing with the FDA. Fundamentally, you need it to cross back over on top on the 4 hour. That's as simple as it gets. You would need it to cross up. Let's see what Vortex says. It was XRTX. So low float. I like that. Low cap, low float. Special meeting. Okay, whoa. What is a special meeting? Alright, so they did an offering, it looks like. They did an offering of 4.5 and change million shares. Okay, so they just submitted as well. Okay, so they didn't even get any result yet. This could be like this could be a huge play if they get approval. But they didn't get approval yet. Enterprise value is kind of flat. EBITDA is positive though. I like that. Their book value per share is going up. I do like that. And they're projected to bring in money as well. And their PE is expected to drop. Net debt is increasing, but that could be because of it costs money to make money. Their EPS is expected to go down next year. Bro, that's a tough one. How like deep are you in it? I mean, I can't give financial advice. Bella, that's enough. I can't give financial advice, obviously, but like just out of curiosity, how deep are you in it? It could. I'm saying it could be a huge play if they get approval. If they don't get approval, it's going down the gutter. You know what I mean? Let me go see what he's barking at. 1 second. Let me know what you're in it at. Come here, bub. Good boy. Sorry. My bad. 240. Oh, you're down a buck. How much faith do you have in this company? And how long have you been holding it for? Like, did you buy it on this? Like, did you buy it on like one of these rips? Or gap ups? Or have you been, like, in it for, like, a while? I'm in VTGN. I've made several videos about VTGN. You don't have to tell me. You don't have to ask me to look it up. I know what's up. I can look up the Ortex, but I know the play. Like I know the play. I'm in the play. I typically don't take plays that I'm not well familiar with. But yeah, I mean, like, I'm in VTGN, so I'm chilling. Yeah. See, they don't have options on VTGN, right? I could be wrong. I forget, but I don't think they do. Oh, no, they do. Can you imagine having a fucking put on VTGN when it dropped 85%? Also, look at the open interest right now on the fucking 1s and the 2.5s on VTGN. Just throwing that out there. Now, they're only like $2 a pop, but like... I don't know, that's interesting to me. Good morning there, Flex. How we flexing today, bud? Dude, I've been fucking live since like 4 a.m. because like as soon as the market opened, shit just started popping off, and then it's since calmed down. But like I was up and I just saw shit start going, so I just threw my screen up. 1 second again. Other dog. All right, Bowser, your turn. Yeah. Heaven 2 is nuts. Heaven 2 is fucking nuts. Alright. CRTD dropped news the other day, but I actually signed up for their product. It's like they have a good basis, but then they make you pay in order to go ahead and make money off them, which is really, really fucking odd. So I think that's going to turn a lot of people away. They're going to have to change that business model. But long term, I mean, if they get rid of that, like, pay to be a member, then they're still using, like, other people's content in order to go ahead and profit. Then they got something there. But right now they're not going to, they're not going to do shit. People would rather have their own blogs and make money that way. Carvana. The short interest on Carvana was very nice earlier. I showed it to you guys. I think it was like 35%, if I'm not mistaken. That would kind of hedge up my what's it called play as well. That would kind of hedge up my vroom play. I'm very, very bullish on Hellbiz. More area for Hellbiz. More of an area. They just expanded into Orlando, and now they expanded into Queensland, Colorado. For 12 months under contract. Okay, so you don't know a drug or drugs? Okay, hold on a second, bud. I got you. XR. I would never buy that much of a company at that high of a price tag unless I knew it inside and out. and I don't even want to like. I'm not even like trying to like bag on you, homie. Like it is what it is. It's just part of the way I invest. I'm very, very like data dependent. Progressive kidney disease. Okay, so something that gets worse over time. Our programs are designed to manage. Oh, I hate these alarms. Alright. Metabolism, reduce high uric acid, and slow progression of kidney disease. Okay. What's in the pipe? How many do we have in the pipe? I should say. 3. Is that it? So they have 3 in the pipe. Who are their holders? XRTX. I don't want to talk you in or out of a play, but like they only have 3 drugs and none of them are on market right now. Susquehanna, Virtu, UBS. I can't give financial advice, but that's not a play that I would take. I'm in this play. State Street, BlackRock, Vanguard. The big 3, as I like to call them, are the top 3 holders. Geode's in it. China and China investment. Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan, UBS, Charles Schwab, Susquehanna, Citadel, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, Goldman. I really like when teachers or like government agencies or whatever are going to be a part of like the holders. So this is the Teachers Insurance and Annuity Association. BNY Mellon. The Swiss National Bank, Goldman Sachs, California State Teachers Retirement System, Citigroup, State of Wisconsin Investment Board, Wells Fargo again, Credit Suisse, New York State Common Retirement Fund, Walleye, Raymond James, Jane Street, JP, MetLife, T. Rowe, Tower. I mean, like I could just keep reading these. Like it has backing essentially, and then if we go to their website, it's Sorrento Therapeutics. Shit. So notice this is your pipeline right here. You're preclinical in 1, and then you're in phase 2 on 2. Right? Where's the pipe? I forget. So application submitted in the US and Canada for emergency use on this. Emergency use in Mexico, Brazil, and Europe on this. It's submitted. Oh no, this is authorization, excuse me, in those areas. And then the application is in the US and Canada for this one. Yeah, that there. That's still coming along. Pending FDA clearance on this one. Some kind of trial in Brazil is going on. Again, preclinical, phase 1. This is something else. Waiting on FDA approval. Phase 3. Phase 1, phase 1, phase 1, phase 1. Basically, I guess we're waiting on this company, Immune Osina in Korea, and then Lee's Farm in China. And that has to deal with like cervical cancer and whatever that is, a CLC. I don't know what that is, to be quite honest. These are for tumors. Now, in partnership with the Mayo Clinic. I'm pretty sure that the Mayo Clinic is like not, like, I think that's non-profit, and they're gonna get like a lot of government money. These two already have, and this is oral as well. These already have FDA approval. This is up for FDA approval. This is in phase 3. Orphan designation. I don't know what that means, to be quite honest. Like, I guess high pain, epidural injection. And then these are going to be phase 1s. So you can just see like the broad difference in amount of drugs clearly. And then also these, they already have FDA approval. And I got it at a cheaper price than what you got that for. You know what I mean? So it's just like, now the fundamentals, you know, let me see what the overall is. So the market cap is just under $1 billion. What was XRTX? Because it's probably going to be cheaper, I would assume. Oh, wait. No, is XRTC, right? Oh, no. XRTX. XRTX. Yeah. I mean, it's a very small cap. If it goes, it could bang. But as far as the FDA goes, the FDA is another regulatory body, but you could lobby the FDA, which I think is fucked up. Like, it's not. It doesn't even come down to like who has the best drug. It's who pays for their drug to be on market. If that makes any sense at all. That's not true, Joshimi. Look at VTGN. Talk about collecting underpants. Yeah, no problem, dude. Of course. I mean, dude, I'm bag holding MULN and BBIG because I believe in them. It is what it is. I don't give a fuck. I'm not going to settle for a price tag that I think is, like, well under what I believe it to be. It's just not going to happen. I would rather, like, sleep under a bridge. Straight up. No, you're good. You're good. It just, like, went in direct line with, like, me making a shit, like, me making, like, the retrace, like, money on VTGN. Because this dropped all the way down, like, 14 and change. I highly doubt it stays down that low. Jeremy, I don't get that joke. Can you please elaborate? Your bridges were nice this time. Like, see what I'm talking about with the fucking warrants on PGYW? Jesus Christ. Trish is gonna be amped when she gets in here. And the low turnover rate again. Alright, dog at the door. 1 second. Good girl, baby. Get in here. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, I'd rather... I mean, you know what I meant. Like, I'd rather live under a bridge than fucking sell my BBIG or MULN for, like, way less than what they're actually worth. And, I mean, that's just fact. Like, it is what it is. Hold on 1 second. Do I think what is a squeeze candidate again? You have to be more detailed. Re-entered BBIG. I think that is an extreme. I personally think BBIG is extremely undervalued. So like, squeeze or no squeeze, I think that fundamentally it's undervalued. Take that as you will. And it never squeezed to begin with. What do you wait? Oh, okay, squeeze candidate. Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say she never like were to squeeze to begin with, but I think that is just so undervalued. It's fucking laughable. Yeah. We might... So here's the thing, though, Josh. On my channel, right? I like to go ahead and I like to stress the fact that, like, we could play any type of environment. So even if it is bad news coming from the Fed, then we just adjust and change course. But, to me, it's all about being versatile. So, like, I don't care what they say at the Fed. Like, it might just alter my decision making a little bit. That's it. What time is that? Is that at 2? Core durable coming up here. Ooh, pending home sales. That could actually be interesting. And then we have crude oil inventories right before the FOMC statement at 2. Watch out on Gush. Just throwing that out there. Watch out on Gush. But now that's a 2 times ETF though, so like heads up, like seriously. I can't wait for Trish to get in here. Like, see, like, I like to see other people make fucking good money. Like, that's definitely like one perk of doing what I'm doing. Is I get to like see other people make like nice sums of money. But then also I get a little bit of like, oh fuck, like I should have been in that play. But I genuinely like seeing other people make good money. So like, I don't know. It just is what it is. That's what. Okay. Yeah, bro. I'm happy that you commented, because a lot of people just chill in the background and don't make themselves a part of the channel. I want people's I want everybody's feedback. I want to make the channel like, as much as I don't care about people's feelings, I want to make it as inclusive as possible. But like, if you're soft, you're not gonna like my channel, because I don't give a fuck. If that makes sense. So it's like, I care to a certain extent, but at the same time, like, I'm down to agree to disagree whenever like there's like a hard, fork. But yeah. Oh, dude, on Friday, just so you know, on Friday, there was one of my subs was going to send myself and 3 other people to Vegas. Like, that, and that's on my Twitter as well. So, like, you could actually go back in time and check that out. TBLT was going through the roof, and at $9.99, we were going to Vegas, but it topped out at, like, $9.30 or $9.23 or whatever the fuck it was. So that kind of sucked. But if VTGN hits 50 cents this week, we're going to the Bahamas. Well, me and 3 others. And Z. One of my mods. So, like, I don't think that there's another community out there like mine that's giving away shit like that. 1 second. I don't know what the hell they want now. They already ate. What is it, baby? You want to eat again? Okay, we can eat again. Ah, fucking son of a bitch. Ah, fuck. Oh, that one hurt, guys. Oh. Almost done, guys. I smoked my fucking head off the fucking thing. my bad. Sorry. Again, they eat fresh food, so it takes a minute. Yeah, have a good one, homie. Oh, you know, what's the data looking like on Tblt? What's the Ortex looking at like right now? Because it should be T+2 after the tox of the dilution. No, that was like 2 days ago. That wasn't yesterday. That was the day before. So they dropped 100% short interest. That's it. Fuck, I'm pissed that I sold fucking as much as I did now. Son of a bitch. Unless I were to buy warrants with that money. Oh god, that'd be really high risk, high reward though on it. Oh, that might be a smart boy though. Fuck. Sorry I have this chart up. I have a mod that is pretty deep in this one. No warrants. This has been a very interesting, like, pre-market, I must say. Very interesting pre-market. We certainly don't see, like, these types of moves, like, on the daily. And we might just see, like straight up gap fills and MULN on BBIG. Well, I guess it wouldn't be gap fills. They would just be like retracements. But if they do that, then we might see a lot of different things squeeze. I am, Greg. I am. Thank you. Wait, why is it saying I can't send... Well, that was really weird. It was saying that I couldn't send anything to my own mod group. That was really fucked up. It said that I was no longer a member, like as if somebody booted me, but I'm like the only admin. Hold on one second, guys. Oh, no one was talking anyway. Guys, no matter what today ends up being like, please don't be like that, where it's like, you guys are like halfway there. Because I feed off you guys. If you guys are like mopey, right, I'm going to be mopey and like lame. I need you guys fucking fired up. Like, if not, then I'm essentially having a conversation with myself, and I don't want to do that. Retail didn't take kindly to filings, but the filings weren't bad. They delayed. All right, they delayed earnings and made Lisa King a. They fired her from her position, but then hired her under the CEO of ZVV Global. And then, like, they just kind of shuffled the deck a little bit. Essentially, like, it's not even like somebody was in here yesterday preaching that it was like bad news, but it wasn't even bad news. Bro, I have some money here that I'm really thinking about putting on it, but like I'm bag holding BBIG right now, but like it would DCA me to a point where it's like a lot more respectable. So I don't know. I see it retracing like pretty simply. Like I don't think that it would take much for Mullen or BBIG to gap back up or move back up, I should say. And TBLT's numbers are better than I thought they were going to be after that that offering. Exactly. Exactly. And honestly, hitting them with momentum, bro, could be dangerous. Hold on one second. I want to click on this real quick. Fucking A. They're gonna make me wait a day, I bet. Go EV. There's a few companies here that are just so like low key, like DSS. No, like nobody's following DSS. Bro, like, oh, that's the wrong company. DSS is trading at a 30 million market cap, and they're like a BBIG type setup where they like own a bunch of different companies. But they're like on some straight up take over the world type shit. Like, I'm not even joking. Like, the sectors that they're in, they could literally control life as we know it. Like blockchain, health, security, real estate. Like, it's scary. Smart homes, like, it's scary. And then they have a partnership with Allset, which is AEI. They actually already have a partnership. I bet you that they become a merge. I bet you at some point there's going to be a merger announced between Allset and DSS. Just throwing that out there. I can't guarantee anything, but I'm just throwing that out there. Like, that's my speculation of what happens. What up, V? Bro, the what's it called? The info on Tblt isn't even as bad as what I thought it was going to be. They're still 100% short on it. 150% short. Like, so I'm kind of pissed that I moved my position, but it is what it is. Eric Taylor, thank you very much for subbing. I need more people like Eric. Please sub. What up, Rich? Let's pack them in. Let's pack them the fuck in. Like, I need people in chat. I need people, you know, like following, like some of this DD that I come up with, guys. Let's be honest, like, it's pretty fucking solid, and I source absolutely everything. I source it right down to the company's, like, their legit website. That way you could actually go ahead for yourself and see on their actual website what something is and what something isn't, instead of, you know, reading, like, I don't know, Benzinga. You know what I mean? Like, yes, I have a small sub count, but that's because of the advertisement monopoly that's kind of going on. It's a sad fact. Did anybody else buy Snapchat? I know yesterday someone said that they did. I only sold half of mine. But honestly, bro, you didn't even paper hand. You didn't even paper hand. And let me tell you why. Okay? Because today we got the T+2 information from the filing that they filed 2 days ago about the the dilution. Okay? So with that being said, we still have short data. Like, the data is still there for, you know, a tremendous short squeeze. So, like, in all honesty, like, you protected your profits. I protected my profits, and I made it a free play. I took, like, a little over half off, and I took a little bit off of it, and I made it a free play. But I still have, now I have a couple grand worth of dry powder to drop on something if I really want to. But we'll see. I might just straight up throw into the warrants. I don't know. The warrants would be much riskier, but then that would only be one chart that I'd have to watch almost. So, like, I don't know how I want to play it. I also made a list of, like, value plays, like, long term, like, for, like, retirement that I would like straight up stock, and I was looking for entries on those, so I am going to also do that as well. And if you guys want to watch that playlist of my value, like what I intend on investing in, go to the playlist that basically just says retirement on it. There's like 7 videos in there. You could skip the first one. The first one's kind of like an intro. You go right to the FOA one. The FOA one is the one that would protect my downside. So I'll just pull it up just so you guys have it. So FOA is going to be like a company that will, how do I phrase it? A company that will go ahead and do refi mortgages. So in essence, they'd be fine with, you know, with hikes. If they don't get paid, they're just going to take the property, which, you know, honestly is fine too. I mean, not for the person that's giving out the property, but, you know, for the company or for the business. ARVL is on there, GWH is on there, ADN is on there, VRM is on there, and DSS is on there. Oh, and I really like, what is this? HEPS. I really like it. I don't know. It might be like a YOLO type of play, but it has a lot going for it. A lot going for it. And I also did buy I only bought like 1 share. I bought the Snap, like the drop in Snapchat. Like the stuff on my phone, we're talking like baby bucks. The stuff on my computer, that's the shit that I actually care about. Yeah, so like, but anyways, I would not say that you paper-handed. I would not say that you paper-handed whatsoever. We could have woken up to a bloodbath, in all honesty. And this could very quickly turn into a bloodbath as well. I want everyone to be aware of that. This could turn into an options trap. Who reports today? Hold on a second. I have it here on my phone. Today's Wednesday, right? Yeah. Hilton, Spotify, Facebook, Boeing, Ford, Etsy, Qualcomm, Teladoc, and Shopify. All today. And then tomorrow, Apple, Pfizer, MasterCard, Intel, Amazon, Altria, Roku, and Merck. I think tomorrow is going to be insane. Like today it could be pretty telling, but tomorrow they could just completely shift it. Like I might leave some dry powder for tomorrow to see if they sink the market one last time. But then they could also rip it, and then I'd be beat. So, like, it's 6 in one hand, half a dozen in the other. It's kind of just a guessing game. But keep in mind that Microsoft and Google both missed on the top and bottom lines, and the market's way up. That doesn't make any sense. Like, that should not be how it is. Let's look at futures. Bitcoin slightly up. Europe up 0.77. Dow is up just under 0.5. S&P is up almost 1%. 0.93. NASDAQ literally unch. NASDAQ 100 up 1.66%. Oil up almost 1%. I wish you the best with that position, Haley. We really might see a we really might see a like a sharp move upwards. A very, very sharp incline. Like as steep as the drop off was, we might see an incline on it. MULN, I think, was worse, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, I could be wrong though. No, actually, no. BBIG was worse yesterday. It was a 20% loss, if I'm not mistaken. Like, watch option chains, guys. Like, be very, very aware of that kind of shit. Like, options chains are very, very telling. Like, look at this option chain. This is on GoEV. Calls. Bang, 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 bang. Puts. Oh, sorry. Puts. Not nearly as much pressure on the downside. They got news. They got an order from fucking Walmart last week. They got notified from the U.S. Army that they were gonna conduct trials using their van. Like, they got really good news, guys. Really good news. I know that this was on my list. I just want to bring it to the top. I think that it's gonna be like a this and DSS could be like huge gambles that pay off. But DSS literally is either a scam or they're prepping to take over the fucking world. It's scary. In a way. Like, they're literally talking about health, real estate, security, blockchain, investing, just so many AI different things. It's like so many like low overhead things. And then HEPS is like, I want to say Amazon for the Middle East. A while back, Haley. See, I'll be honest, my knowledge of BBIG is not nearly the amount of my one friend's, because he has a much heavier stake than I do in BBIG. So, me talking about BBIG, I feel stupid, because I bet you that he would watch it, and he would be like, no, this is wrong, that's right. You're gonna want to say this, and that. And it, like, I just don't want to make a video on it, I guess, if it, like going in a deep DD. I mean, like, I might do like a, hey guys, calm down type video. I mean, fuck, we could do that right now if you guys really want to. I just feel like there's just so much going on with it. Like, it's not like as bad as what they're making it out to be, but like, I don't know as much as like my friend does, and if that's the case, then chances are there's creators out there that know more than I do. And I don't even want to step into that genre. Yeah, like I'm not letting go of my BBIG. I think that they realized after bringing it down so much, like, holy shit, these guys like really aren't going anywhere. Does that make sense? Like, she's crying again. 1 second. Bella, what do you want from me, babe? You want to go outside again? You just want to go bark at your neighbors. Don't you? Go ahead. Go bark. Yeah, as far as it goes, I think that now we're kind of shooting ourselves in the foot. But originally, it all started by the SEC delaying the dividend. If the SEC didn't delay the dividend, then everything would be gravy. But the SEC is what caused like this, like the mayhem almost. $847. Wait, you think what could squeeze again? Because what are you talking about? What squeezed? I don't recall anything squeezing. So I don't understand why you're saying again, because that just kind of throws me off. Unless you're talking about GameStop. And like AMC was like a gamma squeeze. It wasn't like a full-on short squeeze. I mean, yeah, some shorts did cover, but it wasn't like a full-on short squeeze. TYDE up 5% pre-market. Guys, TYDE is under $1 as well. Keep that in mind. And TYDE to me is going to be like a squeeze inside of a squeeze. Like, most of the float is held by people that are, you know, like BBIG holders. So with that being said, is like most of the people are fucking battle tested. Like they've. Let me turn the lights on a little bit brighter now. I could probably handle it now. Early on, I wasn't able to handle it. Like, we're talking about like battle-tested apes now. Like, we're not talking about like, you know, people that just pop in. And we're talking about a company that's gonna be first, like a first mover. They're gonna have first movers advantage on like marketing for Web3. Do you know how, like, alright, so first of all, marketing is an extremely low overhead business. I know I say it every day and it's very repetitive, but I have a lot of people that just pop in and out of my channel and I don't know who hears it, who doesn't. So, like, you have people that, like, it's just such a low overhead business. Like, all of their activities are basically going to be paid for by the company that's you know, hiring them in order to go ahead and do whatever, you know, like marketing program that they're doing or marketing package. It's going to include branding. It's include, you know, like their advertisements and things of that nature. Like, having a head start is not going to be a bad thing. I think it would be very, very foolish to think it would be a bad thing, actually. Yeah, of course I do. I stopped playing options on them, though. I was playing options for a little bit, and I made a lot of money playing options on them. I lost a lot of money too, but I made more than I lost. So I mean, that's your net is like really what matters to me. I did get greedy once, really, really bad. I'll be fair, and I'll admit that. However, again, I'm still up. So it's what it is. I just realized that I could make more on stocks that were less manipulated, just because less of retail was in them. It's fucked up, but like they manipulate charts so much harder when retail gets in them. Like TBLT was not like that manipulated in the beginning of the squeeze. Okay, REVLON. When we started squeezing that, REVLON was not that, like, it was not that manipulated. And then all of a sudden, like, it just started getting fucking, like, really, really weird. So, like, I'm just, like, making plays elsewhere. Also on the Qs, like, Qs up, Qs down, UVXY. Mainly the Qs, like the TQQ, the SQQ. And that just takes me moving my hands like this and looking over here real quick. And just bang. It's kind of cool. That's why I like how I have this set up. Like, I don't know if I would. I've never ran 2 screens before, so I don't know. I think I could do it off 1 tower. Like, I don't think I would need a second tower, but I already have another monitor. I just need the stand in the back. And then I would need a professional webcam, because like that's another reason why I'm using this. It's because it has a webcam like right attached to it. Just so you guys know, in case one of you guys hits fucking incredibly huge today, those items are both on my wish list that I have attached to chat. ENDP is gonna go for 60 cents, you think? See, for me, that was just like a quick scalp. Because everybody started to go into EVFM. Oh, I could see that happening easy. Oh, look at a crot. Wait, hold on a second. This might be extra spicy. So this is a 4-hour. You want it to clear about 53 cents. And then you actually might get a run. You're going to hit the 200 at about 60 cents even. But watch when you hit the 200 on the 4-hour. Like, watch when you hit 60 cents. You might take a sharp bounce down, and then it might bounce back up, which would be a good spot to scalp if you were scalping. But like, I'm definitely not going to go ahead and vouch for scalping, because I don't know people's skill level. I don't know, like, if I was trading it individually and we were watching my chart, and it would be totally illegal, so we're not even going to like look at it. But like, if I was just like, okay, I'm selling, I'm buying, I'm selling, I'm buying, like, that would be illegal, first off, so I'm not going to do it. But, like, chances are, like, we do pretty good. But, like, I don't know everyone else, like everyone's skill level in here, and I don't mean any offense. I don't mean any offense at all. I've just been trading for 8 years, and the last 2 of those 8 years, I've been like literally like immersing my life into finance and the economy. So like I just feel as if like I'm pretty accurate with my snipes and my exits. Yeah, like I don't want to sound like a douche by saying something like out there. You know what I mean? Like I've been doing this for a long time, and I don't know how long other people have been doing it. Everyone's gonna be on a different level. MVST up another fucking 3%. They ripped yesterday, and then they came right back down. And then the day before, I believe they went up like 18%. I'll tell you how many we're at. We're gaining. We're certainly gaining, bro. Like now that I'm getting traction, it's moving a lot quicker than it was, because at first it was fucking painful. I just got an alert that ETH is up 3% in like 3 hours or something like that. It gives me timelines. I kind of scrolled right past that one by accident. Studio. I'm at 436 right this second. So I'm a little under halfway there. So if you guys don't mind, if you guys haven't subbed already, guys, just please sub. It doesn't hurt. Like we don't bite. And like literally you could shut it off. You could shut off notifications so we don't even fucking bother you. If it comes down to it like that bad. I think that, you know, we have a pretty cool community though, and I'd like to think that my DD is pretty relevant. So I don't know why you would want to shut that or shut the notifications off. However, you can if you want to. And it would still help me. But more importantly, please share along with subbing. Like, share so you're, you know, like stocks that your friends might be interested in that I did a video on. Give them the link. You know what I mean? Like, chances are I've covered every single like major stock that anybody's gonna be interested in right now. Like, chances are. I didn't do one for HEPS. That's one I didn't do for. And I didn't do one for PGY. I didn't do one for that acquisition. PGY is kind of like a momentum play, guys, so heads up. They were almost out of shorts yesterday. Like, they were almost out of short interest. Let's see. PGY. Lopsided to the buy side. July 27th, so today. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on. We have a short squeeze trigger today that went off. Oh no, wait, no. Sorry, I apologize. That was on the first, and it was recommended holding days are 10. And that was for like 145% return, I believe it said. Right? Or no, it says July 27th right there. Mean return 170%. I mean, I don't know if I trust that or not. But that's what it says. However, look how low the short interest is. Like, there's no shorts like left. However, look at the cost to borrow. So the cost to borrow is there, but like, it's, you want, if you're in the play, you want there to be like very, very low overhead. Or overhead turnover. Excuse me. Sorry, I was thinking about TYDE still. You're gonna want the turnover to be very, 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 very low on PGY. Like, for being up as much as it is, 8% isn't terrible. Yesterday, it went all day, and it was like 9%. It was insane. And it ran as much as it did. It ran, it actually ran higher than that at one point. It was like up to 100%. But it did come down. And the turnover ended up, you know, being a little bit higher than what it was. However, as I just showed you, like, it's saying short squeeze, but there's not that many shorts to squeeze. So you're gonna be like really dependent on that turnover percentage, because if that turnover percentage goes, and now you're out of shorts, then it's gonna become like a race to, you know, top tick, if that makes sense. And then if you get downward pressure from people selling, then it's just gonna be like a self-fulfilling prophecy of it going down. If I go into those, like, rants, just, I don't know, say something. Say something to get me, like, thinking. Or off of it. Because, like, I could rant. Like, your boy worked in fucking phone sales and operated a phone sales business. I could talk. I could talk about a whole lot of, like, nothing for a long time. And it would, like, the screwed up part is it would, like, actually, like, make sense. TTOO has FDA approval for a breakthrough medical device, and it's been trading down since. Now we're getting a little bit of green, so that's interesting. EDIT could be a full-blown short squeeze, as well as RGS. RGS is a little bit too close for comfort, though, in my opinion. I think that we let it get a little bit too close. EDIT, they were at like $11.80 so that should still be a go. Yeah, I'd have to run it again. I don't really want to run the whole thing again, unless anybody plans to enter those. Like, if somebody plans to enter those, I will go ahead and I will do a full blown like workup. Man, my sinuses are killing me. See, my issue with that is like, what happens when, like, we hit the max supply on Bitcoin, and the merge happens, and there's no more ETH, and it becomes deflationary. That's one thing that bothers me about the Maras and the Riot blockchains and like the MicroStrategies. Well, I guess not MicroStrategies as much, but like the companies that are like actively mining it. You know what I mean? I don't know if he's in here yet or not. It's one of the mods. He mentioned that Emerson's majority-owned subsidiary AspenTech announced an agreement to acquire metals and mining software. I don't know if he meant like a cryptocurrency or not. I mean, at least you guys now know my thoughts on that stuff. I do not like Bitcoin at all. I'm going to be very, very clear as well. I'm not a fan of Bitcoin whatsoever. today's gonna be fucking exciting. Even if it goes to the downside, I think like some things will absolutely still rip. You guys just can't shut down on me if it does. Like, ask me about ways to make money to the upside, like how you could make ways or make money to the upside, or to the like as the market's going down. Excuse me. So if the market's not going down or up, like ask me how I would be making money, like going to the short, like going to the bottom side. You know what I mean, or something like along those lines. Like, don't just like shut down completely and get miserable, please. Because then it makes my day a lot longer. Because then I'm sitting here having conversations with myself all day. Not fun. Plus, I'm sure you guys would like rather learn how to like make money going to the downside as well. It'd be like a kind of like a good like life tool to have. If you don't already know. Chances are you probably do. If you're in like, if you've been here for a while, chances are you already do. And if you are new, then if you haven't subbed, hop in, sub, let me know, and we can talk about it. Like, let me know if you guys want to cover certain topics. Like, I hate making, what's it called? I hate making short videos, so, like, just because I feel like they're just way too scripted. Like, I have to sit there and I have to, like, think about what I'm going to say before I'm going to say it. I'd rather just kind of, like, shoot off the hip. Which is why, like, I'm not making, like, an options course or this, that, or the third. Like, I'd rather just sit here and tell you guys, like, live. You know what I mean? That the only thing that I've been doing, and that's in order to get new subs, is making short videos on updates of, like, popular stocks. That's it. EDIT, or no. Oh, what the hell is that? VTGN has been one, as well as TBLT. As of late, those are the two most popular by far. And I won't make AMC or GME videos, and I'll tell you why. Most people that watch AMC or GME videos are going to go ahead and typically go for the content creator with the most amount of subs. I mean, like, I've tried, and I've like actually deleted videos because like I just felt like it would be a negative impact on my algorithm. Like, I was getting bad feedback even though it was correct info. I don't know. I didn't think that was kind of like, that wasn't really that apish, you know. I thought it was ape help ape, you know what I mean? But it is what it is. So I've just kind of stayed in my lane and stuck to these plays that we've been absolutely fucking like murking. Hmm. 21 minutes, guys. 21 fucking minutes. 21 long minutes. And then again, remember, after the bell... Actually, no, throughout the day, because it doesn't have times, okay? Throughout the day, we can expect earnings from... Hilton, Spotify, Facebook, Boeing, Ford, Etsy, Qualcomm, Teladoc, and Shopify. Tomorrow's are even worse, though. Like, it's kind of heavier on the indices, in my opinion. Tomorrow, again, is Apple, Pfizer, MasterCard, Intel, Amazon, Altria, Roku, and Merck. Do I have a dog outside? Hold on one second. I think I have one of my dogs outside. Yeah, I do. One sec. Go girl, baby. I'm sorry I left you out here. You're not going out, Bobby. You're going out. Ignore this line. Never draw like this ever in your entire lives. Again, ignore this line. Never draw like this in your entire lives. We're on my parabolic line, actually. Very, very key level, but look at the RSI. The RSI is a fucking 13, guys. A fucking 13. I might want to fucking buy again. Oh, no. No, that wouldn't be wash rule. Never mind. TBLT. TW limit extended hours 25 Just saying. Oh, God. The amount of, like, double ups and, like multi-baggers is just absolutely, like, not fair. And I kind of feel bad for other communities that do not have this type of, like, accuracy. Actually, no, I don't feel bad for them. Fuck them. Because I mean, they're using institutional money to advertise with, so fuck them. But otherwise, I would feel bad for them. Just under 12. Actually, let me see if there's... Sometimes they don't deliver the FTDs with the fucking report, which kind of pisses me off, but... Yeah, they might have not delivered the FTDs yet. Sometimes they, like, wait on the FTDs for whatever reason. Guys, remember this green line here is my potential parabolic line that I drew up like 2 weeks ago. Or like a week ago. Might have been Friday. I'm not sure. But it reacted off of it twice so far. Just as it was supposed to. I don't even want to look at it. If I'm right, I'm just going to laugh. I'm just like screwing around here. I want to look at my like stats and stuff. Oh man, nobody wants me to chart anything in specific, right? Like, are we just kind of just chilling here for the next 13 minutes? Right? That could be 3 of those soldiers as well, above my my potential parabolic line, I should call it. And that was my cut point. But now that I made my play free, I don't give a fuck. I'm just gonna let it ride. Like, I'm literally just playing with house money right now. Guys, don't fall for a potential, like, scam coin, if you guys, like, screw with crypto, called Financial Piggy. Okay, my YouTube is getting spammed with it. So do not screw with that thing called, like, Financial Piggy. Oh, man, I love this. Oh, super trend. Here we go. Push. Come on. Oh, man. Super trend. Pushing on the VWAP. It's going to face a hard resistance line. That red dotted line is a hard resistance line. We're at 153% more than the previous 28 days on subs. So in the last 28 days, I gained 231 subs. Not bad, not bad. I could always use more though. I'm not at monetization. So if you are sitting here and you are, just chilling, watching, enjoying, right? Like the accuracy of these lines. Like if you're sitting here and enjoying the accuracy of these lines, like please throw me a sub. Pretty please. I think I deserve that. Like if you guys are gonna sit here and like enjoy the lines and enjoy my DD. Like goddamn. Did you know that like 30% of my audience is not subscribed? Like 30% of like my watch time is actually it's like 36% or 33% of my entire watch time is full of unsubscribed people. Like that kind of is a kick in the nuts. I'll be honest. We didn't get the MACD over on top. In order to do like anything. And guys, I brought up like earlier. It was a potential short squeeze candidate that we just kind of like found on Ortex at like 4 in the morning. So yeah, just keep in mind we work. That is a larger company by market cap. Just keep that in mind as well. I could definitely see a sharp retracement happening on BBIG and MULN. And that might cause a stir in just about everything on this list right here. They got the bottom, of course. Look at DSS right after I fucking started talking about it. I'm keeping it though. Like I don't even care if it comes up and drops and like I'm just gonna hold it. I don't care. The research that I've done leads me to believe that they are going to like attempt to take over like a lot of business. It's almost like a fucking monopoly. Tblt. Come on, bust through that trend. Go ahead. This is one of the lines that I told you guys to never draw, ever. And look how accurate it is. And this is... You're not supposed to draw lines like this. I've just picked it up by drawing and charting as much as I have. Got you. Oh. GME. 98.08. They might... This is what I've been telling everybody because of the price tag of it. Okay? They might literally cause a series of, like, pseudo squeezes and slowly but surely suck the shorts out of GameStop and cover the any potential synthetics. I have to do the quote unquote because but because the options are cheaper, it's going to cause a lot of retailers to FOMO into them. It's like you know how AMC squeezes like the gamma squeezes and you just see the options change just to light up. Like it has now become 4 times easier in order for GME to do that. Try to think about it like that. It is now 4 times easier compared to what it was in order for GME to do that. It kind of makes me want to trade options on GME because I know you guys are going to drop the ball. I'm long on GME, but I know that you guys are going to drop the ball. A lot. Not you guys in specific, but a lot of retail is going to drop the ball. A lot of retail investors that aren't experienced in options are going to just, buy YOLOs and be unrealistic. And, I would be realistic with my share, or, I would say, fuck it with my shares and, let them go to 0, but then I would just make money on options. Oh, I'm holding MULN, dude. Fuck yeah. You already know. I'm not letting it go. I am not letting it go. Let them pry it for my dead, cold fingers. Straight up. I might want to invest more in DSS. Fuck. But I don't know if I want to use that account. Decisions, guys. $47. How many cents is that? I could sell. Fuck, I can't sell that. God damn it. I have to sell a whole dollar worth. I'm not gonna sell that. This is like a public account that I'm trying to do $5 to 1,000, but it's taking a little bit longer than I'd like. I mean, to be expected though. I also have like 5 of my $15 that I have in here on fucking a 2x bowl ETF on cannabis. Yeah, it is what it is. Fuck it. TYDE looks beautiful. Have you seen the most recent? Yeah, it's like, Jeremy, what was it, bud? We just looked. I think it was 13 or 11 something, 12. It was in between like 11 and 13, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. We just pulled it up, just like within like the last like 3 minutes. You just have to just rewind. But yeah, just remember on TYDE, like most people that have it are fucking battle tested apes. That's the best part. That's one of the best parts in my opinion. Yeah, so Jeremy, that goes back to like we trade off data here, as you know. We are data dependent. Yeah, taking into consideration human psychology, like crowd psychology, reverse psychology tricks that they've been doing, statistics off news, like, but as far as like people on Twitter, I don't give a fuck what they say. Unless it's like exchange reported, I don't care. Like if they go ahead and they say they like I don't know, say that they like source like Stonko tracker, like I'll just laugh. All right, we have about 20 seconds here. Let's go. Everyone stretch out. Green, green, green. See that? Green, green, green. Green right here. Wow, everything's fucking green on my chart. That's wild. Okay. Everything except for TBLT. Go ahead. Almost everything is fucking green on my chart. This is wild. The bulls are in it again. They might scalp today, though. And then tomorrow, they might... Oh, man. So, guys, just watch out on option traps. Unless you guys could PDT, right? Just be very, 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 very careful. Like, you don't want to, like, get caught PDTing. But, like, you... Because you would eat a lot of theta if you had contracted Friday. So... All I'm saying is if you're day trading, make sure that, like, you're not going to violate PDT on yourself. If it's on Market Watch, I don't trust it. Market Watch is like literally like in cahoots with a hedge fund if they're not a hedge fund themselves. Market Watch, connection to hedge fund. I just remember doing the research on this once. It's not what's it called, Apollo, because Apollo is Yahoo. Wait for a spin. JP Morgan. Maybe JP Morgan. When I type in Market Watch connection to hedge fund, JP Morgan's the first thing that popped up. Just saying. I mean, I don't know. Are we gonna go for a double bottom? GME is holding on to 33 after just lost it. A lot of movement on it though. Spy, come on, baby. Up, up, up. My God. PGY is ripping, guys. Again. Not moving too violently right this second on TBLT. The volume at... Okay, it was doing much higher volumes the last couple days. Like we were already well into the millions, right? Like Just saying. We're well into the millions. Just take that as you will. I don't know how you want to take it, but just take it. TYDE is up almost 10% right now. How's VRM doing? I have a pretty large holding in VRM. Ugh. Oh, okay. I flip-flopped those two for a second. I thought it was down. It's pretty much flat. I have a decent holding in MNTS as well. That's green. PGY just got halted. Was that to the upside or downside? That was to the downside. It got halted. Oh, ooh. That's gonna be interesting. Okay, so it's at 1953. I gotta text Trish because she's in it heavy, and I feel like she should know. Just that one of my mods called it out the other day. It was like cheap as fuck, and like I saw it running, and I was kind of pissed off. Because I was thinking about taking a position because of how cheap it was, and I ended up not. But the fundamentals, I believe, looked good on it, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, man. I forget why we liked it. Z's the one that called it out. Z's been hammering plays as of lately. He did, like, he's mentioned a few. Yeah, I know. Yeah, Jeremy, I actually just said that like 2 seconds ago. VTGN is barely down. So I really don't know too much to answer your question, Mike. It crossed my mind to get into it the other day, but now I feel like I was chasing it, to be quite honest with you. That's just me, but I do that a lot. Where it's like I feel like I won't get into a play, and then I'll end up missing a play just because I feel like I'm too late to it already. But that's just because I want to be the play. I don't want to chase the play. WP Carey announces approval merger by. Why is my screen doing that? WPC got news. Sorry, like my screen's being fucking really weird. All right, there we go. All right, so Dave is ripping. Yeah, see, I don't want to. I'm gonna be pissed off if I pull up Dave. I'm very happy that you guys are making money on it. I could have got into it like last week, and I didn't. So that's why I'm like, I'd rather look at something that I'm currently like about to make some like serious money on. You know what I mean? Because I don't know that play inside and out, if that makes sense. Like I don't know that play like as much as I know like a TBLT or a TYDE or a REVLON or VRM or ADN or like. Right now I'm sticking to plays that I know because I feel like the bottom's already in, and I feel like shit's gonna hit the fan at any point in time. I want my money, all of my money, in the best places that it could work for me, I guess, would be the term. TYDE up 30%? Jesus Christ. Let's go. See, I'm not chasing on TYDE. I have a good chunk of TYDE. A damn good chunk of TYDE. Oh, yeah. She wants to go nuclear. Oh, I actually have Dave warrants. Why did I buy a Dave warrant? That's funny as shit. I don't know why I would have bought this because it was so cheap. Maybe I just had extra money in this account. I don't know, but I actually have a Dave warrant in this account. It's literally worth 8 cents, but if Dave ends up doing something, it might actually be worth something. AQST, I think, has earnings today, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, confirmed. No, never mind. It's confirmed after close on the 2nd. My apologies, fam. My apologies. See, that makes me think about Labu. Labu. And I would have been in this yesterday. Okay, this is slightly up. Okay, if Biofarm is going to start to go, right, Labu is a 3 times bull on Bio. Just saying. Not financial advice. Just literally just laying it out there. Take it as you fucking will. I'm considering buying a Labu. Diversified Energy announces acquisition of Appalachian Plugging Company. Plugging Company, does that have anything to do with like EVs? And what if those two are running? Look at TNXP, and I think it's NRXP. Oh, that's a London Stock Exchange. Okay. Go EV, 350. Tblt, slightly down still. Well, down, actually, I'm sorry. It's down 8%. TYDE is fighting. TYDE looks like she wants to go. Remember, TYDE is already up 30% today as well. Go. We need to clip 121. That would be the intraday high. Ooh, TBLT's getting a shot. Chilling at $5 right now. TBLT or TYDE looks like it wants to go. the best part, in my opinion, on Tide is that, like, again, these are shares that are going to be mostly, if not completely, held by apes. Okay? Where's the ceiling? In a true short squeeze, okay? There is no fucking ceiling. There is no, it's an infinity squeeze. Whoever decides to go ahead and pull out first, right? Like, that's gonna be that could create a floor. Okay, Rogers and Shaw extend outside date of proposed merger, SJR. So SJR just caught news. Go Tide. Go, 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 go. 133. We're up 50%. Run, you motherfucker. Just go. I don't even want to, like, look at it right now. Just fucking go. Just go. Like, how many people do you think are actually selling Tide? Like of apes, right? Like, true apes that, like, have held on BBIG for this long. How many people do you think are actually selling Tide at 144 when BBIG is, you know, at 79 cents? The only excuse that I could even think of is that they, like, don't know enough about Tide and they're selling it in order to just buy BBIG, which I guess you would, you know, consider somewhat acceptable. But I mean, I don't know. Like, this is a squeeze inside of a squeeze. Wait, did this halt? Okay, so my meme screen here is green now. Did Tide halt? Where the fuck is my Tide? It either halted or I'm fucking frozen. I'm probably halted. HLBZ is green. XRP is green. I love it. Bella, what was that about? Why did you freak out like that? You okay? Oh, she scared the shit out of me. Carvana has short squeeze numbers, guys. Throwing that out there. It was like on the short extreme list this morning at like 4 a.m. Okay, now I'm kind of feeling happy that what's it called? That I made this a free play. Good morning, Serena. How are you today? Hope you are doing fan-fucking-tastic. Tide halt? Yeah, I figured Tide was halted. Let me know when it unhalts. Alright, Belle's crying. Give me 1 second, guys. I gotta be a good dog dad for a second. We want to get these crossovers, obviously. I mean, you guys... Ooh, super trend right there. It might disappear. It's looking like it's a cup and handle, but it's got to fill this gap, honestly. 1 second. What's up, babe? What can I do for you? Come on. Show me what I can do for you. What can I do for you? You want outside? Okay, we can go outside. back up. You weren't asking. Your sister was asking. Got it. That a girl, Serena. Yeah, I remember you saying that. I'm fucking amped for you. I'm really happy that I took off my original investment in Tblt, but I still have exposure to it. So I profited like a nice chunk, and now I just have like a couple grand on Tblt. I wish they were in warrants though. It's my only downside. I wish that I moved them over to warrants. I was definitely second guessing myself this morning though, in pre-market. Go EV, come on, pop, pop, pop. I wish we filled that gap. Guys, remember, there's barely any fucking volume on this HEPS. The Ortex is jacked on it. There's no data coming through for some reason. It has tons and tons of institutional backing. It's just an oddball play. An oddball play. And it's super, super cheap. Low market cap. Low percentage available on float. I mean, one can argue that MULN and BBIG may both retrace. At least that would be my argument. At least, I mean, shit. We're talking about a day where Apple and Tesla are both over 2% up. I wouldn't go too far in case PGY does something nuts, because then you're going to want to, take a look at your warrants. Because your warrants are going to move in a weighted manner. Remember I was telling you about them? So, like, 1 minute it could be worth, like, $1. The next minute it could be worth 50 cents. The next minute it could be worth, $1.50. You know what I mean? So just, like, I would keep as much of an eye on it as possible. What's TYDE doing? What's TYDE doing? Don't do that to me. Yes. Woosah. I want to pull it up on my thing right here. There we go. I have more indicators set up on this one than the other one. It's probably going to get halted again. I feel like it's really not even do that much volume. It just... Look at the inflow versus the outflow. 1.4 million difference. Alright, let's move up. Move up, move up, move up. We're just killing the RSI off. Not a big deal. Here we go. Engulf that shit. Engulf it. All the way up. All the way up. Come on. Engulf. It's only got 15 seconds to do it. I don't know if it's going to. I cooled the RSI off a little bit. We're still at around 70 though. $0.78. We'll round up. We'll say 79 cents on BBIG. It's crazy. $0.78. Oh my god. Sorry guys, I had to update that. You know, gotta keep a clean record. One second. You really want to go outside now, dude? One after the other. Go. Go ahead. Run it up. Run it up. Where are all the people that saw that Go EV, like, got a 4,500 van order from Walmart? Where are those people? Spies over 395. TYDE is just getting hit on resistance right now. Just chewing through supply, I'm thinking. QZF 301. Spies at 395. Bitcoin to 21.5 and ETH to 1,500 probably. Forming a cup. If it just forms like a small, like little cup and handle, and then just blast, like we're gonna get halted again. And the RSI is probably gonna get blown out. Mm, 13 to the VWAP. Go. Send it. Send it. Send it up. Now I wonder if it's gonna get slapped here or not. Or even here. We're doing volume with that 13 at the VWAP. Waiting on that handle. Belle, chill out, babe. Unless we're doing barks for big candles. Barks for big candles. Let's go. Where my dog's at? Go ahead. Blast, blast, blast. Right into a halt. Blast up. Come on. My target right here is $2. I don't want it to stop right here. Go. Run it. Run it. Run it. Run it. Oh, come on. Don't top out. We are hot on the RSI, though. MACD twist. It would make sense for it to come down. It might even, I don't know. I don't see it going past here, but it might actually go all the way down to the 48. It'd make more sense for it to stop like in this area, like from a fundamental point of view, obviously. All we need to do is burn a candle sideways, and then we should be able to twist up. Judging by that look. Clearfield closes acquisition of Nestor Cables Oy, a leading European developer and manufacturer of fiber optic cable solutions. NASDAQ CLFD. If anybody's trading like news. I'm more along the lines of just kind of like riding out these trades that I'm currently sitting in. I'm chilling. I'm chilling like a villain. The only thing I'm down in right now is Tblt. But honestly, Tblt is just like, how do I phrase it? To me, that's just retail figuring the paperwork out, even though they should have already done that by now. That should have been done like as soon as they dropped the paperwork the other day. That's a very tight range. Just saying. Yeah, I drew that very, very tight. I should have went from green to green, but that wasn't finished developing yet, so that's why I didn't. Positive clinical results for Blue Jays. That's something that we've been talking about on here. At least Greg has. BJDX just got positive, or a good test, I guess. Good test results. It doesn't say anything about the FDA in there, though. So that's might be a little bit, like, something like look into, I guess. But if all of these biofarm plays are gonna run, Labu might be the play because that's a bowl times 3. That's if GovX is still running TNXP, like, and RXP, I think it was. Like, they were just all like upwards bound. So that would make it, you know, a potential that, you know, Labu might do better. Mike Matthews says Mogo is a great play. I don't know what Mogo is. Oh, did not mean to do that. We're waiting for a pop. Lucky's at the door. Let's see if we get the pop right here-ish. Maybe one more candle. $60 on the RSI. Tblt looks like she might be turning around a little bit, guys. I'm just looking at the percentages. I'm not looking at the chart, obviously. Biggie might follow Tide. I like that. I could really go for that. The account could really go for that. Straight up. I'm so sick of like having I will continue to hold it until I feel comfortable, but like I'm sick of hemorrhaging Mullen and BBIG just because I feel like I'm that convicted in the trade. I should have drawn from this green to this green. Or that green, actually. It'd be a pretty similar line, though. DSS is at 4%. Snap, what are we doing on Snap? I did buy the dip on Snap. Tide. Pop? Oh, it wants to. It looks like it wants to, at least. I have to do something over here. Oh, no, I can't. Shit. Oh, shit. BBIG looks like it had an inverse head and shoulders. See, I'm sure everybody wants to watch fucking TYDE right now. TYDE looks like it could be forming like a cup and handle. Could be forming like... It just hasn't broke, like, it twisted my zone and didn't break yet. I just widened the zone. Let's see if that does anything. 24 is at the VWAP. Almost at 1500 on ETH. Down to the VWAP, probably. I'm surprised it didn't just like retreat to the VWAP right there. Like it's literally like there's that much upwards momentum on it that it couldn't even touch the VWAP right there. BBIG is blasting. At least she's about to, it looks like. Oh, come on. TYDE is inching towards breakout. I did it again. Yeah, I'm watching it over here. I'm watching it. Go vertical. See, the fucked up part about BBIG is like I'm not even like really worried about it until it's like 350. That's like when I'm gonna actually care about it again. Look how low the turnover is on it. Just blast. Go ahead. Fucking full send. Engulf. Engulf and go. RSI is 72.25, so it's already hot. It's gonna get blown out anyway. Revlon's not doing anything, right? No, Revlon's down. Yeah, BBIG looks nice. As is TYDE. I mean, they're both steadily climbing. But again, like on BBIG, it's like I'm gonna watch the chart because everyone likes to watch, you know, something that they're really, really deep in, go parabolic. But I don't really care until it's like 350 plus. Like, that's when I'm gonna start paying attention to it, like, and start like actually like actively charting. Now it's just kind of like I'm not charting. I'm just like making assumptions. DIOD just got news. If you guys are trading news. And all of these news things that he's calling out, that's Greg. Everyone give him a round of applause. It's all in chat, guys. It's all in chat. Now look at BBIG. She's looking jumpy. APO just got news. Man, my back is all jacked up. Probably from fucking these market makers up. Oh, man. Let's go. Let's go, Greg. Now, I'm just gonna respond in this. Greg, I just responded to you in my chat. Now keep in mind, people are gonna be wanting to roll calls. I bet here somewhere around here, right? They might. Let's see. These are actually pretty cheap. They might be buying the 1.5s. Just saying. That's what I'd be buying. I'd be buying, not financial advice. I'd be buying 1.5s. Like, I think that we're too close for ones at this point. I'd wait for the next parabolic. I'd sell, and then I'd probably buy 1.5s if I had ones. Because you get more for it, like when it's like moving in volatility. So that's why I say like if it's parabolic to the up. And then you just, on the next pullback, in theory, that's when you get it cheap again. VRM is unch. Picture like a bull flag from like right here. It's gonna be such a stupid drawing for me to draw, but I'm gonna draw it anyway. Like, that's how dumb it is. It's gonna hit this 13, probably bounce up. I don't even know if it'll hit the 13. Oh, it did. Okay. Right there. Go ahead. It's time. Wow. Okay, so this is grinding sideways. Still searching for a bottom here on Tblt. AMC just went green for a second. Oh, we might get a bottom. Engulf. If not, I'm gonna switch over to BBIG in a second. No, okay. Yeah, we're losing actually a little bit on BBIG. What's SPY doing? What's Bitcoin doing? A whole lot of fucking standing around doing nothing. Clear twist through the MACD is what we're looking for. Skirt. Let's see if we get it. keep in mind we just did more volume like right here than like further down, so it might hold that. We might just be creating higher lows. I know it seems really stupid, but it's certainly a possibility. The whole market and the way that the market's like working is just stupid. So formation could also be stupid. I feel like that's fair. Guys, also, if you guys are just like rolling in, it would be dope as fuck if you guys would like and sub and share. Like, get as many homies in here as possible. We have a blast. We have a fucking blast in here. I'd like to think so. I do. And then these guys keep coming back, so I guess they do too. Alright, this isn't really a squeeze play, but I gotta click on it anyway because I have a position in it. I just want to look. Low turnover rate, like that. 0.3. Ooh, through that 48. Okay. I see you. Here we go. Come on. Consolidate and bust right to that 48. And the resistance, obviously. And then it might just jump up to here. Seriously. I feel like the ask bid spread just keeps sliding on it because I don't think there's many people that want to sell it. Although maybe I'm biased. Jack Wolf, what is up? Why are you... Okay. I just want to say that I'm offended that you're asking me almost. And I actually told you... I literally said what I was doing with my position yesterday. And I said why it was going to have a weird price action today. So maybe other YouTubers did, but I didn't. I don't get paid for this yet. Like at 1,000 subs, I'll start getting paid. Like I don't even have 1,000 subs right now. Like I'm not getting paid for shit. Also, I did say that I did say that like retail's chances are they were gonna handle the like the data like in a bad way, or at least it was gonna be portrayed that they handled it in a bad way, which could also be accurate. Oh, some definitely have an agenda, bro. Some are paid shills, for sure. Some are bought and paid for, of course. That's why I call them out, because I don't give a fuck. Like I just, what you see is what you get with me. That's why I called out TMI. I called out Johnny Love. Like, no, like I'm not gonna let people go ahead and take credit for my work, one, and then I'm not gonna let people get away with giving 65,000 people bad DD. right before the market was about to close the day of the GME dividend. Like, that's 65,000 people that he could have affected. 65 fucking thousand. Now, imagine out of those 65,000, how many people had GME holdings? Probably most of them. Like, that's how much he could have affected, like, GME holders. Right through this 48. They might try to stair step it down again. Just try to fuck with this almost. I've just seen this pattern before. I mean, I've seen it, you know, go drive right through, but I've also seen it like push down and sideways. I mean, it's almost like an algorithm. Well, actually, you know what it is? Not almost. It is an algorithm. They're trying to drain as many like shares out as possible. That's what they're doing. MACD looks like it is starting to curl a little bit. Go ahead. Pull up. Oh, God, I just want it to fucking go. What a clear VWAP. Like, red box should not be down right now. I'm just saying. Like, red box should not be down. More so transferred, Jack. More so transferred. She's now the CEO. Greg knows. Greg, can you tell him what? Because you told me. She got transferred somewhere else. FFIE's on the move. Okay. FFIE. It's been good to me scalp wise. It hasn't been good to me play wise. I'm just gonna say that. That's been my experience with it. I've had excellent scalps. I've had terrible swings on FFIE. Historically. So, but again, that could be... Like, somebody else can have a completely different experience with FFIE. Yeah, Jeremy has a very good point. Okay, so Lisa is the CEO of Zash now, not BBIG. So she basically, it's almost like a what's called? It's almost, in my eyes, it's almost like a raise. Like, here, now you get the golden child. Let us deal with like the other bullshit. You know what I mean? Something like that. Pop, you motherfucker. Go ahead. We're trading in between the 13 and 24 right now. Yeah, so okay, so as of the last meeting, yes. Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. I just didn't want to say something wrong or give anybody the wrong, like, the wrong info, because like I got the info from you, and I had a feeling that you'd know it off the top of your head. But yeah, so I mean, it's almost like she got a raise. Like it's like less for her to have to deal with, but at the same time, it's like developing like their top notch holding. VMW. Just got news. I don't know if it's trading yet or if it's an IPO. I'm not hopping in any type of potential scalps or any type of things that I'm not like 100% sold on. That's where I am in life. I just don't see a purpose. I do not see a purpose for me to go ahead and hop into a scalp and potentially lose a bunch of money when I could go ahead and snipe something that I want long term. When I think things are at a bottom. Like look at VTGN. Look how low that is right now. It's under 16 cents. Not financial advice. Look at that. Greg is such a gentleman. He actually pulled up a fucking link for everybody. That way you could actually like read what's going on with BBIG directly. That way there's no middleman. Getting hung up here at the 48. I don't believe that PSR. Like another PSR just formed, but I don't believe it. I think that I think it's a switch and go right under here. See, like these things fucking lag. That's the one thing about PSRs. They lag. Like it's good. It's like a good visual like confirmation, I guess. But they definitely lag. Con, you guys coordinate if you guys want to coordinate, but I just want to let you know that is illegal. You do you. We're not going to do that on my channel. And if there's any mention of that again by you, I'm going to have to time you out or something. We're not going to talk about like any kind of coordination whatsoever. That's not on my agenda. Yeah, no problem, dude. You're in here consistently, so like you get a warning, you know what I mean? But like if you came back in like 10 minutes and said something very similar, like chances are you'd get the boot. You know what I mean? We're gonna have no fucking planning and coordinating. That's totally illegal. Totally illegal. I mean, they do it, but they have the money to pay the fines. I don't have the $1 million that it costs in order to go ahead and pay off, the fines that the SEC would lay on me. So then it would be jail time. I don't want to do that at all. So yeah, like we don't have the luxuries that like these hedge fund people do. Like it's just how it is. I'm so happy I sold fucking. I sold my, like, I made it a free play. Oh my god. I'm probably gonna end up hating myself in retrospect. But right now, I'm kind of happy. Double bottom, maybe? Yeah, looks like it. Yeah, it's very risky talk. It's very, very, very risky talk. I don't, like, I'm not getting any, like, any involvement in that whatsoever. And please do not speak of that Discord ever again on my channel. Ping. Best in class multi-factor authentication. That's new news. DOW, just new news from Saudi Arabia. Jesus. Alright, so a direct... Alright. A direct and private placement offering. So, if you're in Greenland Technologies Holdings, you want to know who that person is. Who is just sold that directly. That's what that means. Like, private is different, you know, but if it says direct, that means like one entity or one person. Watch out on HEPS. I'm just saying, guys, it looks really fucking weird. It looks really, really, really weird. It could easily be multiplied, and two female lead officers in the Middle East. Talk about, like, something that you would never expect, right? In the Middle East, two female, like, leading officers, like, owning, like, the Amazon of the Middle East. If that's not, like, trying to, like, I don't know, like, shed some light somewhere, then I don't know. Because, like, that's, like, I don't know. I don't want to speak on religion, because that's not my religion. I just know that over there, women have less rights. Did any of you guys see? Now we don't have to get too political here, but I just want to make sure that, like, I am not the only one that thinks that this is outlandish. But did any of you guys see the VP, Kamala Harris, sit down at the table, say, like, before she even started talking, she announced pronouns. She identified as her or she. And she was wearing blue sitting at a table. She literally narrated herself. Did anybody else find that fucked up? Or am I just, like, the odd one out? What are you saying, oh my god, to? Are you agreeing with me? Or... BBIG has always been a gamma play. Yeah, I mean, like... A lot of people are hoping that Biden gets, like, impeached. If he gets impeached, that's who we have to look forward to. I'm not a fan of this at all, like, what's going on. I'm not a fan. But if he gets impeached, that's who we get. That's not who I want. Like, Somebody asked her a question, they asked her a question about inflation the other day. Maybe it was like a week ago. And she just, like, stuttered a bunch of times. And then just, like, got completely off topic. I gotta message someone. Hey, just so you know, PGY is getting a little bit of gas, and you're getting closer to 75. Just wanted to let you know. Can they get her an ear? I mean, can she work one? Alright, I have to let one of my dogs out. 1 second. Going back outside. Alright, let's go, dog. Bro, she was like... She sounded like a kindergartner. Like, it was so pathetic. VTGN is 15 cents, 15.6. Oh yeah, you want me to look at BBIG options. A lot of people are pumping it to 1. Like this week, there's almost no competition right there. You guys see that? Almost no fucking competition. This might go right to 150. Honestly, like if it goes, it might just straight up just go. I don't know. Super trend down. I don't know if I necessarily believe that though. That might just disappear. It might just bounce off the 200 or the pivot point. Simultaneously, super trend down there too. That's funny. Tblt. Look how oversold this is. Oh man, this is. I told everyone that retail was gonna fucking read this wrong. I told everyone here. If you guys are in my stream and you were in here yesterday, then you know that I went ahead and I said that this was gonna happen. That retail was going to misread like the whole scenario. Let's look at the data. Because we are data dependent here. %170% short interest, and they're still on threshold. That's after the offering. That's the offering numbers. Like, man, oh man. Nancy Pelosi sold 71% of Nvidia at 173.95. Now, I don't know if this person's name, if they just made it Nancy Pelosi, or I don't know if I don't know if it's actually a Nancy Pelosi tracker, but apparently I have that on my phone. I should probably click on it and see what it is. It's actually Nancy Pelosi. She has like almost 60,000 followers. She lost 14% over 382 days. That doesn't make sense. How did she lose on Nvidia? Well, I guess that makes sense, but like, why would she? Wait, unless she knows something about the bill. is the bill gonna tank? Because if the chip bill tanks, then that would make sense as to why she would sell it. And honestly, that's probably like less than inflation. I hate to say it, but like, her losing 14% on that trade might be like less than what inflation was over the past year. Trish, what is up? What is up? I was just sitting here making fun of Nancy Pelosi. Or actually Kamala Harris. That's what we were really making fun of. Did you see the video of her announcing her pronouns and then, or her she nouns, I guess I should say, her she nouns, and saying that she was wearing a blue dress as if she was like, as if everybody was colorblind? Because like, that was pretty funny. Yeah. Like, alright, let's say that, like, you know, they invoke the 25th, right? And we get Kamala. Even if she's impeached, then we get Nancy. Like, I don't know. It's not too reassuring. But no, seriously, on TBLT, guys, the data like speaks for itself. It speaks for its fucking self. Now, I mean, like, if you want to scalp or you want to do whatever you do, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not telling you how to trade trade a trade, but the data speaks for its fucking self. If anything, that's a dip that I would... I can't even say it. I don't even know if I'm like allowed to say it. Hold on. I might have to do something stupid here for a second. Lost a good chunk on that. 403. Let's see, where is my shit? How about more TBLT? Not financial advice, but that's what I did. Well, Trish, remember yesterday I told you about TBLT having the, what's called? They were doing the they were finishing the dilution. So I said that retail was going to take it the wrong way. And that's exactly what happened. That's why I just bought more. I just felt like it bottomed out at 422-ish. 423. Yeah, and now it's up to 427 already. On this one. On here it's at 425. But I mean, I doubled down into it on my $5 to, what's it called? My $5. No, this person's so stupid. They just lost 50% of their investment on TBLT. That's so funny. But like that's, oh, it's a little kid. That's why he got scared. Like, see, that's what they do. They don't care. Like I at least felt bad. It was a little kid. You know what I mean? But, like, I bought the dip. Fuck that. I just doubled down. Fuck that. Former Lehman trader fucks hedge fund. BFM Partners has seen assets shrink by about a third in the past year to just over $3 billion after being saddled heavy losses on Chinese credit. Fuck China. Like, no hate on anybody that's Chinese, but fuck your country. Like, real talk. Like, I don't mean any disrespect to anybody that is Chinese, but fuck your country. I feel like I'm allowed to say that. Watch HEPS. HEPS is a watch out. Heads up. Something might go fucking berserk. I don't know. Like, there's no data on it. Like, it's showing the holders, and it shows a lot of really good holders, and it shows what looks to be like, you know, something that I would assume would be like fully, like a full utilization. But the short interest was relatively low. The fundamentals seemed like they were there to me, and they just got a new CEO. And the turnover percentage yesterday was like 0.08%. So just watch out. It's been said like 3 times now. Just because I don't want to feel bad. Like if it goes nuts, I don't want to feel bad. I'm with Trish. Not sushi though. Sushi's not me. Definitely not me. I'm down with with the hell, hibachi though. Absolutely. Yeah, hibachi every single time. I mean, sushi's alright, but like, I'm like basic as fuck with it. Like, I'm not doing anything crazy. Ah, man, I love being fucking right. Go up. Go up. Go up. Yeah, like I like the cucumber rolls. I like some raw stuff, but like some of it gets a little bit too sketchy for me. Go up. Go up. Go up. Go up. You son of a bitch. Come on. Wrap. 18 seconds left on this candle. Yeah, the cooked ones are alright. The cooked ones is like I could deal with those, but like in spurts. I'd much rather just get hibachi if I have a choice. There was a place by me. It was like $12 for like lunch. I mean, now with inflation, it's probably like $20 with lunch. But they gave you like what they called a half-size portion, but it was like really like 3/4. And then they gave you 2 soups. Or no, sorry, they gave you a soup and a salad with it. And like you get like halfway through the lunch, and like you'd be like beat after like $12. Like a $12 meal. But again, like I said, I haven't been there in a minute, and it's probably like $20 now. But they have bomb-ass food. What are we doing here? What are we doing, Tough Built? Are we gonna double bottom? Or are we just gonna curl? Bell's at my door, 1 second. Come here, sweetheart. Big damn barking. You barking at people, honey? Oh, man, oh, man. I don't even know who started talking about food. I blame them. Whoever's the one that started talking about food, that's who I blame. Bust. Picture of flag. This is gonna be such a stupid line to draw. Follow through. Follow through. Go ahead. Go ahead. Come on. We need to go through it. Guys, if you haven't already and you're just chilling, please like and sub. I need subs in order to get monetized. And get more people in here. You know what I mean? Like, that's just how the algorithms work. So if you guys would like just throw me a sub, you don't even have to have notifications on if you don't want to, you know, learn DD. But I mean, I don't know why you guys wouldn't want the DD as well. But you could shut off the notification, so it would really like be you clicking a button. I think it's really funny, and I'm not even like mad at this point. I just think it's like really funny. I think it's really funny. Like, I have like probably like a good amount of like, say, like Facebook friends like that I'm just like acquaintances with. I mean, I'm sure that we all do, right? I probably have like 3,000 people, and like I probably only have like 10 people like that I'm friends with in real life that have actually came and subbed. And it's like, you realize it's clicking 2 buttons, and I've been like warning you guys about this recession that you guys are like claiming isn't going to happen for like the last like 2 years. I've been like kind of like giving people like a heads up that like just that the numbers didn't make sense. That they didn't add up. But yeah, so like, you know, it's very important to me that you do subscribe if you have not already done so. Oh, those warrants. Oh man. These should be okay, so in theory, right? I just want to let you guys know in like the theoretical stuff here. So I looked up the exercise info on the warrants, on PGY warrants. Okay, they were $11.50, which means that they should trail PGY by $11.50. Look at them. That's like a couple 100% increase from where it's at right now. I don't want to pull off TBLT right now. It looks like it's pinching the zone. Oh, Veru was looking. Oh, it was really high on the short interest, or on the short extreme scale before when I was looking at like 4 in the morning today. I was like, I've been on live since like 4 a.m. give or take, maybe 5, 4:30 ish, maybe. I don't know why candles just started popping up, and I was down here, and I don't know. I just ended up going live. That's how that happened. Anyways, Veru was on the list when I was like showing people how you could like potentially find short squeezes, and it was on the short extreme list with like 175% upside potential to the target price. Now, I won't play it because it's an FDA play, and I already have a few FDA plays. I have like 2 or 3. And you guys know how I am with those. So I'm going to stay away, but I just want to let you know because he just dropped news about Veru. Okay. He has the full DD right there for you guys to read. I'm not gonna read it to you. Lucky, what do you want, bud? Can you get down? Can you show me what you want, bud? What do you want? Fuck. What do you want, buddy? What's up? What are we doing? You smacked your face. Look where you're going, dude. Poor Lucky. I want to pull up the data on Tblt super quick. Load. Come on, hurry up. 168% short interest already. That's up since the last time we looked at it. They're just digging a hole. Why, I don't know. But they just keep digging deeper and deeper and deeper. And like, it's like they think that like, if they give us one play, we're gonna totally back off of another almost. Like, just because I took TBLT doesn't mean that I took my money off any other play. Like why do you keep giving me these monsters? Because they keep giving us these monsters back to back to back to back. So, like, obviously we're going to save some money for our back pocket. And then we see these monster plays, and it's like, okay, well, like, smack. And then you hit on that one, and then, like, as they're, like, you know, playing mind games over here, they have, like, a legit play as well. And then you could smack that one, too. And it's just, like, I don't know, it's just like a fucking waiting game. I don't know why they're doing it like they are, but it's almost comical at this point. Like, they really must think that we are, like, that, like, unintelligent. Like, clearly unintelligent or something. I don't know. Okay. This company right here, MNTS, okay? I want you guys to pay attention to it. MNTS has a deal signed with SpaceX for 5 flights to outer space. Yes, that is correct. MNTS has a 5-flight deal signed already. Ink is dry with SpaceX. So does Uplift Aerospace, but I don't know if you guys are ready for that conversation yet. I actually posted the full DD to that on my on my short videos, and it really didn't get any love at all. It actually kind of got like some hate. Maybe people that like are bullish NFTs and are afraid to accept the reality of, you know, something else happening. But NRPI is a penny stock, and they have a deal signed with NASA. And what they're going to do, if you haven't seen the video or heard it from me, is they're going to go ahead and attach like a vault to the International Space Station, where they will then go ahead and collect like artifacts and sell those as NFTs. That way there's something backing them, and it's not inflationary to the economy, just, you know, making something out of thin air. So all the people that spent like millions and millions of dollars to buy, you know, like a digital thing might be shit out of luck. But don't trust me. Do your own research. Look up NRPI or Uplift Aerospace Space Plus NFT, and all the info should be there for you. You'll learn about it just like I did. Look at NLIT. Watch the NLIT warrants at like coming up towards 1150, because again, the warrants on NLIT were 1150 exercise. If this jumps again, right, then the warrants could then be worth a nice pretty penny. I'm surprised that Labu's only, or LabU, I guess I should say, is only up like 8 cents. With all these bio things running. It's a little bit odd. Guys, I told you guys to watch Gush earlier, did I not? God damn. TBLT. What are we doing? Are we doing TBLT type stuff? Come on. Go ahead. Go ahead. Sid, where have you been, my dude? Where have you been? Yes, he is, I believe, at 2 o'clock. Let's go ahead and double check. I will have it up. It's at 2:30. So the minutes come out at 2. At 2:30 is the conference. I should actually set myself an alarm. Good looks, bro. Good looks. Clock. Go ahead, TBLT. Just run it up. Run it the fuck up. I actually have an alarm at 2:28. That's funny. I should probably make it like 2:20-ish. Safe. Alright. 3 hours and 5 minutes from now. Mullen potentially double bottomed? Okay, let's take a look at it. I just want to watch like the percentage change though, just because I think TBLT is about to take off. Like, I think it could just launch into orbit here. I would watch the warrants as well on TBLT. 1 second, let me grab him. That's at the 50. Oh, I'll go to the 48. Let's go. No, I don't think so. I think that their egos are going to be probably a little bit too big, and they're not going to want to admit that before the midterms. I think that they're going to call it something else. I don't know if they're going to use that exact phrase, but I think the bottom's in. Ooh, super trend up. I think the bottom was in on 622, to be exact. And then since then, we've had a bunch of bio runners, oil, and like individual plays go here and there. But I think that it was triple witching day and then T+2 off of that. But, I mean, again, total speculation. Yeah, I mean, like, they're... See, the thing is, I don't know if they could wait that long, because if they don't go ahead and they don't figure out, like, cryptocurrency, and they let like the euro be like XRP instead. Like France is actually like looking into making XRP the digital euro almost. So we need to figure our shit out first, and then go ahead and go from there. But like we're just going in circles, and we've been going in circles for like the past year. So like they might not be able to make it his fault. So that's good. That'd be a good thing then. Why is it likely to get delayed? And we like also the special meeting was unless there's an SEC filing, an official SEC filing that says that they are, delaying. Okay? I specifically read an S4 that stated the date of the merger. So please be able to source that if you're going to claim that. That's all I'm asking. All right, so you're just going to say it, and you're okay. So are you coming out and just saying like, hey, I can't source it? Like, are you admitting that you're like telling us something that's not factual? Or like, are you just speculating? Because if you're speculating, it's okay. Just say that you're speculating. Or at least make it sound like you're speculating. I'm so jealous for the people that have these fucking warrants. Fuck. If this just keeps going, gap up on TBLT. Oh. Watch for a gap down though. Watch they don't fill it, because the 13 still has to cross through. PGY is moving. So are you still just gonna stick with I just said it? Because like, that's pretty lame. Like if you have no source whatsoever, and you're just spewing out news, how are we ever supposed to take you serious? How's anybody supposed to ever take you serious? Don't be surprised if this comes back and slaps. Like, it would make fundamental sense for it to come back and fill that gap. Okay. Teresa just showed a filing that was released by a law firm. Okay. See, I'm happy you sourced that one. Like you told me where to look at least. Like that's all I need. Like that's all I ever need. Is just like an idea of where to look. Teresa Perrin, got her. How far down is this? Do you know? No, it didn't. Yeah, no worries, no worries. What? Like, how far down is this, bro? TBLT. There's still a gap there that I'm not a fan of, but if she's tagging what's called. She's tagging people who I believe are currently like. Okay, never mind. It was somebody else that tagged it. Never mind. I was gonna say I thought she just tagged like a bunch of people that I believe are like bought out. But it was actually somebody else's tweet that she retweeted. I'm having difficulty finding this, to be quite honest. Get ready to rock it. A strategic announcement. She suspects a lawsuit and requests for injunction to follow. Which, okay, so yeah. If anything, it would be bullish on Redbox, as per his source. No, it's fine. I read what she said. I'm like, we're good. I read what she said. It's get ready to rock it. That strategic announcement of the law firm looking into the take under from CSSE just makes this play a million times better. I suspect a lawsuit and a request for injunction to follow, which will delay or prevent the closing of this deal, which would absolutely murder the shorts on Redbox. It would absolutely murder the shorts if that were to like happen. Like the warrants on Redbox are only 38 cents right now. Just so you guys are aware. So everyone's aware. If just saying in case it goes crazy. MULN. Still down on the day. It's so funny. So fucking funny. Bella, you're so jumpy, babe. Like, why are you so jumpy? Doing volume over the 1348. Now we have a run here to the VWAP. Hopefully we clear this in one shot. I honestly don't want Redbox to go up today. I want it to stay low for tomorrow. That way I could unleash a little bit more money onto it through something else. If that's the case. Maybe I'll split it up though. I'll be a little bit safe. And I would want to confirm all that data. Even though, like, it seems legit. It seems like it checks out. I'm still gonna double check data all the time. Guys, watch out on HEPS. I'm telling you. Something's not right about this. Something is not right about this stock at all. Go ahead. Push. 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 BBIG is just under 84. We are pushing towards the VWAP right now on Tblt. SPY's at 396. ADN is 261. Oh, I think it goes beyond that. I just didn't know how bad the beatdown was going to be on it today, to be quite honest. So I'm kind of happy. As of right this second, I'm happy that I pulled half my position. I pulled a nice chunk off. It's a free play for me right now, but I have like a lot on it, if that makes sense. So like, I did well on it originally, and now I'm just like kind of like I have a free meal ticket on it. Oh, absolutely, bro. Absolutely. And like it's only gonna make it worse. That's what I think that like these original sell candles were, right? Like these push downs. I think that it was like a way to try to get like retail to panic. That's why I bought it down here. I may have bought it like a smidge high, but like, yeah, like I don't know. Nope. They're due. The big ones are due on the 2nd. However, they have a quiet period that ends on the 1st, and that scares the shit out of me because who knows what they're gonna announce? Who knows? Who knows if they're gonna announce anything, really? But the FTDs are due on the 2nd. I've already done the math, and I've put it in my calendar as well. It's the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th that the huge spike in FTDs are due. Like, people mentioning that on stock twits, like, being incorrect, like, guys, just look at an Ortex chart and then do T plus 35. And it's not even T plus 35 business days, it's T plus 35 calendar days. I mean, like, essentially add a month and 5 days. Add a month, 5 days. I mean, other than your months where you're going to have 31 days, of course. But, or 28, whatever. But, I mean, you guys get it. T plus 35. So that day, and then 35 more. And it's not business days like everything else. Like everything else is typically done in business days, except for regulation show. Regulation show is going to be calendar days every single time. No. I would need to have at least S3, if not a Bloomberg terminal, to know that. And a Bloomberg terminal is like 18 grand a year. That's what Mr. Karen said in here before he got his feelings hurt. Like, I could tell on, like, a longer time frame, just by average short, and then going back into days, and then doing, like, the high price. We get, like, a rough estimate, but that's about it. No. Absolutely not. No. First, I'm going to pay some bills. Okay. That's got to get done. Second, I'm gonna monopolize the ad the ad SEOs, kind of like how they're used against me. I'm gonna use them against everybody else as well. And then that way, I become like very, 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 very big, very, very quickly. And then it'll just be like even easier to become even larger after I get to that point. And then I'm just gonna keep doing the same thing over and over and over again until I'm enormous. That's the goal. That wasn't always the goal. The goal was just to kind of do this just until, like, you know, this shit was over, right? But then, you know, I always say that nobody could push my buttons. They pushed my buttons with the whole, like, taking forever to get monetized aspect of it. And, like, the whole, like, advertisement aspect. They actually did push my buttons. So now it's kind of like game on. Like, all right, I bet you that I could do a better job than you can. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know I'm putting out more content than anybody in the world except for Bloomberg. There's no way that anybody could, like, that can do that. My stream is running almost 24/7. Like, as soon as I shut this down, I turn my crypto stream on. And then if I'm not doing that, then I'm doing DD. And usually my DD is on live. So it's like, usually, like, there's just no way that anybody's putting in more screen time than I am right now. If they are, then I want to shake their hand. Because, like, wow. Hit me with the info, brother. I might try and get one and put it on loan. I mean, if you want to. Okay, so an OTC stock canceled stock options. They might be looking to uplist. Okay, Attorney General of Louisiana, Conswick and Foyde. Hold on a second. I need to update my thing. Conswick and Foyde LCC investigates the proposed sale of Redbox. Okay. Tina, it is a fucking great day. It is a great day to be a ranger. No. Jack, what they've done is they've taken their profits, and I don't blame them. I would have done, like, I'm going to do the same thing just because they did it to me. And I'm very spiteful sometimes. So because I've been doing this for 5 months and it's taken me this long to get even this, low amount of subs, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to monopolize the crap out of the ad system because of how it's algorithm, like algo like made. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to essentially dominate it. That way all of the ad revenue gets, pushed, or all of the things get pushed towards me. But then also after I'm paying for the ads, then those new people that come to me, I'm going to get paid for them viewing as well. So then it's just like a repetitive cycle, and I get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and then I make more money like the same exact way. You know what I mean? So it's just, it's not what I intended on doing. I swear to God, I did not mean to do it, but like they just pissed me off to the point where I was just like, you know what? I think I could be an asshole much worse than you're being. That's kind of how I feel. And some buy subscribers. That's so like I wouldn't do that. I feel like that's how I would get my channel like booted. And that's why they do it. So then they could go ahead and they could buy like Google ads, and then it would show that they have a crap ton of subs, and then they would get like pushed to the front, and it would help them out even more algorithmically, even if they're fake subs. Like the system wouldn't know better. Like during that cycle, it's screwed up. I'm at least gonna know that I did things the right way. And to me, that's important. Just knowing that, I did things the right way. Oh, yeah. Thank you very much, Tina. I was actually just reminding people like a couple minutes ago. Yes, please like and sub. And hell, I mean, we're having a great day in here. You might as well share. Let people, embrace what's going on. Like, a lot of people are probably going to be in disbelief. And, think about all the people that probably thought we were nuts for so long. Sad wake-up call for them, eh? Oh, of course I'm holding Mullen. Fuck yeah. I'm not gonna let go of Mullen. No way. No way. And I'm, of course, holding my BBIG. At these levels, the only thing that I would sell Mullen for would be BBIG. Like, straight up. Yes. However, I think that there's something in the background that we are not privy to, and I think that there's going to be an acquisition by a larger company. I can't guarantee that. I'm completely speculating, okay? The only thing that really kind of got me thinking of that is the fact of the Series D shares. That's it. Series D shares, the warrants that are for 5 years, and what the hell was it labeled as? It was labeled as a 5-year commitment, which would like almost like double the market cap. Well, at these prices, it would double the market cap. So that kind of makes me think like, huh, are we gonna get bought out by somebody? And if so, who is it? Now, one thought that crossed my mind was if it was the Fortune 500 company that, you know, that like we gave vans to test, like to do like a beta test or an alpha test, whatever. If they're in the southeast part of the United States, then the only company that's not publicly traded already that's a telecom company would be Cox Enterprises. And then that would make sense to do a reverse merger that way. But that's the only reason, or the only way that I could, like, I guess, piece together what's going on. Nothing else really makes sense to me. No, I don't think so. I think that that was common stock almost, which is that's what fucks me up. Not a fan of that. I don't know exactly how many Series D shares there were. I forget. Like, so don't quote me on that. Up 3% on that HEPS that I was telling you guys about. TYDE up 50%. BBIG doing. Don't be surprised if there's a gamma squeeze on GameStop, by the way. Like, if they gamma squeeze, like, GameStop or something, like, being now that the price is what the price is, they could gamma squeeze it as much as they want and just go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. That's why, like, I was hoping that there was going to be a larger squeeze before they split. So that's a very good question. And also, I believe that Rivian's batteries aren't really top of the line. I believe that they get them from Panasonic, but I could be wrong about that. So with the partnership with Delpak, and they're already partners with Amazon, it would make sense for them to do that. But I'm thinking that they might be so deep in Rivian, right? And they might have lost so much money on Rivian that they might not want to take on another EV company, even if it solidifies their previous investment. Like, it might just, like, it might rub people the wrong way if they were to go ahead and take on another EV company after they got burned the first time around. I mean, you and I both think that that's a great idea, but, you know, a lot of shareholders might not, and they have to think about, like, the thoughts of everybody. I like TYDE Long. I like TYDE Long, to be honest with you, bro. Like, yes, it would have been a great scalp or something. Yes, you're right. Of course. I mean, like MULN or BBIG coming back up to $1. I mean, that's like BBIG has a lot of options at $1 for this week, and at $1 and $1.50 for next week, and there's not many puts. So just throwing that out there. Take it as you will. However, if I'm looking to make like a derivative play or something like that, I might just throw money at the Redbox warrants straight up and wait for ignition. Yeah, like, do you know what's it called? Do you know what like TYDE is going to do? Because if you don't, like that's fine. Like, I'll explain. I know that you're not a fan of BBIG, so you might not know what TYDE is like and like what they plan to do. Like I will definitely explain it to you, but like it just seems like such a like I don't know, so, like such a business that could like capitalize. You know what I mean? So like I just want to see like if you knew what you'd be trading though. Oh yeah, I'm yeah. I am ice. Like I am ice cold. If you guys have been here for like a while, then you know like how I react on shitty days. Okay? There are no like react. Like I don't like I'm so used to it. I'm like numb. So like it is what it is. But I mean, we don't really have too many shitty days because like well, I don't have too many shitty days, I'd like to think, because like even if I'm down, I'm not down that much. And it's just really about going ahead and being able to trade to the downside. It's about being like a, you know, like a smart trader. You just gotta like I use the UVXY and like the SQQ to like protect my downside a lot. In all honesty, that's how I tend to protect my downside. That's 3 times inverse the Nasdaq, and then 1.5 times the futures of the VIX. No. TYDE is completely different. Like, do you know what TYDE is supposed to do? I agree with you 100% about like investigating BBIG, but do you know what TYDE is supposed to do? Because it's pretty fucking cool. Okay. So, they are going to be the first Web3 marketing company. So, they are going to build like a presence for a company. Build like their brand, you know, set up marketing, set up like their, you know, Web3 experience for everybody. So it's like they're getting like the first mover's advantage into marketing of Web3. Web3 is going to be fucking huge, in my opinion. Not financial advice, but also marketing. And I know this because I own a marketing company. Marketing it has a notoriously low overhead. Okay, so it's very, very cheap to operate. To be cash flow positive, it's not going to take much. It would take, honestly, 2 contracts. Probably 2 contracts, and maybe, like, those 2 jobs, like the first 2 jobs, might have to be, like, pro bono. For it to be, like profitable. As crazy as that sounds. Because everything is going to be everything is charged to the person that you're advertising it like for, except for your fee. So then it just like profit at that point. And it's a very small float. Yes, I thank you for bringing that up. It's a very small float. So it's a micro cap, micro float, and most of the people that are in it are battle tested, you know, apes that held BBIG while it was being, you know, like clearly shorted for like a while. Like we were going ahead and we were like hemorrhaging money on BBIG for a little while, to be honest. So with that being said, like I have more confidence in people like, you know, holding something like TYDE than somebody holding something like, I don't know, like I'll just throw something out there like CEI. You know what I mean? LIDR, guys. Oh my god. I wanted this fucking this morning. I should have just hopped on it. See, I'm worried about a reversal, though. I am worried about a reversal. Like, I don't know if the... What's it called? I don't know if the Apple news tomorrow is going to be great, which might move a lot of the market. And also Amazon. So Amazon and Apple are tomorrow. You might see a huge move in Amazon because they moved like way down last time. You might see them move like way up to the upside. Just throwing that out there. Not financial advice. Yeah, dude, like, look at the turnover rate, though. Like, what is the turnover rate? That's what you, like, that's what I pay attention to mostly, is turnover rate. More inflow than outflow. More inflow than outflow. That's what I care about. Oh, BBIG looks like she wants to fly. Look at this. Oh, man. That's beautiful. Right on the trend line, too. Ooh. Again, if you do not believe in fundamentals, then this channel is probably not for you. Like, if you don't believe in market fundamentals or charting or anything like that, it ain't gonna work. Because I'm gonna reference them all the fucking time. And you're probably gonna hate me. Push, 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 push. We do have resistance in front of us, though, at 137. I can't give you financial advice. I'm long on it. I do not see myself selling BBIG for quite some time. Let's say that like a potential MOAS were to happen, even at that point in time, I might just start to sell calls on them. Like I don't intend on ever like ever parting ways with a lot of these stocks. I mean, I could take loans against like securities and things like that. Like, Z, what is up? What is up, my dude? You missed an eventful morning, brother. A high momentum morning as well. TBLT might be interesting with the way that you play. Not financial advice, but I just know how you trade. TBLT might be at a level where it's interesting for you. I mean, I pulled my winnings on TBLT. Like right now, it's free money, and then I actually just threw money at it on its lows before you got on. I bought in here somewhere. Actually, no, I'll be honest. I think I bought right here. I bought at 422. It's at 2:30. Yeah, I have an alarm set on my phone. Well, okay, the minutes come out at 2, but he speaks at 2:30. And we'll know what's said in the minutes just by how the market moves, almost. And then I'm sure that like some bank stock would, have it like up there where we could just go pin it and see what the rate is. But we will listen to his speech at 2:30. He's just gonna blame like Russia, most likely. That's usually their go-to lately, for like the last couple months. I think you did. You did. I knew it was gonna fall. I didn't know how far. I mean, I made it a free play, and then I just bought more. So like, it worked out for me. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, could I have taken it all off, and then could I have put it all on? Yeah, I could have. But like, what if it just like magically boomed? Then I'd hate myself. So I just, you know, safe. I just went the safe route. I don't feel like right now is a good time to be like gambling money almost, like, no, not gambling money, but like being like extremely high risk, because the market is fucking high risk. You know what I'm saying? So like I'm mitigating risk where I think I should, and I'm taking other risks that I think I should. So it's kind of like a mixture of both. LiDAR, yeah, LiDAR is fucking beautiful, dude. I love LiDAR. That's active AI. That's AEYE. It's the only active AI that I believe is on market still, unless another company came out. I like AI and Palantir. They're static AIs. Just so you guys know. Oh yeah, dude. Dave went crazy. I was wondering if you like had a position, because like I know that you were talking about it. So like I was actually watching it. It was going nuts in pre-market. I was actually like, I've been live since about like 4 a.m. I just couldn't sleep, and then I saw like the chart going crazy, so I hopped on. What do you mean, no, not yet? I'm very confused. Wait, who are you referring to? Bro, I don't know why you didn't get out when it gapped up. Like, dude. Sometimes you gotta know, like, you gotta know when you gotta, like, to take an L. That's all I gotta say. This is like, sometimes you gotta know when to take an L. It is what it is, bro. It is what it is. At least you learned something. You'll probably never repeat the same mistake ever again. Like, I have no idea why these fucking warrants are so cheap. These warrants should be about $12, or excuse me, $11.50 cheaper than the underlying. Why are these warrants not running with PGY? That does not make any sense. Like, these should be $11.50 cheaper than this, which is a couple hundred fucking percent. Oh, on TBLT. I mean, it might gap fill to the downside, if that's what you're waiting for. But like, I bought in already, just because I like, it might dip again, it might not, but like I was okay with like a 422 fill. I was okay with that. I mean, like, it is what it is. Let's look at their data real quick. They increase any? 168.69. Thank you, Greg. The last one there's paying the bill. That's funny. Here's the funny thing. I have no idea. Because like they could do they've been pulling like reverse psychology. They've been giving us exactly what we would think. Like they're all over the place, all over the place. Like Google and Microsoft both missed, but then ended up after or up pre-market. How the fuck does that happen? Anyways. So today is T plus, what's it called? Today, so it went down to 140 something %, but today was T plus the offering date. So we got all that new, the new data from what's it called? Like all the new data from the offering, right? They had to like redo the float with the short interest. That's why, like, I don't know. I was happy. Like yesterday it was like 250%. So today to see it still above 100, I was happy. And keep in mind, they have like so many FTDs due on the 2nd. However, the quiet period ends on the 1st. So it's like it makes it again a risky trade past the 1st because who knows what the fuck they're going to say during like the end of the quiet period. Like, it could be really bullish news. Or it could be, like, extremely bearish news. Who knows? Alright, 1 second. Alright, what are we doing? What do you guys need? You want to put it again? Alright, bro, go ahead, baby. My bad. These EMAs are at a very, very tight range here. Pelosi just sold 25. I said that a little while ago. She actually lost on the position, bro. From what I'm seeing. So I was actually that came up on this app that I have called Iris. And on Iris, you could actually see, like, what people, like, they attach their brokerages. And for some reason, it told me that she got rid of her NVIDIA from, like, 350 some odd days ago. For a loss of, like, 14%. But the app is actually called Iris, and I mean, like, to be able to track her trades like that, that's pretty dope. That tells me, though, that if she sold NVIDIA, like, did the chips bill not pass then? Like, you know what I mean? Lucky. Jesus Christ. Oh, that's my neighbors right outside. That's why. Okay, it said that she sold 71% of her holding in NVIDIA. But keep in mind, she only sold 71%. She didn't sell all of it. Still own 50 leaps set for expiration of September. Okay, wait. It says sold $25,000 $25,000 worth of shares on 7/26. So today, or yesterday. And then still own 50 leaps, set to expire on September 20th. Or excuse me, September of next year. Or of next month. No, not next month. Fucking September. Excuse me. Jesus. Can't even talk. So she owns 50 leaps. So that's... So instead of 25,000 shares, that's what? That's 50,000? So she sold like 1/3 of her holdings, in essence. So it reads differently than it actually is. Because, like, 50 leaps and then you have to add 2 zeros. Because, like... their contracts. Oh no, that'd be 5,000? Maybe, I don't know. I don't know. It just says that she has 50 leaps. So 50. I'm shot right now. Yeah. 5,000 shares, I think. So she did sell a bulk of her position. But that makes me wonder if they passed the chip bill, or if they did, are they not going with NVIDIA? What if, like, she's going ahead and she's replacing her money with a different chip maker? Or she could literally be throwing that money into the fucking SOXL. Oh, so she lost on purpose. That makes sense. So wait a minute. Do we go inverse Nancy now? Guys, we gotta talk. We gotta talk this out. If it's the first time she ever like reported something, right? And it was the same day. Does that mean that we go inverse Nancy? Look how far that's up right now, though. Fuck. Wow, the 52-week high is high, though. Holy shit. Oops. Intel earnings. Whoa, I just realized Intel earnings are tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. Guys, I'm gonna double check, but I think Intel earnings are tomorrow. That makes me think about taking a position. Let's see, Intel earnings on Thursday. So I'm correct. All right. What's the fucking all-time high on this? Out of curiosity, because they're building that factory. Keep that in mind. They're building the factory. And I want to know if they're gonna what's it called? Like, I want to know if like that's gonna have like any bullish, like, I don't know, deal for them. Now look at this. Does that not look like the SPY, but like not as bad? Is anyone else getting that vibe? Like almost perfectly the SPY, but just not as bad. Rev as in Revlon? Or Rev as in just like Rev something else? Oh, look at that on the 4 hour. Jesus. Do you guys think that Intel's probably gonna beat, right? Would you guys think Intel would beat? I think they would because of like the what's it called? Like the need for chips. And they're probably gonna have why do I keep doing that? They're probably gonna have news regarding that loan as well. Or not loan, the grant or whatever the fuck it is. That's probably like, fuck. I bet you Nancy's probably doing something like she's like strategizing that way. I love to see what you just shared. Nice. Nice. So an SEC or a judge basically just shit on the SEC in regards to what's it called? In regards to like the XRP case. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, what if she did move into Intel? Intel's the one that with the government contract. Intel's cheaper, so like, I mean, I don't know about the market cap. I'd have to look at the market cap, but it's cheaper. So in theory, she could. In theory, more retail might want to like get a slice. Earnings are coming up. I don't know. Teva Pharmaceuticals is up 23%. I just got a notification here. Tblt, come on, baby. When is QuantumScape's fucking earnings? I feel like that should be like they should be soon. Go ahead, Tblt, just run. Just run. Go ahead. Go ahead. It's time. Alright, guys, completely ignore this drawing. This is not how anybody is ever supposed to draw. Like, ever. Ever. It's not how anybody's supposed to ever draw. Don't do it. Does anybody know offhand when QuantumScape is supposed to do earnings? QuantumScape earnings? Oh, today at 5? I almost want to be on that call. Like to hear what they're doing and see if it's going to affect my GWH position or my ADN position. Because I have a decent holding in both. I mean, it barcodes all the time. It's just barcoding at a lower level. You know? Alright, I gotta grab my dog real quick. Look, you're not going out again. No, we're not doing this back and forth stuff. Good girl, baby. Wow, I didn't realize their float was that high. How big is fucking NVIDIA's? Probably not nearly that high. 2.5 billion shares, actually. And they're, I'd say, more expensive. Buddy, get down. Get down, bud. Get down. BRP completes the acquisition of Great Wall Motor Austria. Well, okay, wait. That's got to be an EV startup or something. That kind of looks like a double bottom, honestly. DOOO. Yeah, I saw that. It has no news. What the fuck? I don't know why it would say, like, no news after you just reported that. That makes no sense. Especially if it's, like, something big. Wow, look how strong they are fundamentally. Their revenue is almost $6 billion. They're gonna have, like, no short. See, this is another one of those companies that they're not doing the fucking the interest on. Let me. He wants to go outside now. 1 second. Jeez. Dude. Go. Behave yourself. VRM's moving? Okay, cool. Boom booms. I just hope we can maintain it. It might form a cup. Or a handle, I should say. Excuse me. Might come up here to form a cup and a handle. Alright, last time I'm going to mention this company. HEPS. Looks very, very interesting. Very interesting to me. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. 33.50 on GME. Tblt got the data from today about the what's it called? About the offering, and it went down as I predicted. As what's his name also predicted. Mad Max also predicted. I mean, it was kind of obvious that it was gonna go down. You know, just people have not been reacting like rational people. So anyways, it went down as expected. I took off half my position. I took off, like, I made it like a free play, and then I just bought more like on the dip. And then on, you said MULN? On MULN, it's basically just been a whole lot of nothing. I think we're waiting on news from like someone else or so. I just have this feeling of like we're waiting to be acquired by somebody, or somebody's in a quiet period and they can't really talk about something yet. I don't know. It's the only thing that seems to make sense with the Series D shares, but like maybe dilute it on purpose and like first in order to buy more at a cheaper price tag. Like, I'm just trying to think of ways to like have this make sense, and in all honesty, it's really hard to. But they could literally just go ahead and mass produce the battery and say fuck the vehicles, like entirely, and just do battery packs and license them out, and they would be. I could almost guarantee that they would go ahead and they'd be cash flow positive in like 2 quarters. Like they would have to like really fuck up to not be cash flow positive in 2 quarters if they went that route. Bella, chill. Bark for bangers, Bella. Bark for bangers. Come on, Vroom. I just want to go ahead and clap this fucking pivot. Give me 1 second. Which one? I can't foresee. I mean, you know I can't foresee the future, right? But Mullen could retrace at any second. Tblt has the short interest, the FTDs, all that good happy stuff to literally go insane at any given time. I mean, I bought more at 422. I bought more on the dip. Like down here is where I bought. I didn't get a perfect fill, but I mean, it is what it is. What up, Trish? You made a nervous face as if you did something crazy. What'd you do? Oh. He had me scared there. I thought he did something crazy. Guys, Revlon? Never mind. Let me show you guys something. This is just something I just want to show you guys. Doesn't mean anything, but I'm just going to show it to you anyway. monthlies. The monthlies are down in far. Oh my god. Yeah. What's the float on Tblt? So now it's gonna be like 4 million plus probably whatever's on Ortex, unless Ortex did update that screen as well. Hold on 1 second. Tblt. It was very, very low before, but then they added 4 million just now. Okay, so 6.13 million, I believe it's going to be in full. But you have to keep in mind, like the FTDs that like are due. Like, let me show you the FTDs just so you have a clear understanding here. I believe that they were trapped at 260. Was that it? FTDs. Alright, so this one has to be done on the 2nd of next month. Then this one would be the 3rd. And then this one would be the 4th. And those are FTDs that would have to be cleared by then. Just for shits and giggles. Just cuz. How much are the 5s and 6s? Alright, so they're 45. And then that'd be 70. So let's say it'd be 80 to buy one of each. So 80 for each one. Okay. And no, those are the monthly 5s and 6s. Just so I remember. Because if this bangs, I really want to like go back in time and then see like how much I would have made. Sometimes it's better for me not to overtrade, even though like I'm not really overtrading because it's like it is what it is. But I don't know. I'm probably gonna regret not doing it, but you never know. I might not. Look at BBIG getting some candles. A nice candle right to the VWAP. Let's see if we can hold it though. You could get warrants though. There are warrants on it, and the warrants are exercisable at 550 if I'm not mistaken. That's if you wanted to, if you like for sure wanted to play a derivative. But again, warrants are high risk, high reward. And I certainly wouldn't play them if you've never played them before. You know what I mean? Like I wouldn't play them on like a meme type stock. I am actually, to be quite honest, I'm playing them on Redbox. Like, to be completely transparent, I am playing Redbox warrants. However, I've fucked around with warrants a good amount of times. So, like, I know what to expect. I can, Trish, but the problem is that I get less money when I do eventually get a when I do get like monetization. I get less money through YouTube. However, Rumble charges you $15 in order to live stream. They charge you in order to live stream. So even though you're the product, they're still charging you. I don't get it, but that's like that company CRTD created. That's why I don't like their business model. It's like, why do I have to pay you in order for me to start getting paid if I'm the one offering the product? That makes no sense to me. Like, maybe like if I get a larger following and it makes sense for me to do that, but in all honesty, like, I think I could like really fuck up the search algorithm, like the advertisement algorithm, and I might exploit that. I might have to. Just like out of like, I guess like spite, out of, I don't know. I've already made the decision that I'm gonna do it, so it's gonna get done. It's just how long do I stick with it, and do I keep doing it, or do I just like do it for like a little while and then move on? You know what I mean? Like I haven't decided that quite yet. However, I'm totally gonna do it just because it happened to me. No. It's just $15 a month, but still, like I don't even have that big of an audience yet, and I'm gonna get more of an audience here than I would there. I'll get a much bigger audience. Huh? Chips Bill. Huh, that's funny. What did I just say about inverse Nancy? Oh, that's funny. What is Intel at? That's what I want to fucking know. What the hell is Intel at? I'm not taking a trade. I'm not. I'm my money's firmly in my pocket. Not gonna make any earnings plays right this second. I'm gonna focus and be cool, calm, and collected. Put CFVIW on your list too. Can you guys hold on one second? I think there's someone at my house. Never mind, it was my neighbor working on his truck. Okay. There'd be a lot less viewers on there too. Dogs, chill, please. I wish they'd stop. I do know because I've tried to stream there before. I've done a month there before and it didn't yield me any large differences. Minuscule differences maybe. But like nothing compared to now that I'm like going in the right direction, and now that I have the momentum going with me, now that I like know how to like the SEOs kind of work. Lucky, chill out, bud. Like now I have some faith here that like I could go ahead and I could get it done in a short period of time. Because the more subs that I get, the easier it then becomes to get more subs. Because I'm put in front of more people. So that's why I'm saying like it could be like just like a domino effect. Once I do get big, and then if I'm paying for ads and I have like like the SEOs all set up and I'm like running like the correct SEO settings and everything through the Google Ads, I'd have to fuck with it and really figure it out. I think I'd be able to go ahead and I'd be able to out SEO them. But then that would take away from the money that I'm earning, because I would just be, I guess not really. I mean, because I'd be investing in myself. So, I mean, it is what it is. Yeah, I mean, I'd be investing in myself, though. And I believe that would be a tax write-off, if I'm not mistaken. So maybe that is the move. Remember, on TTOO, they already have FDA approval, guys. They already have it. Crossover, 48 over 200. We're at the VWAP right now on BBIG. That could be like a fucking weird ass double bottom. In all honesty, I mean, going up here to like a bull pennant almost. On the VWAP. Cup and handle. Oh, double top on. Fuck. Not really what I want. Bounce. Bounce, baby. Big bounce. I just want a big old bounce. Come on, give me something here. I don't. Oh, I didn't even see your question, Trish. I don't know if they, what's it called. I don't know if they completed the merger. If they did, it would say, instead of here. I mean, I could tell you right here. CFVI. It'll actually tell me the name of the holdings. No, it says this. Like, it would still be the same ticker, potentially, or it might change. Like after a little while, but at first it might still be the same ticker, but it would say Rumble right there, rather than CF acquisition. Does anyone else find it like really fucking suspicious and weird that all of a sudden, like, it was made like well known that Nancy Pelosi got rid of her NVIDIA, and then they passed the bill? Does anyone else find that really weird? Like, all of a sudden, like, that's the first time she ever does that, and then all of a sudden it magically, like, passes? Like, oh no, Nancy could have never done that. Why would she sell her NVIDIA then? Yeah. I signed up for the, what's it called? I signed up for the beta, but I believe that you need like an iPhone or something. Like, it was, and I don't have an iPhone. I use Android. So I was like, okay, well, I guess I'm beat. Oh, I can use it online now? Okay. Maybe I'll check it out. Bet. Okay. Yeah, I mean, like, I, like, pre-registered and all that happy jazz, but I thought I was kind of, you know, down the river without a paddle because I didn't have an iPhone. I'm trying to understand, like, the market dynamics right now. Why is this, like, not moving whatsoever? What the fuck is the volume at? Look at the volume and then the average volume, and it's just ping-ponging, like, within pennies, it seems like. That's so weird. So fucking weird. Especially since the underlying is up 25%. That makes no sense at all. This looks like she wants to go. Come on. Go ahead. It's crossing that MACD. I wish it was a little bit higher. I mean, obviously on chart, but I'm also on the MACD. This shouldn't. I'm still like standing by the fact that this should not even be on the fucking like market at all. At all. Like, that should not be on the market one bit. That is a Russian stock. It's fucked up. Like, I'm not even mad because I like mentioned it before it fucking ran. Like, if anything, I would have caught both that and the fucking that Hong Kong stock, but like, just the whole idea, just it's baffling to me. Like, yeah, we're in a trade war with them. Let's go ahead and let's pick up, you know, a Hong Kong-based company. Like, no, let them list in Hong Kong. Or a Russian company. Like, yeah, let's go ahead and list a Russian company. Like, no, let them list in Hong Kong if, like, it comes down to it. Like, Jesus. I'd be breaking that if I drew it. I'd be breaking that if I drew it from right here, too. Or about to break it, I guess. Yeah, I'm about to break it. That's almost parallel with that line as well. Where the fuck did that line come from? Oh, up top. That. No! Fuck. I hate when I do that shit. If I move a line, it's like such a fucking kick in the dick. That sucks. I wish that there was like an undo button. There should that should be like thrown in the recommendation box for Weeble. An undo like DD button, or not DD, chart button. It's staying on my trend of like the one that I said that nobody should ever like draw ever. It's staying on that trend, which is pretty interesting. Stepping into that descending channel. Like, this is totally not how you're supposed to chart. This is like almost the opposite of how like somebody's supposed to chart. I mean, but Hot Rod, I can't really comment on that. I mean, like, what do I think? I think they know that they're fucked. But that doesn't mean that they are 100%. Like, I could be wrong. I'm wrong all the time. Like, I think that might get deleted. Whoa, what the hell happened there? Like, see, I think that's gonna get deleted, and I think this is gonna curl up, and hopefully go right through my ray. Yeah, it's gonna go right through my ray. I don't even know why I'm drawing this now at this point. Again, we're gonna draw a trajectory line, and I probably shouldn't do this, but I'm going to anyway. Hopefully we're reversing right there. Let's hope. And it looks like we're starting to get a little bit of fucking push. Nice. What's up with Bitcoin? Okay. Push, 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 push. Come on, we need more out of you. Like, what's gonna happen when they realize they can't shake us? That's what I want to know. Like, what is gonna happen? Are they just gonna be like, oh fuck, alright, they win? And just like unload it, like just unload the whole fucking like system all at once, like one entity, and then all of a sudden another entity just follows it up? Like, how is that gonna work? And how the fuck is... That makes no sense. Like, theoretically, that makes no sense whatsoever. I'm not even in the play and it pisses me off. Like, it's listed as an exercise at $11.50. So why the fuck is it $20 off the underlying? Go ahead, Tblt. Make the stock market smile again. Gap between the world's two main oil benchmarks. Like, so volatility to the upside and down. Like, I'm understanding you correctly, right? So then that would mean like up and down, correct? Because if they're doing that, then honestly, like, it might be smart to fucking, like, trade oil futures. Not financial advice, but if there's a dedicated benchmark, a share proposal increase, they pulled back. See, you know, honestly, like, I feel a certain way about Riot, Mara, like, anyone who's gonna, like, mine crypto, right? Well, mine Bitcoin in specific. What happens when it reaches, what's it called? Like, what happens when it reaches max supply? Has anyone thought about that? What happens when Bitcoin reaches max supply? Do they switch to a different currency? Because they won't be able to do ETH, because ETH at that point in time most likely will be under ETH 2.0, which is going to be deflationary. So then do they start doing like what, like Monero? And that was on Tough Belt, right? You're the shit, dude. Sweet. What pullback? Oh, the Riot ones? If anything, it made their position stronger if they're short. Or wait, did the price go up or down? You're saying pullback, but like, you're saying something that would normally make the price go up. Riot does? Alright, wait, what do you mean by 90 short squeeze, bro? Because, like, they're at 100% utilization, yes, and they're at a 22.93, yes. Their short score is still a 73. I have no idea where you're coming up with that number. Ooh. Imagine a bull flag from right here to right here. It's gonna pop it before I finish it. Oh boy. Schwartz was looking for share increase, but now it's not happening. Well, yeah. So it was a proposal, right? But nothing was ever confirmed, right? So if... I mean, you might catch some people on, you know, like, buy the rumor, sell the news type stuff, but, like, opposite, I guess, because they'd be trying to short it. Honestly, I don't even know if I would touch that. I might go for something like, while everybody's focused on that, the IVs on like Mara might be a lot cheaper. Like, alright, so let's say that I was going to play these, right? Which I'm not. That's $6.57. Say I were to buy, I don't know, 7s, right? $38. The IVs, chances are it's going to be jacked. 128. 129. It's not that bad, but let's see what Mara is. Ooh, these are actually even fucking higher. Oh wait, that's for this week. Are these higher? Yeah, these are actually higher. Were they trying to do the same thing with Mara? S-Dig is actually a low-key play that not a lot of people know about. This is the one that I was kind of trying to point out not too long ago, but yeah. They have options as well. They have August ones for fucking $42 right now. For $250. I mean, that'd be a low-key way to play because a lot of people aren't going to know about that company just yet. Well, no, I understand that, but what I'm saying is maybe they jumped the gun and maybe they tried to top tick. Alright, let me open this up real quick. Guys, if you guys don't mind, can you please like, sub, and I mean, even if you want to, share. I need as much attention in here as humanly possible. Gary Gensler lectures crypto companies to come in and register. Yeah, no, that's true. Yeah, I've seen that before. But yeah, like subscribing is huge for me. That's how I'm gonna like gain like stature on the algos, guys. Like basically, my channel is pretty much hidden, unless I like type in my entire fucking channel. Like even on my own computer, it's really screwed up. Like, this is not how fucking market dynamics are supposed to work. This is supposed to be trailing this, not fucking going down. like it usually trails it in a weighted manner, yeah, but not like an all day type of manner. That's just weird. Like, weird. Thank you for subbing. I appreciate that. Don't be shy. Like, say what's up. Like, a lot of people just, like, come and just, like, chill. And, I mean, like, I'm down with that, too. But, like, also, like, if you find something that you think is worth, like, looking into, don't be, like, shy. Like, share it. Share that shit ASAP. Because it could be a banger. And then we could all do DD on it and obviously make our own decisions. But then it's like, you know, putting out to the community. It's just gonna move with Bitcoin for the most part, unless there's news on it, which it sounds like there is news, but like it's just gonna move with Bitcoin. And I hate Bitcoin. You see the disconnect there? I'd rather honestly take the money that I would buy Riot with, and I would rather buy XDC or XRP with it. Like directly. Like for like a long-term hold. Especially at these prices. How's Bitcoin doing right now? Bitcoin is 21.5. SPY is 396. Tesla's up 4%. Watch we don't have a fucking market reversion in after hours. Like a reversion to the downside. And then, whose earnings for tomorrow? Whose earnings are today again? Alright, so today we have Hilton, Spotify, Facebook, Boeing, Ford, Etsy, Qualcomm, Teladoc, Shopify. I think Shopify might win, or might beat. Teladoc, I think, beats. Qualcomm beats. Ford beats. Etsy might lose. I think Boeing beats. I think Facebook misses. I think Spotify hits. Hilton might also hit. And you know what? They actually might be selling more, like Oculus as well. Facebook. I don't know. Tomorrow, I think Apple might miss. But they might also announce, like, a new device or something. And that could also boost, you know, the outlook. I think MasterCard beats. I think Intel is going to be fine because of that foundry that they're making. I think Amazon beats because people are lazy. And I think that it kind of like reverses what happened last time. And then we have Pfizer and Merck. And unfortunately, you know, the country was like forced to deal with those companies. So chances are that like they're going to be fine. I just feel like there's gonna be a lot of shenanigans here in between, like maybe like a forced fucking sell off, and then like a repurchase or something. I just feel like there's some kind of rebalancing going on right now, like a repricing. You sold all your Vroom? What was your entry price? Out of curiosity, what was your entry? We just lost 21.5 on Bitcoin. $150. Oh, jeez. So you didn't. You were in the trade for nothing. Increases earnings estimates for VRM at 234. But it's maybe 2:34 in the morning. I literally just made a video on them last night as to why I think that they're gonna go up. Why I think, not that they are, but why I think. People are fucking lazy. I don't know how many times I have to stress that. People are so lazy. Like, business models that cater to lazy people, I think, are going to be gravy. That's why I think TYDE is going to be so valuable. Like, Web3. And they have a very low overhead. Like, what is their overhead? The designs that their artists design, and then whatever the customer wants, the customer would have to pay for it. I might DCA. I don't know. Like, I think Tblt might just go. I think Redbox might just go. Like, they could go at the same fucking time. But then we get into, like, the system where, of, like, well, if one goes, can, like, all of them go at once? Because that's been my belief for quite a while. It's just, like, I think that, like, if they do it, it'll be bad enough to the point where they would want it all to happen at once. That way, people, like, retail is distracted. Because if you think about it, like, we are gonna, like, it's us versus the entire chart. Like, the entire, like, all the tickers, everything. They have sectors. They have one person to handle an entire sector. Or, you know, multiple people to handle an entire sector. You know what I mean? So it's just like, I don't know. I think that they would want to distract us and then go ahead and scalp the shit out of us. That's why I think that, like, a lot of people are going to go ahead and give back, unfortunately, a lot of the money that they make. It's sad, but I think it's true. Yeah, but now it's if it's confirmed, that could be like an overnight type of deal. I mean, I could post a video on that. In all honesty, we could do that in after hours if we really want to. Yeah, I mean, I posted a Redbox video of the date, but if the date is now changed, then I should probably correct myself anyway. I mean, why not? See, that's the thing, bro. I like to do DD, like, in front of other people. That way, if I fuck something up, you guys can call me out on it. Like, just different things like that. Like, it's just, like... I'm not hiding anything. TMI. Johnny fucking Bravo, or whatever the fuck his name is. Like, I'm not hiding anything. Like, let's go ahead and, like, let's look at the legit facts, you know what I mean? And then let's go ahead and bring it to everybody so everybody could go ahead and view it. That's all. Like, this makes no sense right now. PGY is up another fucking 40% right now, and the warrants are not tracing it. Like, these should be up to, like in the dollars. Like, easily. Like, that's not normal market function. Like, this should at least be like $10 right now. Like, here, I'm gonna pull up Beam and Beam warrants. And I think Beam is like 15 off. Or no, 5 off. Alright, so here's Beam. And then Beam W. Alright, so that's $13.49. And then here are the warrants. So they're $5 off. Ish. So now do you understand, like, my confusion there? It's like, why are you so cheap? SkyX. Fuck me. Didn't mean to do that. SkyX has been consistently called out here. I mean, that's if somebody doesn't beat me to it. We'll do it right as soon as the market closes. If you have links, bro, if you want to post them on the Facebook, or actually better yet, if you want to post them on my Twitter, at Moonshoes. Here, I'll just type it in. That'd be like lit, because then it would just be like real quick. Tide. What are we doing? No, you're good, bro. You're good. As long as you have, like, do you have the names of, like, where I'm supposed to, like, look? Because I could find them by myself. That's easy. I'm good at that kind of stuff. As long as you have, like, where I'm supposed to look, I'll be able to find it. I'm gonna get support right off that. We have the 48. Kaplop. This is like trying to like toy with our feelings. Real talk. That's exactly what that is. EB control. What the fuck is EB control? Now you got me like stumped. Technology company that enables real world use of blockchain to solve critical business issues. The launch of EB control. It's patent pending, zero trust. That's fine. I'll be able to find it. I'm resourceful. That's fine. I'll be alright. How the fuck is this up to 2240 and something that's supposed to be lagging by 1150 is only at 70 cents, 69 cents? That pisses me off. Low volume today too. I just realized that. I mean, it's only one, but it's still low volume. VTGN. Is anything happening there? For how much attention that this has gotten, okay, that's a relatively low turnover rate for such a cheap stock. Just throwing that out there. This would be breaking a bull flag if I drew it, but it's not even worth drawing. Snapchat down 10 more cents. Crazy. Craziness. WTRH up 4.3. TTOO up 4.18. SkyX up another 4%. Yesterday it was up 3%. This is that company that has the fucked up business model, kind of like Rumble, that I was talking about before. It's basically like a blog, but like you have to pay to make or to like be in it, and then like depending on how many views you get, then you get paid back. It's like, well, like I could write on a piece of paper, and then I don't have to worry about paying shit. I don't know. It just doesn't make sense to me. Wow, Dave W is up fucking 102%. See, that's what I'm talking about with warrants. Like, why? Like, how the fuck is that other one not rolling right now? That makes no fucking sense to me at all. I mean, what happened on Bitcoin a few minutes? Let's see. What time did that happen at? Like, was it just here recently? Because then it's like, you could almost just run it right off Bitcoin. Bitcoin does look like it's about to cup and handle, though. Just saying. Which would be very good for us. It might just be like the way Bitcoin's moving, bro. I mean, what are we at? We're up 1.39%. BBIG. Probably shouldn't even draw this line, but I'm going to anyway. I draw lines all the time. I'm not supposed to. It was 6% when I looked, or 4%. It was one of the two. It was either 6 or 4. It wasn't high. Cause that's one of the things that I like look for first. Exactly. ADN and VRM are like literally like pennies, a fraction of a penny down each. Yeah, but then they'd probably get blown out if Bitcoin ran. So if the shorts doubled down on it, that means that chances are they know that Bitcoin is going to go down overnight, which means chances are that there would be a sell-off. So then I would want to be looking at SQQ calls in theory. And that would be a good hedge in theory. Yeah, because if Bitcoin goes down, chances are tech is going to be down as well. That's SQQ would be 3 times the performance. So yeah, I mean, like, I'd be playing it totally different, bro. I'd be playing it through the entire fucking sector. Like too many things run off Bitcoin. Like, you could do like a call on UVXY, like if you thought that the market was gonna like be pretty selly. You could buy, like I said, SQQs, and that's 3 times that's inverse 3 times the Nasdaq. That's usually my favorite way to hedge. Because usually the Nasdaq moves faster than everything else. That's why I used to trade their futures. And I'd be done by like 11 o'clock, 11:30 to 12. Like, and I'd just scalp the shit out of them. And then done. Spin the fuck up already. We have 50% on TYDE. Tblt. Yeah. GSK just got FDA approval, apparently. Okay. Tblt, 168.68%. That's just insane. Absolutely ridiculous. And then they owe, like, what, 5 million shares on the second? In fucking insane. I think Redbox is gonna go nuclear if that whole like thing is accurate. I mean, I'm gonna hold my warrant. I'm at a point with my warrants, like it would be a small loss. Like it is what it is. If I ended up just dumping them, like I might as well just see what's up. Like I don't have like a metric fuck ton, but I have like a decent amount. How is this just cranking though, and this is not moving? I don't want to sound like I'm complaining because it's not even my fucking position. It's just like market mechanics just have that not being there. You know what I mean? And that's what's kind of screwy. Like they should at least meet in the middle somewhere. Oh yeah, that delay is gonna crush shorts on Redbox. I mean, as long as they weren't the ones that like pushed this on, if that makes sense. Like if for some reason, you know, they had like a reason to do it, you know what I mean? Because I felt like they were gonna hide their shorts somewhere like within the acquisition. However, a lot of people are under the belief that you'd have to cover before the acquisition. I don't think you do. So this would actually kind of expose them and leave them a little bit like of a weaker standing. Go. Go, 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 go. That's so fucking twisted. I feel like poking it with like a stick and like asking it if it's dead. Like, hey, you still there? You alive? I mean, that'd be completely illegal. That'd be a 100% fucking, like, securities fraud in some way, shape, or form. come on. Give it to me. I know you want to. You look like you're about to twist right there. Go ahead. Go the fuck ahead. I have 21.6 back on Bitcoin. 1,500 on ETH. He could, what's it called? He could have received a whistleblower complaint as well. Those have been flying around. I mean, hell, I tried to put one on Ken Griffin, straight up. I mean, it was free. What? Like, why not? I just went down. My buddy's a lawyer. I went down his office. It's like a block away from my house. Took a nice little walk. Had him go ahead and send it. Took me about 15 minutes, 10 minutes. And people are getting paid like millions of dollars if they actually like uncover something. So I was just like, how is this legal that he operates a hedge fund and then he has connections with a market maker? Like, I kind of like just tied that together, and I was just like, it's just not legal. And I just never heard back from them or anything. MICT? What is MICT? MICT. What do they even do? I feel like that's an Ortex. MICT. Okay, electronics. Okay, so they are not a... Like, they're expected to go cash flow positive this quarter. It looks like. So that's kind of interesting. About this, about MICT. Like, they're supposed to go cash flow positive. Their target price is about 490, 490% gain. They don't have much of a short to them. I don't know. I'd rather be in, like, a few other plays for the same price tag. Honestly, like, DSS. I could buy 2, almost. But, I mean, it's interesting. I mean, they might get slammed with shorts off of that. Alright, now we're close to a double bottom here. Snapchat is so fucking cheap right now, in my humble opinion. GSK. Apparently Ortex doesn't want us to know about them today. That was weird. I have no idea. Didn't he say that it was, what's it called? Didn't he say it was an FDA play or something? If he said it was an FDA play... Okay, they got approved for something. With patent... Oh, with pediatric patients. I thought it said patents, excuse me. So they did get FDA approval. I still don't like the FDA. It's happening with a few different stocks. Like, it really is. Straight up. This is one of them. Right here. Go ahead. Go ahead, TBLT. Come on. We're sick of this bullshit. Send us for a ride. It's only 140. The day is still young. Oh boy. Oh yeah. Huh. It could either be like, I don't think that it'll be sideways. I think it'll either be like really, really good or really, really bad. And it doesn't even matter. I'm not even concerned about the fucking number. That's how crazy it is. I don't even care about the number. I care more so about how the market reacts to the number. I don't know if that makes any sense at all. Like, is everyone going to be surprised by the, like, they might pull a fucking straight up, reverse psychology, trick on us, though, and then just run everything upwards. Like, seriously. Like, they might beat the fuck out of everything, and then all of a sudden just launch it. Even though the numbers are bad. They could be like, oh, well, like, we got to do it at some point, you know? Because if if they're high, right? Say that the numbers are, like, really high. Then it, like, taking loans on money would become more expensive. So then their short positions would then become more expensive as well. Like, that's what rate hikes are about. It's about, like, the cost of money. Like, if money's free, no wonder everybody's taking loans out. You know what I mean? And then when money isn't free, it's like, okay, now it's gonna get more expensive for them to, you know, take a loan out on, you know, X stock in order to short it. Even though they're not like technically taking it out, I guess, a cash loan, it's like a cash equivalent, but like still. Bro, I don't even want to say final countdown. I don't want to say like final like. I'm just ready. My chips are where they want to be. I mean, of course, I have some on sideline just in case I see an opportunity that I have to have. You know what I mean? But yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. It's kind of where I'm at. I think that today's just gonna be crazy. And then the T+2 off of this. Today's what? Wednesday, right? So Friday is gonna be fucking insane. I feel like. Although, we're not really getting... I guess we're getting average volume, so to speak. But I want to see the data on, like, TYDE. I want to see the data on BBIG. I want to see the data on Tblt. Like, I want to see the T+2 data on Friday. Yeah, some boom boom candles would be fucking lit. I I'm telling you guys, like, watch some, like, really obscure stocks, like, just random ones. Like, they don't even have to be, like, MOAS type stocks. They're just, like, random stocks that, like, I don't know, like, big money has selected in order to use as, like, a scalping tool. And it might be in, like, the tops or the active where you'll find it. And you'll see it, like, just, like, trend right to the top, most likely. Like, that could very well happen. Like, right around 2 o'clock. Like, let me know if you guys see any of that. Or see any crazy option flow. Like, Revlon is getting the shit kicked out of it, and there's no reason for it. VRM is slightly down. ADN was slightly down as well. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, if I had cash in a different account right now, I'd probably buy Revlon options. I would. It's like it's probably beat the fuck down. It has no volume. The IVs are gonna be drained on it. I'd probably be like 550, honestly. Straight up. I'd probably be like 550. Somewhere around there. I don't know. I've told you guys before what the monthlies I was looking at them for $80 for a 5 and a 6 each. So it would have been $80 each for both. Again, I'm not taking that position. I do have like an option or two or something on them. I have a handful, but I have a decent amount of straight stock on them. And my entry is just so low that I just don't even care. Like, it's funny, like, how low they are. So it just, like, my money's gonna be made on the options on them, and if they do a share recall, because that's what I care about. I care about a share recall. Which, the only 2 stocks that I see potentially doing a share recall, well, I guess if the Attorney General is going to get involved with Redbox, potentially Redbox as well, but 90% of the float is owned by one company on BBAI, and then only 10% of the float is available on Revlon. And that's like 3 large parties that could most likely trigger it. Yeah, my exposure to Redbox is through the warrants. I don't want to spend that much money. I want max exposure, or I want max like percentage gains. Because if it goes nuts, the lower the price, and if it trails it like it's supposed to, I don't know why the fuck the other one isn't today, but if it trails it like it's supposed to, then I would have a greater P&L. Like a far greater P&L. Like that, this just does not make fucking sense to me at all. Maybe in the overnight. The cool thing about warrants, though, just so everybody's aware. Okay, cool thing about warrants, you're actually allowed to trade them in after hours. I like that. So then that way, if like the underlying starts to sell off, and like you could like dump it. but let's make sure that there's no reason for that to dump. PGY. 10 minutes till the numbers come out. So it's a $6.32 billion company. Only 32% of the company is on float. That's 213, almost 200, 213.9 million shares. Wow, it's towards the 52-week high, but that's because I believe it, yeah, just fucking SPAC'd, I believe. This is the original peak of the SPAC. How far are they going to run it? Because that's something taken into consideration. How long are they, like, how far are they going to run it? Are they going to keep running it? Or are they done? So they still have like a little bit of short interest in there. And the cost to borrow average is absolutely like through the roof. Interesting trade. It's just defying market fundamentals, which is just like aggravating though. To like somebody that like literally studied market fundamentals and all that shit, to have something defy it completely, it's like, why the hell did I even waste my time learning like about something? SRNE turning up. They hit $1 billion in market cap. Lit. Virgin Galactic was trending the other day. That's what put it on my radar. It often catches gamma runs. Let's just look at it real quick. More gamma pressure to the upside. BBIG candles. I swear these candles are just trying to fuck with us though. Wait, what do you mean they just gave over their shares to retail? What are you talking about? Quant is up almost 8% in the last 24 hours. Okay, I'll take it. Yeah, but what do you mean they gave over most of their shares? I'm kind of confused by that. SkyX up 5.17% now. Watch TTOO. TTOO could be dangerous. It could be very, very fucking dangerous. Breakthrough medical devices. Breakthrough medical devices. And then they're down ever since. Like, how does that make sense? Six minutes. Again, I'm more concerned about how the market reacts. I like knowing the number is gonna be great, but I want to see what happens to like the overall market. Like SPY, Bitcoin, like honestly, like that Revlon, Redbox, Mullen, like that would give me kind of like a solid understanding. If they don't raise rates at all, we might just keep getting shorted. Like they might just keep borrowing and borrowing because it's easy for them to keep doing it. I feel very bullish too, but I don't want to be overly bullish. Because I feel like that's been a big problem with a lot of people is everyone gets way too bullish and then something shitty happens. So I'm trying to be like I don't know, I guess negative Nancy of the group here. Trying to keep everyone like, cool, calm, and composed. But dangerous. Like stay dangerous. But be cool, calm, and composed about it. I'm happy I pulled fucking some money off this right this second, but I'm probably gonna hate myself in like 5 minutes. But it was the responsible thing to do, so like I can't beat myself up over it. SRNE up 2%. 4 minutes until fucking like hell is unleashed. This is a blockchain company as well, just so you're aware of it. I mean, like, it might be cheaper to play than Riot, if that's what you were trying to do. And their earnings were on the 20th, so you don't have to worry about those. If you haven't already, guys, please like, sub, and share. The subs and the likes are the most important. If you don't want to share, don't share. You know what I mean? Like, it would help, but like you don't have to. But subbing is the most important. Liking definitely helps with the algorithms as far as finding my stuff. It would just go a big way. It would go a big way. Now, if the rates are really high, Bitcoin might go way up, which might then drive the stock market up as well. Yeah, I think so. Well, Veru could get dangerous. I'm not playing it, but Veru could get dangerous. VERU. It just popped up like when I felt like margins were really tight previously, and it just became this monster all of a sudden. But yeah. All right, let's see how this market reacts right now. I'm feeling either a gutter ball or a rocket. That's dope. He just dropped pretty sweet news on GIS. Alright. 20 seconds. 15. 10. You know, so like the volume just dries up. This is so fucking crooked. It's about to go crazy. Market showing upside? Market's looking upside? It's still digesting this. I'm gonna get the what's called as well. I'm gonna have that that link for us to listen to. That's generally pretty easy. Oh, I should probably mute myself and everything, get that shit straightened out. Oh, I already am muted. Perfect. $441. Let's fucking go. That's what's good. Almost halfway there. I want to search across my channel. I want to go on YouTube itself. FOMC. I want to see how fast Bitcoin runs, and then I think that the rest of the market will follow. It's kind of fucked up that the whole market has to go like that way, but that's just how it's set up. Ever since like the C word. VTGN. Like, I'm telling you, they might just pick fucking like random ass stocks and just like send them nuclear. There's no telling. TYDE would probably be the one. Or Snapchat. Nvidia's getting some gas. Why is... I hate when that happens. Top gainers. One day. How is it a top gainer if it's fucking red? That makes no sense. SOND. Pre-market till now. CDTX. IMPP. Easy fill. I've been talking about easy fill fucking every day for the last like a week, and I never fucking buy them. Sorry guys, I'm trying to like balance this as well as getting this shit in front of us. FOMC press conference. Where's my link, baby? Bear with me, guys. You guys don't want to listen to like what they're showing right now, I can assure you. If somebody wants to remind me at exactly like, let's say 225 to something like that, that'd be dope. Oh, if crypto had a good jump, then that means that chances are they overhyped. At least that would be my belief. Or it was a higher number than expected. We're just, honestly, I think that we need that though. Like, it's gonna suck, but at the same time, I think we need it. Like we need to embrace the suck. How big of a jump are we talking about? Because my phone's not buzzing right now. I mean, Bitcoin is definitely shooting. ETH is making its way. I'm just gonna pull up crypto.com or coin market cap on my phone. BNB on its way up, XRP slightly up. Cardano's up 5.77, Solana's up 7%. Matic is up 13.5%. Avalanche is up 9.13. Yeah, your Ethereum Classic it's kicking ass, I'm not gonna lie. Still not a fan, but it's kicking ass. Yeah, crypto is taking a nice leg. Push. We might get extremely bullish on this day. Like for the rest of the day, we might get extremely bullish. If crypto keeps running like that. Why the fuck are these warrants not moving? These should be at least like $10 right now. I was talking about TQQ yesterday. Just saying. I mean, I would have been off on timing. Obviously, the timing wouldn't have been right, but, like, the TQQs would have been printing. Watch the NLIT warrants. If NLIT hits 1150, that's when NLIT also has the warrants to get activated. Or exercisable, I should say. TBLT. PSAR switch. I wonder if, hold on a second, I want to see if this is going up. down. Interesting. So, guys, just very quickly, this is the Ultra, so I believe it's 3 times, for natural gas, if I'm not mistaken, right? And there was an article that I just read about Russia basically fucking everybody over, or like fucking over Europe with natural gas. Not oil, not just straight oil, but with natural gas as well. So then, Boyle, being a 3 times bull, would theoretically want to go up if it was going to be like that. Fox. Okay, so the Carnival Cruise Line, like I just pointed out 2 minutes ago, Virgin, SPCE, they were just trending. Where the fuck are they? SPCE, Virgin Galactic, where the fuck are you? Oh, it's up 6 cents. Nothing crazy. Okay, we have 22,000 on Bitcoin. I do have key levels drawn out for it, though, so let's see if we could clear these. Alright, so obviously 22.5 is going to be... I mean, that's an obvious one. Like 22.5, 15 to be... or 16 to be exact. And then over 23.150 is what we're shooting for. Here comes Spy. Here comes fucking Spy. Oops. With TYDE, ever since like it had that nice little like run up, like hey, don't forget about me, and then now it's just like chilling like the rest of the day. Now, this is a company that should be up on, like, a high rate hike. I don't know why they're down. That does not make any sense to me at all. Like, that's a refinance company. It just has, like, a lot of backing. Yeah, that's exactly what we want. We want tons and tons of fucking halts. Honestly, we might see more like craziness when he starts talking than like right now. Like I wouldn't make too many like big money trades, especially until you hear him talk. Cause you could honestly hear like in his voice like something like if he seems unsure of something or whatever, and then like the market will go ahead and like display that. It's like really fucked up. It's really, really fucked up. It's just one big psych game. Go ahead. So you say usually, and I'm happy you said usually, because we're at a time right now where it's like we are in an unusual time. So I think it's important to be yes, I think it's very important to be mindful of that. Usually that's exactly what happens. Usually shit tanks, but also keep into consideration like things have been going the opposite way of what you would think would happen. as well. So it's like a little bit of like reverse psychology as well. Yeah. So that was yesterday, actually. Like, Redbox should be going nuts. Sorry, my chat. Wang. Oh, that guy, that they did, like, basically built the house of cards using derivatives, and I mean, there's plenty of them, but he was a guy that got caught from Archegos. 20 years on 4 different counts. Yeah, 4 different counts. So he got 80 years in jail. Whew. Dude's 58 years old. So that's a fall guy. There's one fall guy. I think that they're going to use fucking Powell or Gensler as well. I think that this is so bad that they're going to have to use, like, multiple. And then the rest will just, like, all land on Trump. Somehow. AMC is slightly green. Has 14. VRM down 2 cents. ADN down 10 cents now. Bitcoin still holding 22. Ever so slightly. Oh, man. I hope he uses the word transitory again. That would definitely make me smile. If he started to use the word transitory again, like, I wouldn't be able to, like, help myself. Like, it's almost like he believed his own lie. Oh, man. I mean, it's probably one of those fucking, like, really, really rich person type, like prisons where it's basically like a resort. But who knows? You know, honestly, it's not even the economy that bothers me the most about that. What bothers me is the Afghanistan thing. I don't want to, like, we don't have to get into details, but, like, you could have literally just fucking said, like, to your generals, can you guys handle this for me? And it would have gone so much better. Like, that should have been, like, almost instant impeachment. Wow, I would have fucking been deep in the money on those fucking TQQ calls. Fuck. See, sometimes I overthink myself. How many times do you think that we'll hear Russia in this? Or Putin's price hike? How many times do you guys think that we'll hear it? Alright, there's my alarm. I want to know how many of you guys think we'll hear Putin's price hike. No, we're not drinking. I'll take the over. I'll take the over of 2. No, no. I don't even know if I have any booze here. Yeah, I have a little bit, but no, I'm good. I'm not gonna be like drinking on stream. No, that's not me. I'm not gonna do that. Like this is serious. Like serious. Like maybe one day after hours. Like maybe, but like not like during the fucking FOMC meeting when shit's about to get real. Like that's like the worst time to do something like that. Well, sorry, for me to do something like that, I should say. Everybody's different. ADN is so cheap right now. Just saying. $2.50 right now. Wait, this isn't the one where we have to listen to Elizabeth Warren, is it? Or is that the I think that's the Senate Finance Committee. Because listening to her makes my fucking, like, head hurt. Like, real talk. I don't know what it is. It's just something about it. No, I won't fall out of the chair. I won't fall out of the chair. I did fall out of the chair playing Call of Duty once. I will admit that. I fell out of the chair playing Call of Duty, but that's because I had my feet up and I was like kicked back and like, yeah. It is what it is. IDR. Bro, like, I mean, I've been streaming since 4 this morning. Like, it's not like, I don't even know. Give me 1 second. Dog's going outside. We're going to separate this window from this window. And then we're going to go ahead and make sure everything's on mute. I think it is. This is gonna be a fucking shit show, I think. It could be like a really bad shit show. I hope not, but I mean, I really don't have too many good. I don't know. I would like some good vibes going on, because like we could also see, we could not only could we see a boost, but we could also see a reversal off of like what the minutes were. Like there's so many different ways to fucking play them, like the FOMC stuff. Like sometimes I wouldn't even want to like play futures, or I would like specifically want to play futures just because of like the violent swings. I'm still clueless as to why this is moving the way that it is. It's getting volume. Chat disables for the stream? Yeah, because, yeah, I bet, I understand why. Oh, Jesus. Alright, dog at the door. Supply chain for construction material finally getting better, but now everyone has their... Yeah, that shows like weak demand. So that'd be like low consumer confidence. Watch for Mullen to go nuts. Not financial advice. Just saying. Watch for if that's accurate, which I'm sure it is. Watch for Mullen to go crazy. Little candle. Little tough built candle. Didn't he say something on their, like during their call that was different though? Or maybe he said August and I just didn't realize how fucking close August was. Of course they didn't. Those motherfuckers. What are you at, ones? Attaboy. Come on, give me another fucking tough build candle here. I want a tough build candle. Oh. I've had enough of this elevator music as well. I know, I hear you, dude. I hear you. It is genuinely pissing me off, though, that the warrants are not moving, like, at least, like, in a weighted manner towards that. That defies, like, the whole premise of having a warrant. No, don't do that. Oh, here we go, guys. Alright, I'm gonna raise the volume. If I blow your eardrums out, yell at me. I still don't hear anything either. And nothing's on mute on my end. No, nobody's at the podium right now. Here we go.
Good afternoon. My colleagues and I are strongly committed to bringing inflation back down, and we're moving expeditiously to do so. We have both the tools we need and the resolve it will take to restore price stability on behalf of American families and businesses. The economy and the country have been through a lot over the past 2.5 years and have proved resilient. It is essential that we bring inflation down to our 2% goal if we are to have a sustained period of strong labor market conditions that benefit all. From the standpoint of our congressional mandate to promote maximum employment and price stability, the current picture is plain to see. The labor market is extremely tight, and inflation is much too high. Against this backdrop, today the FOMC raised its policy interest rate by 0.75 percentage point and anticipates that ongoing increases in the target range for the federal funds rate will be appropriate. In addition, we are continuing the process of significantly reducing the size of our balance sheet. And I'll have more to say about today's monetary policy actions after briefly reviewing economic developments. Recent indicators of spending and production have softened. Growth in consumer spending has slowed significantly, in part reflecting lower real disposable income and tighter financial conditions. Activity in the housing sector has weakened, in part reflecting higher mortgage rates. And after a strong increase in the first quarter, business fixed investment also looks to have declined in the second quarter. Despite these developments, the labor market has remained extremely tight, with the unemployment rate near a 50-year low, job vacancies near historical highs, and wage growth elevated. Over the past 3 months, employment rose by an average of 375,000 jobs per month, down from the average pace seen earlier in the year, but still robust. Improvements in labor market conditions have been widespread, including for workers at the lower end of the wage distribution, as well as for African Americans and Hispanics. Labor demand is very strong, while labor supply remains subdued, with the labor force participation rate little changed since January.
Fix the stock market.
Overall,
maybe.
the continued strength of the labor market suggests that underlying aggregate demand remains solid. Inflation remains well above our longer-run goal of 2%. Over the 12 months ending in May, total PCE prices rose 6.3%, excluding the volatile food and energy categories. Core PCE prices rose 4.7%. In June, the 12-month change in the Consumer Price Index came in above expectations at 9.1%, and the change in the core CPI was 5.9%. Notwithstanding the recent slowdown in overall economic activity, aggregate demand appears to remain strong. Supply constraints have been larger and longer lasting than anticipated, and price pressures are evident across a broad range of goods and services. Although prices for some commodities have turned down recently, the earlier surge in prices of crude oil and other commodities that resulted from Russia's war on Ukraine has boosted prices for gasoline and food, creating additional upward pressure on inflation. The Fed's monetary policy actions are guided by our mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. My colleagues and I are acutely aware that high inflation imposes significant hardship, especially on those least able to meet the higher costs of essentials like food, housing, and transportation. We are highly attentive to the risks high inflation poses to both sides of our mandate, and we're strongly committed to returning inflation to our 2% objective. At today's meeting, the committee raised the target range for the federal funds rate by 0.75 of a percentage point, bringing the target range to 2.25% to 2.5%. And we're continuing the process of significantly reducing the size of our balance sheet, which plays an important role in firming the stance of monetary policy. Over coming months, we will be looking for compelling evidence that inflation is moving down, consistent with inflation returning to 2%. We anticipate that ongoing increases in the target range for the federal funds rate will be appropriate. The pace of those increases will continue to depend on the incoming data and evolving outlook for the economy. Today's increase in the target range is the second 75 basis point increase in as many meetings. While another unusually large increase could be appropriate at our next meeting, that is a decision that will depend on the data we get between now and then.
God damn.
We will continue to make our decisions meeting by meeting and communicate our thinking as clearly as possible. As the stance of monetary policy tightens further, it likely will become appropriate to slow the pace of increases while we assess how our cumulative policy adjustments are affecting the economy and inflation. Our overarching focus is using our tools to bring demand into better balance with supply in order to bring inflation back down to our 2% goal and to keep longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Making appropriate monetary policy in this uncertain environment requires a recognition that the economy often evolves in unexpected ways. Inflation has obviously surprised to the upside over the past year, and further surprises could be in store. We therefore will need to be nimble in responding to incoming data and the evolving outlook. And we will strive to avoid adding uncertainty in what is already an extraordinarily challenging and uncertain time. We are highly attentive to inflation risks and determined to take the measures necessary to return inflation to our 2% longer-run goal.
Everything might like this data.
This process is likely to involve a period of below-trend economic growth and some softening in labor market conditions. But such outcomes are likely necessary to restore price stability and to set the stage for achieving maximum employment and stable prices over the longer run.
They might tighten us right into a recession.
To conclude, we understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals.
We want 30 on it.
Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Rachel. Hi, Chair Powell. Thanks for taking our questions. Rachel Siegel from the Washington Post. Wondering if you can walk us through your thinking around the decision not to go for a full percentage point increase. We saw a ramp up after the May CPI report came in hotter than usual, and then obviously the June figure did too. Was there any discussion of a stronger hike at this meeting? Yeah, thank you.
Sure. So we did judge that a 75 basis point increase was the right magnitude in light of the data and in the context of the ongoing increases in the policy rate that we've been making. I'd say that we wouldn't hesitate to make an even larger move than we did today if the committee were to conclude that were appropriate. That was not the case at this meeting. There was very broad support for the move that we made. You mentioned the June meeting. We had said many times that we were prepared to move more aggressively if inflation continued to disappoint.
If they keep tightening,
and that's why we did move to a more aggressive pace at the June meeting, as we said we would do. At this meeting, we continued at that more aggressive pace as inflation has continued to disappoint in the form of the June CPI reading.
Thank you so much for taking our questions. Colby Smith with the Financial Times. As the committee considers the policy path forward, how will it weigh the expected decline in headline inflation, which might come as a result of the drop in commodity prices, against the fact that we are likely to see some persistence in core readings in particular? And given that potential tension and signs of any kind of activity weakening here, how has the committee's thinking changed on how far into restrictive territory rates might need to go?
As well.
So, I guess I'd start by saying we've been saying we would move expeditiously to get to the range of neutral, and I think we've done that now. We're at 225 to 2.5, and that's right in the range of what we think is neutral. So the question is, how are we thinking about the path forward? So One thing that hasn't changed is that, it won't change, is that our focus is going to continue to be on using our tools to bring demand back into better balance with supply in order to bring inflation back down. That'll continue to be our overarching focus. We also said that we expect ongoing rate hikes will be appropriate and that we'll make decisions meeting by meeting. So what are we going to be looking at? We'll be looking at the incoming data, as I mentioned, and that'll start with economic activity. Are we seeing the slowdown in economic activity that we think we need? And there's some evidence that we are at this time. Of course, we'll be looking at labor market conditions, and we'll be asking whether we see the alignment between supply and demand getting better, getting closer. Of course, we'll be looking closely at inflation. You mentioned headline and core. Our mandate is for headline. Of course, it's not for core, but we look at core because core is actually a better indicator of headline and of all inflation going forward. So we'll be looking at both, and we'll be looking at them at those both really for what they're saying about the outlook rather than just simply for what they say. But we'll be asking, do we see inflationary pressures declining? Do we see actual readings of inflation coming down? So in light of all that data, the question we'll be asking is whether the stance of policy we have is sufficiently restrictive to bring inflation back down to our 2% target. And it's also worth noting that these rate hikes have been large and they've come quickly, and it's likely that their full effect has not been felt by the economy. So there's probably some additional tightening, significant additional tightening in the pipeline. So where are we going with this?
That's a bad idea.
I think the committee broadly feels that we need to get policy at least to a moderately restrictive level. And maybe the best data point for that would be what we wrote down in our SEP at the June meeting. So I think the median for the end of this year, the median would have been between 3.25 and 3.5. And then people wrote down 50 basis points higher than that for 2023. So that's, even though that's now 6 weeks old, I guess, that's the most recent reading. Of course, we'll update that reading at the September meeting in 8 weeks. So that's how we're thinking about it. As I mentioned, as it relates to September, I said that another unusually large increase could be appropriate, but that's not a decision we're making now. It's one that we'll make based on the data we see, and we're going to be making decisions meeting by meeting. We think it's time to just go to a meeting by meeting basis and not provide the kind of clear guidance that we had provided on the way to neutral.
Nick Timmerosa, The Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, you've said that your policy works through influencing expectations and that policy needs to be at least moderately restrictive, which means you need financial conditions to stay tight. Futures market pricing currently implies you will raise rates this year along the lines of your June SEP, but then lower them a few months later next year. Are these expectations consistent with the need to keep financial conditions tight in order to moderate purchasing power and bring inflation back to 2%?
So I'm going to start by pointing out that it's very hard to say with any confidence in normal times what the economy is going to be doing in 6 or 12 months. And so to try to predict what the appropriate monetary policy response would be, I mean, of course, we do that in the SEP, but nonetheless, you've got to take any estimates of what rates will be next year with a grain of salt, because there's so much uncertainty. These are not normal times. There's significantly more uncertainty now about the path ahead than I think there ordinarily is, and ordinarily it's quite high. So again, the only data point I have for you really is the June SEP, which I think is just the most recent thing that the committee's done. Since then, inflation has come in higher, economic activity has come in weaker than expected. But at the same time, I would say that's probably the best estimate of where the committee's thinking is still, which is that we would get to a moderately restrictive level by the end of this year, by which I mean somewhere between 3 and 3.5%, and that the committee sees further rate increases in 2023. As I mentioned, we'll update that, of course, at the September meeting, but that's really the best I can do on that.
You said inflation had been a little bit hotter than anticipated. Has your view of the terminal rate changed since June?
So I wouldn't say it was. I think we didn't expect a good reading, but this one was even worse than expected, I would say. I don't talk about my own personal estimate of what the terminal rate would be. I will write down that it's going to evolve. It's obviously, it has evolved over the course, I think for all participants, it has evolved over the course of the year as we learn how persistent inflation is going to be. And by the time of the September meeting, we will have seen 2 more CPI readings and 2 more labor market readings and significant amount of readings about economic activity and perhaps geopolitical developments. Who knows? It'll be a lot. It's an 8-week intermeeting period, so I think we'll see quite a lot of data, and we'll make our decision at that meeting based on that data.
Gina. Hi, Jarrell. Thanks for taking our question. Gina Smile with New York Times. You kind of alluded to this earlier, but I wonder, in the event that you see several months of very weak headline inflation numbers because oil prices are coming down so much, but core inflation continues to be strong or even picks up, I wonder how you would think about that.
So it's hard to deal with hypotheticals, but I just would say this: we would look at both, and we'd be asking ourselves, are we confident that inflation is on a path down to 2%? That's really the question. And we'll be making, our policy stance will be set at a level, ultimately, at which we are confident that inflation is going to be moving down to 2%. So it would depend on a lot of things. Of course, as I mentioned, core inflation is a better predictor of inflation going forward. Headline inflation tends to be volatile. So in ordinary times, you look through volatile moves in commodities. The problem with the current situation is that if you have a sustained period of supply shocks, those can actually start to undermine or to work on de-anchoring inflation expectations. The public doesn't distinguish between core and headline inflation in their thinking. So it's something we have to take into consideration in our policymaking, even though our tools don't really work on some aspects of this, which are the supply side issues.
Steve Leisman, CNBC. Thanks for taking my question, Mr. Chairman. Earlier this week, the president said we are not going to be in a recession. So I have 2 questions off of that. Do you share the president's confidence in not being in a recession? And second, how would or would not a recession change policy? Is it a bright line, sir, where contraction of the economy would be a turning point in policy, or is there some amount of contraction of the economy the committee would be willing to abide in its effort to reduce inflation?
So as I mentioned, we think it's necessary to have growth slow down, and growth is going to be slowing down this year for a couple of reasons. One of which is that you're coming off of the very high growth of the reopening year of 2021. You're also seeing tighter monetary policy, and you should see some slowing. We actually think we need a period of growth below potential in order to create some slack so that the supply side can catch up. We also think that there will be, in all likelihood, some softening in labor market conditions, and those are things that we expect and we think that they're probably necessary if we were to have to get inflation, if we were to be able to get inflation back down on a path to 2%, ultimately get there.
The question was whether you see a recession coming and how that might or might not change policy. Thanks.
So we're going to be focused on getting inflation back down, and we, as I've said on other occasions,
He's going around this question.
Price stability is really the bedrock of the economy, and nothing works in the economy without price stability. We can't have a strong labor market without price stability for an extended period of time. We all want to get back to the kind of labor market we had before the pandemic, where differences between racial and gender differences and that kind of thing were at historic minimums, where participation was high, where inflation was low. We want to get back to that. But that's not happening. That's not going to happen without restoring price stability. So that's something we see as something that we simply must do. And we think that we don't see it as a trade-off with the employment mandate. We see it as a way to facilitate the sustained achievement of the employment mandate in the longer term.
Howard Schneider with Reuters. Particularly in regard to expectations, it's been said the last few months that the risks of doing too little outweighed the risks of doing too much. Does that remain the bias?
So we're trying to do just the right amount, right? We're not trying to have a recession, and we don't think we have to. We think that there's a path for us to be able to bring inflation down while sustaining a strong labor market. As I mentioned, along with, in all likelihood, some softening in labor market conditions. So that's what we're trying to achieve, and we continue to think that there's a path to that. We know that the path has clearly narrowed, really based on events that are outside of our control, and it may narrow further. So, you know, I do think, as I said just now, that restoring price stability is just something that we have to do. There isn't an option to fail to do that, because that is the thing that enables you to have a strong labor market over time. Without restoring price stability, you won't be able to, over the medium and longer term, to actually have a sustained period of very strong labor market conditions. So, of course, we serve both sides of the dual mandate, but we actually see them as well aligned on this.
But as a follow-on to that, given the uncertainty and the sort of paradoxical flow of data you've been getting, if you're going to make a mistake, would you rather make the mistake on doing too much, raising too much, than raising too little?
That's actually a good question.
We're trying not to make a mistake. Let me put it this way. We do see that there are two-sided risks. There would be the risk of doing too much and imposing more of a downturn on the economy than was necessary. But the risk of doing too little and leaving the economy with this entrenched inflation, it only raises the cost. If you fail to deal with it in the near term, it only raises the cost of dealing with it later. To the extent people start to see it as just part of their economic lives, they start to factor high inflation into their decisions. When that, on a sustained basis, when that starts to really happen, and we don't think that's happened yet, but when that starts to happen, it just gets that much harder, and the pain will be that much greater. So I really do think that it's important that we address this now and get it done.
They're gonna over tighten.
Thanks, Chair Powell. Neil Irwin from Axios. To build a little bit on what Steve was asking, do you believe the United States is currently in a recession? Will the GDP reading tomorrow affect that judgment one way or the other? And has your assessment of the risk of recession changed any in recent weeks?
So I do not think the U.S. is currently in a recession. And the reason is there are just too many areas of the economy that are performing, too well. And of course, I would point to the labor market in particular. As I mentioned, it's true that growth is slowing, and for reasons that we understand. Really, the growth was extraordinarily high last year, 5.5%. We would have expected growth to slow. There's also more slowing going on now. But if you look at the labor market, you've got growth. I think payroll jobs averaging 450,000 per month. That's a remarkably strong level for this state of affairs. The unemployment rate at near a 50-year low at 3.6%. All of the wage measures that we track are running very strong. So this is a very strong labor market, and it's just not consistent with 2.7 million people hired in the first half of the year. It doesn't make sense that the economy would be in recession with this kind of thing happening.
Because you fired them all.
So I don't think the U.S. economy is in recession right now. Haven't seen it, and we'll just have to see what it says. I don't. I would say generally the GDP numbers do have a tendency to be revised pretty significantly. It's very hard. It's very hard to accumulate U.S. GDP. It's a large economy, and a lot of work and judgment goes into that. But you tend to take first GDP reports, I think, with a grain of salt. But of course, it's something we'll be looking at.
Hi, Chair Powell. Victoria Guida with Politico. I wanted to ask about the new conflict of interest rules that you all rolled out. Some senators have written asking for those rules to have more teeth and to have sort of more transparency about the Fed officials' financial activity. I was wondering if you could speak to that and whether you intend on, toughening those rules in any way.
It's on its way up.
So those are the toughest rules in place, at any comparable institution that I'm aware of. We think, we thought about this carefully, and we put them in place, and we're building the infrastructure so that the enforcement will be tight, that actually you won't be able to make trades unless they're pre-cleared. And the amount of trades you make will be, they'll have to be 45 days or more before any FOMC meeting. It's just, I think we've really, created a very strong and robust set of rules that will, support public trust in the institution. And again, we're just now, the system is just now up and running, and I'm proud of what we did.
That makes one of us.
Hi, Katerina Saraiva, Bloomberg News. I wanted to ask a little bit more about the 75 basis points versus 50 versus 25. Can you talk a little bit about what kind of goes into your thinking for, making the decision on how much to raise rates? And, just talking about a very large amount that you alluded to.
Coinbase
could
could
that
become a short
possibly
squeeze.
be
100
basis points? And then kind of along those lines, is there any sort of weakness in the economy outside of inflation measures that would lead you to slow your hiking pace?
That's interesting.
So I'm gonna take that as a question about the next meeting and thereafter. So as I mentioned, we're going to be looking at all of those things: activity, labor market, inflation, and we're going to be thinking about our policy stance and where does it really need to be. And I also mentioned that as this process, now that we're at neutral, as the process goes on, at some point, it will be appropriate to slow down. And we haven't made a decision when that point is, but intuitively that makes sense, right? We've been front-end loading these very large rate increases, and now we're getting closer to where we need to be. So that's how we're thinking about it. And we're, in terms of September, we're going to watch the data and the evolving outlook very carefully, and factor in everything and make a decision in September about what to do. And I'm not really going to provide any specific guidance about what that might be. But I mentioned that we might do another unusually large rate increase, but that's not a decision that we've made at all. So we are, we're going to be guided by the data. And I think you can still think of the destination as broadly in line with the June SEP, because it's only 6 weeks old, and sometimes SEPs can get old really quick. I think in this one I would say is probably the best guide we have as to where the committee thinks it needs to get at the end of the year and then into next year. So I would point you to that.
Chris.
Hi, thank you. Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. I wanted to ask about, right now there is a sort of growing gap between the Fed's preferred measure of inflation, the PCE index, and the one that's followed by the public, the CPI, of course. How do you expect to handle this divergence if the PCE starts to come down enough for you to consider slowing rate hikes, even if the public is still seeing much higher CPI ratings? Thank you.
So it's an interesting situation. Of course, we've long used PCE because we think it's just better at capturing the inflation that people actually face in their lives. And I think that view is pretty widely understood. That said, the public really reads about CPI. And the difference really is because the CPI has higher weights on things like food, gasoline, motor vehicles, and housing than the PCE index does. And so that accounts for a lot of the difference. However, over time, they tend to come together. We were given the importance in the public eye of CPI. We are calling it out and noticing it and everything like that. But remember, we do target PCE. That is because we think it's a better measure. They will come together eventually. The typical gap was really about 25 basis points for a very long time. And if it got to 40 basis points, that would be very noticeable. Now it's much larger than that because of the things I mentioned. So we'll be watching both, but again, the one that we think is the best measure always has been PCE, at least since I think we, some 20 plus years ago, moved to PCE.
We need to support.
I'd like to weave a couple of things together, Mr. Chairman. Michael McKee from Bloomberg TV and Radio. You said that the destination pretty much remains the same in terms of your end of the year target, but where are you in the journey? We've now seen the federal stimulus programs end. You mentioned consumer spending, business investment have slowed. Are they moving at a pace you would expect, or is demand still greater than supply, too much greater than supply, that you need to do significantly more. And I ask because there are lags in the impact of monetary policy, as you mentioned, and a lot of this might hit in 2023. The strong dollar effect may hit in 2023 when the economy might be weak. How do you know where you are and where you think you need to get to?
Well, just talking about demand for a second, as I mentioned in my remarks, I think you pretty clearly do see a slowing now in demand in the second quarter. Consumer spending, business fixed investment, housing, places like that. I think, people widely looked at the first quarter numbers and thought they didn't make sense and might have been misleading in terms of the overall direction of the economy. Not true of the second quarter. But at the same time, you have this labor market. So there are plenty of experiences where GDP has been reported as weak and the labor market is strong and the economy has gone right through that and been fine. So that's happened many times. And it used to happen, if you remember, in the first quarter of every year for several years in a row, GDP was negative and the labor market was moving along just fine, and it turned out to just be measurement error. It was called residual seasonality. We don't know the situation. The truth is, though, we think that demand is moderating. We do. How much is it moderating? We're not sure. We're going to have to watch the data carefully. There is a great deal of money on people's balance sheets that they can spend. The unemployment rate is very low. The labor market's very hot. There are many, many job openings. Wages are high. So it's the kind of thing where you think that the economy should actually be doing pretty well in the second half of the year. But we'll have to see. We don't know that because you do see a marked slowing in the second quarter that is fairly broad. So we'll be watching that. We'll be watching that. Of course, as I mentioned, we do want to see demand running below potential for a sustained period to create slack and give inflation a chance to come down.
Nicole. Hi, thank you, Chairman. Nicole Goodkind, CNN Business. When does the committee expect to see a meaningful slowdown in the labor market, and how much weakness will it accept with regard to slower job growth and higher unemployment before it pauses or begins to think about cutting rates?
So I think you're already you've seen in the labor market, what you've seen is a decline from very high levels of job creation last year and earlier this year to modestly slower job creation. Still quite robust, as I mentioned. So you're seeing that. You're seeing some increase in initial claims for uninsurance, although that may actually have to do with seasonal adjustments. We're not sure that that's actually real. There's some evidence that wages, if you look at average hourly earnings, they appear to be moderating. Not so yet from the other wage measures, and we'll be getting the Employment Compensation Index measurement, I think, on Friday, I guess. And that's a very important one because it adjusts for composition. So I'd say you and also anecdotally, you hear much, the sort of level of concern on the part of businesses that they simply can't find workers is probably down a little bit from what it was, say, for example, late in the latter parts of last year. So there's a feeling that the labor market is moving back into balance. If you look at job openings or quits, you see them moving sideways or perhaps a little bit down. But it's only the beginning of an adjustment. But I think most also, if you look at, once you start citing these things, you can't stop. If you look at the household survey, you see much lower job creation, and the household survey can be quite volatile, but it has no jobs created in the last 3 months. So that might be a signal that job creation is actually a little bit slower than we're seeing in the establishment survey. So, executive summary, I would say there's some evidence that labor demand may be slowing a bit. Labor supply, not so much. We have been disappointed that labor force participation really hasn't moved up since January. That may be related to yet another big wave of COVID, and there's evidence that that's the case. But so we're not seeing much in the way of labor supply. Nonetheless, I would say some progress on demand and supply getting back in alignment.
I wasn't expecting that to be an excuse.
Before you think about pausing rate cuts.
So I think we're going to be looking at inflation as well. We as I mentioned, we need to see inflation coming down. we need to be confident that inflation is going to get back down to mandate consistent levels. That's not something we can avoid doing. That really needs to happen. But we do think, though, that the labor market can adjust because of the huge overhang of job openings, of excess demand, really. There should be able to be an adjustment that would have perhaps lower than expected increases in unemployment, lower than would be expected in the ordinary course of events, because the ratio of vacancies to unemployed is just out of keeping with historical experience, and that suggests that this time could be different.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Edward Lawrence from Fox Business. So you said the path may be narrowed to avoiding a recession. So how close are we to a recession? And then how do forecasts of possible recessions from banks and economists, how does that make a soft landing you've talked about more difficult?
It's impossible.
So as I mentioned, it doesn't seem that the U.S. economy is in recession right now. I think you do see weakening, some slowdown, let's put it that way, in growth, and you see it across some of the categories that I mentioned, but there's also just the very strong data coming out of the labor market still. So overall, you would say that in all probability, demand is still strong, and the economy is still on track to continue to grow this year. But
XRP is up 7%.
The slowdown in the second quarter is notable, and we're going to be watching that carefully. Sorry, what was a lot?
Forecasts. How do bank forecasts of possible recessions, economists? Does that affect the soft landing?
Well, we've said since the beginning, I think, that having a soft landing is what we're aiming for. Of course, that has to be our goal. It is our goal, and we'll keep trying to achieve it. I do think events. At the beginning, we said it was not going to be easy. It was going to be quite challenging to do that. It's unusual. It's an unusual event. It's not a typical event, given where we are. If there is a path to it, and we think there is, it is the one I mentioned, that the labor market actually has such a large amount of surplus demand that you could see that demand coming down in a way that didn't translate into a big increase in unemployment, as you would expect in the ordinary course, because frankly the imbalance is so much greater. But we don't know that. I mean, this is a case of first impression. So anyone who is really sure that it's impossible or really sure that it will happen is probably underestimating the level of uncertainty. And so I would certainly say it's an uncertain thing.
You think?
Nonetheless, it's our goal to achieve it, and we'll keep trying to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jean Young with Market News. I wanted to ask about the balance sheet reduction program. It's been working for a couple months now and in a different environment than the last time the Fed did it. What are you learning about how it's working and how markets are reacting? And is reaching the minimum level of reserves needed in the system still several years away at the current pace?
So we think it's working fine. As you know, we tapered up into it, and in September we'll go to a full strength, and the markets seem to have accepted it. By all assessments, the markets should be able to absorb this, and we expect that'll be the case. So I would say the plan is broadly on track. It's a little bit slow to get going because some of these trades don't settle until for a bit of time, but it'll be picking up steam. And I guess your second question was getting, the process of getting back down to the new equilibrium will take a while, and that time, it's hard to be precise, but the model would suggest that it could be between 2.5 years, that kind of thing. And this is a much faster pace than the last time. Balance sheet's much bigger than it was, but we looked at this carefully, and we thought that this was a sensible pace, and we have no reason to think it's not.
Hi, Chairman Powell. Brian Chung, Yahoo Finance. Looking at financial conditions, it seems like the tightening has slowed as of late with the 10-year coming down, 30-year fixed mortgage rates also going a bit sideways when we talk about a hot housing market still. Just wondering if you find financial conditions tight enough, especially as you continue to raise rates.
So a big piece of that is inflation expectations, break-evens coming down, which, is a good thing. It's a good thing that markets do seem to have confidence in the committee's commitment to getting inflation back down to 2%. So we like to see market-based, readings of inflation expectations come down. Broader financial conditions have tightened a good bit. I mean, the way this works is we set our policy, and financial conditions react, and then financial conditions are what affects the economy. So we don't control that second step. We're just going to do what we think needs to be done. We're going to get our policy rate to a level where we're confident that inflation will be moving back down to 2%. Confident. So that's how we're going to take it. And of course, we'll be watching financial conditions to see that they are appropriately tight and that they're having the effect that we would hope they're having, which is to see demand moderate and inflationary pressures recede and ultimately inflation come down.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Greg Robb from MarketWatch. I wonder if you can go back a little bit in time to before there was this outbreak of inflation, when the committee put in place forward guidance on tapering asset purchases. I think it was December 2020. There's a recent speech by Fed Governor Waller talking about that and saying that maybe that was too tight, that kind of condition, and it put you a little bit behind. Not his words, but maybe, we're kind of late to react to some of that inflation. So could you talk about that decision, and have you looked at it in hindsight at all? Thank you.
So, yeah, we said that we wouldn't lift off until we had basically achieved our dual mandate goals. And the reason we did it in real time was that the first look at the new framework that we'd rolled out, plenty of people were saying, oh, it's not credible, you'll never get inflation to 2%. Some of our critics now who say inflation is too high were the same ones who were saying you'll never get to 2%. Well, but anyway, that's what happened. So we thought we needed to really make a strong statement with that. It wasn't part of the framework. The December 20 guidance was not part of our overall new framework. It was just guidance that we put in place. So I would say two things. One, I don't think that has materially changed the situation. But I have to admit, I don't think I would do that again. I don't think I would do that again. Ultimately, the situation evolved in a highly unexpected way for all of us. And, maybe the learning is that leave a little more flexibility than that. But did it matter in the end? If you look at, I really don't think it did. I'm not sure it would have mattered if we'd been raising rates 3 months earlier. Does anybody think that would have made a big difference? I mean, lots of central banks were raising rates 3 months earlier, and it didn't matter. I mean, this is a global phenomenon that's happening now. Admittedly different in the United States, but anyway.
Check out group chat.
Just a lot of people talk about that time, and they talk about a taper tantrum that I know you haven't talked about it too much, but that you were worried at the time about repeating that taper tantrum that you had experienced as a governor. So was that part of that? Where did that fit into all those decisions? Thank you.
So I think we learned there have been multiple taper tantrums, right? So there was the famous one in 2013. There's what happened at the December 18 meeting where markets can ignore developments around the balance sheet for years on end and then suddenly react very sharply. So we just had developed a practice of moving predictably and doing it in steps and things like that. It was just like that's how we did it. And so we did it that way this time. We were careful to take steps and communicate and all that kind of thing. We were trying to avoid a tantrum because they can be quite destructive. They can tighten financial conditions and knock the economy off kilter. And when it happens, you have to really, in both 13 and 18, really had consequences for the real economy 2, 3, 4 months later. So we were trying to avoid that. That was part of it. Again, I don't think that's the real issue of 2020 and 21 was just trying to understand what was happening with the reopening economy. That was where the big uncertainty was. And our view was that the supply side issues would get better, that people would go back to work, that labor force participation would come back, everyone would get vaccinated, schools would open, kids would be in school, and labor force participation would jump back up. That was very broadly thought to be the case. You know, these supply side issues would get solved reasonably quickly, and they just haven't. They still haven't. So that's really the learning, I think, is around how complicated these supply side issues can be. We haven't seen this before in a long, long time, and so that's really what accounts for the pace at which we moved. And we did when inflation changed direction really in October. We've moved quickly since then. I think people would agree. But before then, inflation was coming down month by month, and we kind of thought we had the story, probably had the story right. But then I think in October you started to see a range of data that said no, this is a much stronger economy and much higher inflation than we've been thinking. And again, we pivoted, and here we are.
Nancy Marshall-Genser with Marketplace. Chair Powell, I just want to pin you down a little bit more on the issue of recession. So if we get a negative GDP number tomorrow for the second quarter, would the Fed consider the U.S. in a recession? And just remind us, what is your definition for the start of a recession?
So the Fed doesn't make a judgment on that. We're focused on the dual mandate and using our tools to achieve maximum employment and price stability. We don't say there is now a recession, that kind of thing. So that wouldn't be something we do. We would look at the data tomorrow, and no doubt we'll look at it very carefully and draw whatever implications we can. As I mentioned, though, if you think about what a recession really is, it's a broad-based decline across many industries that that's sustained for more than a couple of months, and there are a bunch of specific tests in it, and it just doesn't seem like that now. What we have right now doesn't seem like that, and the real reason is that the labor market is just sending such a strong signal of economic strength.
He's so wrong.
That it makes you really question the GDP data. But again, that's not a decision that we make, and we won't reach a conclusion one way or another on that.
Thank you very much. Simon Rabinovich with The Economist. You said that some softening in the labor market is needed. Within the Fed, there are staff economists who've argued that NIRU, the non-inflationary rate of unemployment, might be as high as 5 to 6% right now, which obviously is a lot higher than the current rate of 3.6. What's your assessment of NIRU? Is that something that came up in discussion with the committee?
So I think broadly, a lot of economists think that the natural rate of unemployment will have moved up to some significant extent above where we think it was before. And the reason is it's the usual matching issue where matching has become less effective and that kind of thing when you have the kind of turbulent downturn and the big switches in demand from services to goods and all that. So it could be higher, and my own instinct is that the natural rate of unemployment is higher. Of course, I would add that we don't know it. We can never know where these star variables are in real time with any confidence, but I would say it must have moved up materially. But the other side of that is as all these jobs get created and people go back to work and unemployment is so low, I think you could, in principle, you could see it coming back down pretty significantly. And that would also, by the way, take pressure off of inflation, because it's that gap. It's the gap between actual unemployment and the natural rate that really is relevant.
Look at the fundamentals of this company real quick.
The negative slack we have in the economy by the over-tight labor market. So if you were to, you wouldn't observe this. It's an unobservable, but you could actually be seeing inflationary pressures coming down if that does happen. And we don't control that, but that's something that logically, if the pandemic and the disorder in the labor market cause the natural rate to move up, then as the labor market settles down, in principle, you should see it move back down.
Earnings per share projected to be
thank you, Chair Powell. Jeff Cox from CNBC.com. Just a question about, hate to keep banging the drum about recession, but most of the polls that we're seeing now from the public, people believe that we're already in a recession or heading for one. Economists pretty much the same thing. They're being told by folks like you and in the administration that we're not in a recession, we're not heading for a recession. Frankly, coming from the same people who told them that inflation was transitory, telling them now that we're not heading for a recession. So what would you tell the public to reassure them now that you feel confident in your forecast going forward and the Fed is ready to respond to a potential downturn in the economy?
No, all I've really said is I don't think it's likely that the U.S. economy is in a recession now. And I've explained why that is the case. It's
you're wrong.
because you do see a very strong labor market, and I think the public will see that as well. You know, going forward, what we've seen is a slowing in spending, as I mentioned. We've seen the very beginnings of perhaps a slight lessening in the tightness of the labor market, but it would only be the beginnings. So, and I mentioned that I also said that our goal is to bring inflation down and have a so-called soft landing, by which I mean a landing that doesn't require a significant increase, a really significant increase in unemployment. We're trying to achieve that. I've said on many occasions that we understand that's going to be quite challenging and that it's gotten more challenging over recent months.
Thanks, Chair Powell. Kyle Campbell with American Banker. The FOMC has historically tried to avoid the kind of rapid monetary policy tightening that has happened so far this year. How concerned are you that the rate hikes that we've seen thus far might increase risks to financial stability, not just domestically, but globally?
I mean, there are precedents for the FOMC moving very quickly. For example, 1994, 1980, even more so. So we've been known to do that when it's the appropriate thing to do, and this year it clearly is. I would say that given how quickly we've moved, I'm gratified that that basically markets have been working, they've been orderly. There's been some volatility, but that's only to be expected. For a financial stability perspective,
Yeah, I want to be in a different color.
you know, asset values are down, which
Where the fuck you trying to land?
in some sense lowers vulnerabilities. It's when they're really high that you would worry that they're vulnerable to a fall. Actually, many asset values have come down. I think you've got a well-capitalized banking system. I think you have households are generally in about as strong financial shape as they've been in a very long time, or perhaps ever, given what the money that's on people's balance sheets, and so you have from a financial stability standpoint, you have a pretty decent picture. Now, there are plenty of macroeconomic issues that don't rise to the level of financial stability concerns. By financial stability, we think of that as things that might undermine the working of the financial system. So big, serious things. That's not to say that people at the lower end of the income spectrum aren't suffering, because they are. They're suffering from high inflation. They're going to the grocery store and finding that in many cases their paycheck, it doesn't cover the food they're accustomed to buying. We're seeing actual, real declines in food consumption, and it's very concerning. It's very unfortunate, and that's why we're really committed to bringing down inflation. One of the reasons.
Go to Mark for the last question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mark Hamrick with Bankrate. I can remember when you held your first news conference and you vowed to be a very plain-spoken chairman, and we're thinking today about the impacts of Fed policy on individuals as well. What would you say to individuals or households who may yet lose their jobs in this tightening cycle in the fight against inflation as they try to translate what Fed policy means to them in this complicated economic landscape?
Excellent question.
So I guess the first thing I would say to every household is that we know that inflation is too high. We understand how painful it is, particularly for people who are living paycheck to paycheck and spend most of that paycheck on necessities such as food and gas and heating their homes and clothing and things like that. We do understand that those people suffer the most. Middle class and better off people have some resources where they can absorb these things, but many people don't have those resources. So, it is our job, it is our institutional role. We are assigned uniquely and unconditionally the obligation of providing price stability to the American people. And we're going to use our tools to do that. As I mentioned, there will be some, in all likelihood, some softening in labor market conditions. We need growth to slow to below potential growth. We don't want to, we don't want this to be bigger than it needs to be. But ultimately, if you think about the medium and longer term, price stability is the thing that makes the whole economy work. It's what can give us a strong labor market and wages that aren't being eaten up by high inflation. If you talk to people, again, people who are making wages, relatively low wages, they're the ones who are suffering the most from inflation. So it's all the more reason why we need to move on this. Thank you very much.
Is that all? Well, that was fun, guys. That was fucking hilarious. I had a great time. I don't know if you guys did or not, but I had a great time. I'm like kind of speechless. They fired everybody. They fired everybody because of like shots and this, that, and the third, and then it was ruled unconstitutional. And then they hired everyone back, and he's saying that they have a very, very strong job market. So no, we have a very weak job market that's causing runaway inflation because they have to overpay people to work. They're gonna overhike us, in my opinion, into a recession. Anybody else agree? Is that kind of like close at least? I'd hope. That was rough. That was rough. I think we're already in one. I think that like we're probably at like coming out of the bottom of one right now. Like they'll never tell you when you're in one, because then people will panic, right? But I think we are getting out of one. However, there's too much supply and not enough demand right now, and he's just pretty much said like the opposite. So I don't know what they're gonna do. I think that they're gonna over tighten, and when you over tighten, typically you end up in a recession. Yeah, the S&P is green. Okay. Okay, so when you go ahead and you raise rates, okay, you're making money more expensive. That's what it is. Like you're making borrowing money more expensive. So the banks that are all in the S&P 500, or the institutions that are lending out money that are all in the S&P 500, they're gonna go up. Like the banks will be fucking like rolling in money, but will you be rolling in money? Probably not. Well, I mean MOAS, yeah, but potentially. Not financial advice, but the average person that doesn't pay attention to the economy is gonna be fucked. I mean, they have to tighten, but for him to say like that they might tighten the same or even more next time, I think that was a little aggressive. Although maybe he's just trying to telegraph that and then not actually do that, hopefully. All I know is this company dumped today. And I just copped. And they dumped on news. that they were going to be like a notice of delisting, but then they had a deal with JP Morgan, I read. So I'm assuming that they're going to go ahead and they're going to figure that out. Plus they're positive EBITDA. What's their 52-week high? 52-week high on them is $17. Guys, watch out for Gamma. Watch out for Gamma on GME. Like that's a possibility. Like, let's see. People are throwing down money on options on GME. Just saying. That's not financial advice at all. I'm just saying that, like, they are literally fucking throwing down, like, decent amounts of money in the options chain. I've seen it, but, I mean, is it believable? And I haven't seen it in a while. Why? What's it at now? Do you know? How the fuck are the warrants on this not going up? I don't get it. At all. Oh my god. I didn't know foreclosures were up that much. Jesus. I mean, they could gamma squeeze it. I've been saying that. $123 million. Oh god. That's great. I hope so. I hope so. Like, I wonder who like curates that website. That's what I want to know. Who the fuck curates that website? And how are they coming up exactly with these numbers? Please, like, please tell. That's actually not that bad of an idea. Just straight land. But, I mean, that's what Bill Gates is doing. He's just buying land. And then he's going to go ahead and grow our food on it, I bet. And nobody will even fucking question it. It's, like, every single time I bring him up, I fucking, like, it bothers me that, like, we skipped over the fact, like, the whole pedo island thing. And, like, didn't his, like, wife leave him or something over it? And then, now we're trusting him with our health and our food. Why? No, yeah, I mean, well, what they do is they buy them up, and then they just rent them out. I mean, it's smart. And then you could, like, all right, so if you leverage a house and take like another loan out on another property, right? You could just keep leveraging and leveraging and leveraging and leveraging, and then you don't really pay that much in taxes because you can't tax a loan because it's technically a debt, and you can't tax debt. So that's how people do it. And it's actually, like, a pretty popular method. Believe it or not. I'm sure that you guys do believe it, but... I mean, I believe it, bro. Fucking believe. All right, hold on a second. Let me see what he wants. My bad. Oh man, we're doing great. We just had a stand-up comedian tell us all about the rate hike. There's no way that they're gonna go ahead and pull off any kind of like soft landing. It's gonna be a fucking shit show. Guys, watch out on GWH. Bro, if I heard transitory, I would have died. I probably would have died. I don't know what I would have done. I'd probably have to excuse myself to like change my pants or something, because like I probably would have pissed myself. He's such a joke. Ooh, MULN getting a little bit of movement here. Wait, what? I'm confused. Now I'm confused. I was actually talking to you about the UVXY, or I was talking about you regarding the UVXY earlier. I was like, I wonder where Sid is. Like, I thought that at one point the UVXY should have been, like, much higher than what it was. And then, like, later on, it ended up, like, going there. But, you know what, that was yesterday. That was yesterday. No, absolutely. Absolutely. Look at this. Look at TBLT. Look at TBLT go. I gotta let her out after I just gave him food. 1 second. No, you're going next, bud. She asked. Back up. Back up. She asked. A few $1,000,000 and I'd clean house it. Oh yeah, absolutely. Bro, I want to sell my fucking quad and drop it on like fucking like these battery companies. Lucky, chill out. Outbidding a bank. That'd be dope. Lucky, chill out, bro. Jesus. I just want a silent yacht. That's it. It's not too much to ask for, right? I don't think it's too much to ask for, at least. And guys, HEPS. Watch out on that, too. Lucky, chill, dude. Please. You're being a little bit much. A little bit. Go EV's green. How the fuck are these warrants not, like, worth more? They're exercisable at 1150. That's fucked up. Oh, TBLT is gonna go on a fucking space mission. It still has the data. $169% short interest. Redbox and Redbox warrants should go through the roof. Especially if they're pushing that off. Like what is reported. Like that screws shorts. Because those shorts are probably going to hide in there until August 9th when the meeting was. But now they can't. So it just kind of like screws their idea up. Ooh, go push, 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 push. Plus 308. Go ahead. Come on, FXLV. I mean, I just wish that, like, I don't know. Being responsible kind of sucks sometimes because, like, sometimes I wish that, like, I could just, like, feel more comfortable like I used to about, like, YOLOing shit. Now it's like I'm trying to, like, remember that I'm, like, trying to build, like, a value portfolio for retirement as well, God forbid. You know what I mean? So, like, I have my MOAS stocks, and then, like, I'm planning on, like, rotating into value, like, simultaneously. But chances are they're not going to give me, like, really good value fucking plays. Like, then. That's why I wanted to, like, get some, like, throughout today, tomorrow, etc. TBLT is just gonna go through the roof. Ooh, that resistance right now? Or 455 is the resistance. This chart is dirty as fuck. Break that. Break it, break it, break it, break it, break it. Come on, you son of a bitch. Go, 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 go. they might literally tighten it into a squeeze, because if you think about it, if interest rates are going up, in order to borrow a share to short, that price might go up as well. Oh, it's not. This is gonna blow the RSI out of the water. It looks like. I'm just considering the RSI pretty much blown out. Nope. That might be it responding to the VWAP though. Push. Push, 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 push. Come on. I mean, the RSI is a 91. I mean, it's considering it blown out, I think. This is pissing me off. That's not normal market function. At all. I'm not even in the position, but that just pisses me off. That should be following it. GWH. There is no max pain. There's no options. Just remember, a short squeeze, in theory, can go up as high as, like, the weakest link, essentially. Like, there is no top to a short squeeze. Like, there is no top to a short squeeze at all. Theoretically. Now, when we're talking about life-changing money, people are gonna profit take. I mean, like, you'd be kind of silly not to. Like, at some point, you don't want to push your luck. Now, on my shares of GME, I might just say fuck it. And, ride them to zero. I made enough, honestly, selling, or not selling, on, buying and selling options. Like, if it doesn't pan out, oh well, it's alright. I mean, I still got a great experience out of it. I got to see how fucked up the market is. And how fucked up they're willing to be. Yeah. I mean, obviously, I mean, you guys know what I want, but... I'm trying not to get myself excited at all. I'm trying to, remain cool, calm, collected, composed, ready to rock. So then that way, nothing steps in the way of me doing what I, came here to do. No, we don't want FOMO. We don't want this to be FOMO. We do not want this to be FOMO, bro. Absolutely not. This is not good enough for FOMO. We want a lot more in volume for this, for FOMO. Like, we would want, like, a run-up tomorrow with FOMO starting probably tomorrow. Or, I mean, maybe in after hours. I mean, maybe after we clear this VWAP, we might even get some. But, like, we're under average volume. That's not FOMOing. Guys, look at the things that are not, like, up right now. Just look at the things that are not up right now. That's all I gotta say. Like, they might go up the most, for all I know. I don't know. About 9 minutes left if you're dealing with PDT. And what are we doing? Are we going for a new high here? Go ahead. The news already dropped on Ortex, bro. I saw an article on Ortex. Bella's freaking out. 1 second. Alright. At least I came back to some candles. My neighbor yelled over me, "Hold on, Jonathan. I'm gonna come over with a treat for her." I go, "Oh, yeah, that's exactly what I wanted." Oh, man. Go ahead. Run it up. Run it up, you son of a bitch. Sorry, guys. Lucky, come here, buddy. Come here. It's okay. Come here. Come here. It's alright, buddy. I mean, that was a nice little dip. Which one are you talking about? Which stop? Because, like... just watch the fucking red ones. They could be red right now for a reason. Trying to dissuade people from buying them. Oh, yeah. I mean... I don't know. I'm happy that I took, like, half the profits. Because now I'm, like... I'm able to, like, be a little bit more versatile. I should have taken them... I should have taken the whole thing out and then bought warrants with half the money, though. That's what I should have done. Again, not gonna Monday morning quarterback, though. You have 5 minutes if you're dealing with PDT. Can you buy puts on this? No. Fuck. Sorry. I wanted to see if I could buy puts there. Couldn't. So I am going to be here during after hours if you're trying to chill. If not, it's great to have you. Just saying. I do want to do some DD on Redbox. Because if the warrants are super cheap tomorrow, you bet your ass I'm going to get in them. And I'm also going to look more into this company as well. FXLV. After hours should be interesting. I've been saying that for like fucking 3 weeks though. Yeah, please like and sub if you haven't already. Oh. I'm getting all fucking heated over here. I gotta turn my fucking AC on. Oh, man. Today was fun. I had a good day today. I had a fun day today. I don't know if, like... My P&L's kind of, like, chilling, but... It's because I have as much money as I do on fucking Tblt. Yo, Julio Jones is a fucking animal. They did not utilize him anywhere near like how they should have in Tennessee. He's still a monster. He's gonna like go like straight up like Randy Moss with fucking Tom Brady though. Watch. With Tom Brady, he's gonna go like get elevated. He's gonna get even better than he's ever been. I bet he has one good season, and then he does another season, and it's not as good as this next one that's coming up. FXLV. Let's fucking go. Yo, don't hate on fucking AB like that, bro. And also, do you know anything about AB's side of it though? Cause like, it's like a little bit different. Just a little bit. Wait, what do you mean you will every day? I said, like, did you hear about AB's side of it? That's it. Just gets twisted up and it's fucking fine. That was just getting hot as fuck. Then up in the 90s. Nice. Alright, market's closed. Market is closed. Are we gonna run anything up real quick? TYDE. Tblt. Hexo up fucking 3% after hours already. Hive. I pointed that out earlier in the day. Is that like 4% up, I believe, or 4.5% up when I mentioned it? Easy fill. Are you fucking serious? God damn it. Okay, never mind. Never mind. I thought it was a lot worse. I thought it was a lot worse because I thought it was up fucking 20% as well on the day. This is the... Oh no, never mind. This is a fucking gaming play. I thought this was a pharmacy play. Oops. Revlon, what are you doing? Born and raised a Bucks fan? I feel you. Born and raised a Giants fan. Don't be surprised if fucking Revlon and Redbox just go. Seriously. They would go for different reasons, but, like, they could just fucking take off. AB's not still to blame, bro. Okay, okay. How was your day, honey? Instead of digging that conversation back up, because that one could go to sleep. ADA, so Cardano up 5% in the last 2 hours. XRP up 3% in the last hour. Quant up 5% in the last hour. Yeah, but then he was hurt, and he was told to play anyway. Even though it was, like, like well established by what's the coach's name? Arians. It was well established like by Arians, like through text messages, that like he knew about it. So with that being said, I mean that's pretty much it. Kind of puts a wrap on it. Because his adrenaline was pumping, bro. Mine would have been too. I mean, I don't know. That's all I could think of. Like, it's fucking adrenaline. Like, you freak the fuck out in front of, like, you know, like, tens of thousands of people, and then, like, I don't know, see how your adrenaline is. At least that's the way I see it. BBIG? BBIG? What are we doing? We're gonna jump back up, because that'd be pretty lit. I'm not gonna disagree. However, can we both agree that dude was a beast? Oh, chill out. Isn't that good? Okay. Are you saying that Mike Evans was a better wide receiver than him last year on your team? Exactly, dude's a beast. I mean, that's why everybody deals with his bullshit. Like, everybody knows that they're getting, like a little bit of drama. You know what I mean? Go ahead, baby. Go ahead. He had better stats than AB did? Really? Alright, let me ask you this. Who is the bigger playmaker? Because keep in mind, you guys had Godwin as well. Who made the most, like, clutch catches?